Unmute. Hello. Oh, the music's still so loud in my ears. Give me 1 second. Quiet. Hi, guys. How's it going? How are all of you lovely, lovely people doing today? Let me bring up chat here. How's it going? Yo, what's up, Stargate? What's up, Glad? What's up, Milk Boy? Matteo, you mad dog, you. We got S. Hudes. Otatas. Looking in with Victor B. Joe Clare. Cheap Tactics. Derek Silverstone. Quispy Giraffe. Mr. Shred. GDP. Lovely to have all you guys. How's it going? Melanaris. Soul Catcher. As I'm sure most of you can tell, we are also not streaming on Twitch again this week. I think we're just gonna be YouTubers. I think I think I'm gonna take on that mantle. I might, if something in the future changes and it becomes super advantageous to stream on Twitch, I will. But I think it just makes more sense to have it all in one place. Also, technically, I'm not allowed to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So it just doesn't make sense to. I was getting away with it because they didn't notice me because I'm a little guy. Chat looks good. Hell yeah, it does. I figured out how to make it look pretty. Look at that. Look, ooh. Look how beautiful you all look. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's nice, right? We're hanging in the river town to start the day. Hello, April. You guys are so beautiful. You're the most beautiful people this side of the Mississippi. Little fella, big heart. Yeah, YouTube is better. I don't know what is better. YouTube is better for me for getting numbers and attention, which in theory allows me to turn this into something I can do somewhat more sustainably. Helps the ecosystem of my existence. So we're going to stick to that for now. Next time, I may send in my little badger crow creature. Oh, can I tell you guys something? If you want to win my heart, I know a lot of you guys, I know that I tell you pretty regularly that your goal should never be, I want to impress Cinder, or I want Cinder to think my piece is cool. Your goal should always just be, I want to make my piece as good as it can be, because you are not represented by your work. I mean, you are represented by your work, but your value is not from it. So, you know, you don't need to seek validation from me. But if you did want to seek validation from me, the key to my heart, straight up, is monsters under the CR of 1. CR 1 monsters and lower. Interesting homebrew monsters that are CR 1 or lower will win my heart. People don't make enough of them. People don't make enough of the low CR monsters, but I love the little guys. The reason why I got into homebrew. Light, be good, please. Thank you. The reason why I got into homebrew in the first place was because I wanted to make low CR monsters. I'm really going bald, huh? Let's do a forehead check before we get too started. Forehead check. Yeah. Okay. 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 I was about to suggest that as a design prompt. It's a good design prompt. Yeah, starting. Why am I so? I'm like off. I'm like a little bit off center. Starting next month, because I have a wedding coming up in June, not mine, or next weekend rather. Starting next month, we are going to be streaming more times. I think we're going to be streaming minimum twice a week, but ideally 3 times a week. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be splitting up the homebrew streams into separate streams, multiple streams, so that there's more opportunity to see your stuff, but also so we can start throwing in like prompted streams where it's like, hey, this is all about making a fire monster, or whatever, because I think those will be fun. And then the other thing that I want to start doing is the thing that Steely Sam did that I guested on his, was doing a call-in show where you guys can call in and ask questions. I think it'll be really fun. I think it'll be fun and a little different. I think it'll be good. There was something else I wanted to say. There was another business thing. What was the other business thing? Oh, right. How many people are here? Are enough people here that I can, like, share this information? How many? 37? 41? Okay. So, next weekend, Sunday of next week, I am at a wedding. So, we will not be having a stream Sunday. It'll either be Monday or Tuesday. I don't know which yet, but the reason why I haven't posted next week's submission form yet is I need to figure out the date, and I should know for sure what that day will be by tomorrow. So I don't know yet, but next week we will not be streaming on Sunday. I will be at a wedding. We will be streaming on Monday or Tuesday. And then after that, I will probably move to a schedule of Sunday night and then 2 other times during the week. I'd like to do a daytime stream. I think that'd be fun. So yeah, we'll see. Okay. How are you guys doing? Can you guys tell everybody that so I don't have to repeat it 100 times? Oh, man. I got a really funny comment on one of my not TikToks, one of my YouTube shorts. Somebody said that they liked my content, but they really were getting annoyed with my head shooting around the screen. And I told them that they should come to my stream because my head doesn't shoot around as much. It does shoot around a little, but I have to, like, you know, this is like, it's a little different. It's not exactly the same. Dude, the head shooting around is the best part. I know that. I know that. That's why I didn't say thank you for the feedback. I'm going to listen to it. Because, friends, what's one of the most important parts of feedback? What's one of the most important parts of getting feedback? Ignoring the feedback you want to ignore. If people don't see your vision or you just don't want their feedback, just ignore it. You don't need to argue with them. You don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to convince them that your idea is right. There's a billion people in the world. You are not going to be better or worse by one person liking or not liking your thing. So sometimes when you guys give me feedback, I'm like, oh, dang, that's good feedback. But sometimes when you give me feedback, I'm like, that's a comment. I'm going to ignore it on the algorithm. But I do have to read all of them because I'm obsessed. I hope you understand the homebrew I submitted. Oh, I hope I do too, man. Gladriel, it's not a group project. The only person who needs to be happy with your stuff is you. Well, yes, but in theory, the people that are using your stuff should be happy with it. Like if you're making something for your home game. But yes, you're right. You're correct. Having the head going around in circles is just part of your shorts. Man, it's my identity. Can we bribe you? Of course you can bribe me. What do you want to bribe me for? Like, what do you want out of it? I have a little napkin because my mustache is getting long. And now whenever I sip things, it feels messy. So I have a napkin. What do you want? What? You can bribe me, but I don't know what I'm going to give you. But yes, I'm open to bribes for sure. Yeah, you can bribe. No reason is the best reason to bribe me. I'm totally down for a no reason bribe. How much would you charge to review a full psionic system for 5e? If you genuinely want to hire me as a consultant on something, you can message me privately. We can talk about it. But I charge professional editor prices. So I honestly wouldn't recommend hiring me unless you're like, you really have money to spend, or you, it's not worth your money. You're gonna get more out of that money by just being less stressed out and finding a writer's workshop group. But yeah, you can DM me, but I encourage you not to. Deadpan delivery. Sometimes I do emotional delivery. I find that the more deadpan I get in my delivery, the less obnoxious the comments are. Do you know what I mean? If I ever like imply that I have a lot of feelings about what I'm saying. That's usually when people get a little bit rambunctious in the comments. I said my homebrew not for validation, but for balance and understanding. Single person is a bias, a group is an observation. Ooh, wise words from the madman. Imagine being here for a stream for once, full knowing I have to be up for 6 hours of work. Marius, first of all, big round of applause for you for ignoring responsibilities. As I always, the first, maybe, one of the most important things I say is, you want to try to, like, be happy and not worry about what other people think. But I also, probably the second most important thing is never go to sleep. It's like, if you can live by that, you're doing great. So yeah, never go to sleep. Stay up forever. This is where you live now. And you can close your eyes if you need to, but if you start to drift off, you should stand up and wake back up. Because we're going to be streaming probably for the next, 5 hours. So it gives you enough time to, make a really nice breakfast before you have to go to work. Also, we are going to be doing streams at other times starting in next week or the week after. So in theory, I'll be doing some streams where it'll be the daytime for me and the ordinary night for you, as opposed to the crazy late night. Push-ups? Jesus. If I were to use fart in jars as weapons, like real stank farts, what should I use for that? You should definitely create a homebrew item for that. Although there are different spells that could sort of help. I would probably use poison damage or the poisoned condition. If you wanted to make it a really, really powerful item, you should use the spell Cloud Kill or Stinking Cloud. Depending on the vibe you wanted to go with. Stinking Cloud is good. Acid damage. Acid damage is only when you had, you ate, way too much, almost, way too much fruit that was a little too ripe. You just had, you had, 16 pounds of blueberries and they were all about to go bad. Y'all ever have 16 pounds of blueberries? I haven't, but I used to be a teacher in an earlier life, and I had students that would sometimes, the stank coming off them would be bananas. Quispy, why are you talking shit in the stream? Hey, Quispy, I know you're fucking here. You just said something. Don't just say no stream next Sunday. Say stream on a different day next Sunday. Why are you causing drama, dude, in the Discord? I want to see an amended statement. I want to see you edit. Look at this. Yeah, put another sentence here. Put another sentence, say, no stream next Sunday, but there's gonna start being many streams. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. You can say whatever you're on. I don't care. I never did that. We never had a direct Discord interaction like that. That was funny. No, don't be sorry. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I love you. Shut up. I was fucking with you. You're fine. Don't even worry about it. Oh, that was good. That feels like a good intro, right? Are we good? Are we ready? Yeah, you guys don't. Yeah, that was an earnest laugh. I have a goofy laugh when I do really laugh. It doesn't come out that much. I'm very good at faking it. I feel like that was enough of an intro. We can start, right? Yeah, let's start. Okay. Okay, so I gotta move some stuff around. I need to rearrange my camera. I don't like. I did this sideways thing for my camera when I was with Sam, but I feel like I'm too sideways. Let's just go back. This isn't too crazy. I'm not too much looking in the wrong direction here. I think it's fine. All right, wheel time. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so we got 2 wheels this week, friends. We got the little wheel, which has 20-some in pieces, and we have the big wheel, which I think has 90-some pieces. I think we have a total of 122 pieces this week. So let's give her a spin and see what we're working with. All right, we're starting with Drago Knight. Okay. This is a good intro. This is a really good intro. Whenever people submit pieces to my work, there's a little piece where they can leave an intro. I like if you give me a little background, but this is maybe the best intro I've read in a long time. Guys, we did it. We are thinking with portals. All right. Color me intrigued. Here is the link. If you guys want to take a look at it. All right. Rift.Magic. Rift.Magic. All right. Let me just rearrange a little bit. I'm going to do this. What if I do that? I think that's better. And then I have to do this. Then I have to do this. Fuck! I'm fucking it up. Okay. There we go. That's good. Okay. Rift.Magic. I have done nothing but teleport good berries for 3 days. Otto, the obnoxious Rift Mage. All right. This is a wizard subclass. It revolves around the central mechanic of creating rifts in space that people can jump through, attack through, or whatever. I still need to add flavor text. Okay, cool. Let's see what we're working with here. Did I post it? I posted it for you guys, right? I did, okay. You can use your bonus action to create 2 medium rifts. They each appear in a location you can see within 30 feet of you. And they must be within 60 feet of each other. A rift doesn't occupy its space. And it grants the following benefits when a creature is within its space, so long as that creature is no more than 1 size larger than the rift. Okay, here's what I'll say so far. You're setting up a very complicated feature, but so far, very clear. I'm following so far. That's good. This part right here, this is the part that trips up a lot of people, is just the boring part. But so far, I'm on board. I don't know if you need to clarify that it doesn't occupy its space, but I don't actually know if that matters or not. Because it seems like it doesn't have any interactions other than the specific ones you have with it as like a portal. So maybe leave it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But so far, good explanation. Okay. So when a creature that is no more than 1 size larger than it is standing in its space, this is what they can do. A creature in 1 rift space can choose to see as if they were in the other rift space, or as normal. Switching between these different methods of sight does not use an action. Okay. Let's keep reading. I had a thought, but I want to read the whole thing first. If a creature is in 1 rift space, it can cast spells or make attacks through the rift, treating the other rift space as if it's within 5 feet of them, okay? A creature in 1 rift space can use 10 feet of movement to jump through it, teleporting to the other rift space, so long as it isn't occupied. The rift lasts for 1 minute. While they are summoned, you can use a bonus action to temporarily disable them, severing the connection between them and preventing them from being used, or to re-enable them. You can summon these rifts a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, regaining all expended uses when you finish a long rest, and 1 use when you finish a short rest. On your turn, you can use a bonus action to teleport a rift within 30 feet of you to another space in that range. The new location must also be within 60 feet of the rift. Yeah, this is the public wheel. Okay, so conceptually, I really like everything this does. It also makes a lot of sense as a rift in terms of how creatures can interact with it. I genuinely think the only issue that I have here is that it's really strong. This does so many things, and each of those things are very powerful. And it is also incredibly flexible in how it can be used because of how you not only can summon it, but can, like, move it around. I think there's a couple ways you could deal with that. The first thing that comes into my mind is that you could lower the amount that you could make. I see that we're getting a second level feature too, so we'll see what that is. But you could severely limit the amount of these you could make. It could be like Portent, where you basically get 2 a day, period. That might actually be the move. Because the other option, which is totally viable, is you cut some of the things out that it can do, and then maybe get them later on. It's just really, really strong for second level. Like, I just think it does too many things. So I would, if you don't want to cut some of those things up, I would treat it like a Blade Singer's song or a Abjuration Wizard's Portent, or make it like a twice a day thing, and maybe at the highest level 3 times a day or something like that. I really like it, though. It's just too strong for second level. Divination, not Abjuration, sorry. Abjuration gets the little shield. Yeah, it's really cool, though. One thing that I want to point out that I like is that any creature can use this. So enemies can use this as well as allies, and that, I think, helps balance it quite a bit. Let's keep reading, because I'm curious to see what else. I don't actually have that much more to say about it. Considering how complicated a feature it is, I think it's very well put together. It's very clear. And none of the things individually feel crazy overpowered. It's just a lot of things. But it makes sense for it to be a lot of things. When you build a spellcaster subclass, ask yourself if Magic Missile can break it. Okay, let's take a look at Rift Bearer. Second level, you can hold one of the rifts you create with either a free hand or a spellcasting focus that you can use. Let me start that sentence over. You can hold one of the rifts you create with either a free hand or with a spellcasting focus that you can use for your wizard spells. Does that mean the spellcasting focus you're using? Like, you can hold it in your hand, or it can, like, be in the crystal of your staff? You can use your object interaction to pick up or place a rift in this way. I need mechanics to be explained very quickly. I hope they're explained here. It looks like they might not be. While holding the rift, it shrinks in size to fit your hand or spellcasting focus, and it moves with you whenever you move or teleport. Teleporting to other rifts while holding one already causes you to swap places with the rift you are not holding, still carrying the rift you are holding. What is the intention of this ability? I genuinely don't know. Is the intention of this ability that you can always interact with your rifts because you have a little pocket one in your hand? I have no idea what the goal of this ability is. I don't know what it means to use object interactions to pick up or place rifts. I imagine you can just pick up a rift and use it for free. I'm going to be honest. You need to figure out how to explain what this thing does in a sentence that is very clear, and then build it based off of that sentence, or completely drop this ability. Is your goal that you can essentially make little rifts that you can, like, stick your hand through? I just don't know. Okay, I don't. This is unclear. Chat, am I crazy, or is this unclear? I think the intent is that the rift moves with you to stay in your place, but what rift? Like, what's the point of having a mini rift? What does it do? I feel like being able to hold the rift like that removes the utility you might get from the first feature. I think the intent is to be able to move portals without using the bonus action. This is the portal gun. It's in your space. A bit confusing, but it seems like a mobile rift. Yeah. I think I'm getting a lot of people suggesting a lot of different ideas for what it is in the chat, which to me implies that this ability needs to be rewritten. I would just rewrite it. I don't know what it means. People are making a lot of suggestions, all of which could be accurate. So I don't know. I guess maybe just have a portal in your use solely. Yeah, but I guess I don't understand. I don't know. It feels like it kind of ruins the whole first ability. Like, it just does it. Yeah, there's a million questions. I don't know what it does. If your goal, here's what I'll say, and then we're moving on. If your goal is that this allows you to have a little personal version of this all the time, I strongly disagree with that design idea. I would encourage you to come up with an alternative, almost like wrist pocket, like the spell wrist pocket, like a small object interaction feature that is not more powerful, that is not much more powerful than like Mage Hand, that allows you to interact with things from a distance by like, you can always make a little portal in your wrist and reach through it to make a little portal somewhere within 30 feet of you. Something like that. But I would not just make it a way for you to get the other feature, if that's your goal. To me, it seems like you can pick up a rift and store it for a while, so you don't have to expend another use later. Yeah, we're going to move on. There's a million things that it seems like this could do. I don't know what they are. So the writer, Dragonite, will figure it out. Rift versatility. Your skill at manipulating your rifts improves. When you use your bonus action to teleport one of your rifts, you can teleport, both rather than just one. This feels like too big a power jump at 6th level. This is a good development of this feature, but this should come in at a higher level. Additionally, jumping through a rift only costs you and friendly creatures 5 feet of movement, but costs hostile creatures 20 feet of movement. I don't know if I like that design choice. That's a personal thing. Additionally, when you choose to create your rifts, you can, as a bonus action, or as part of the bonus action used to teleport one or both of your rifts, you can choose to make both of your rifts large if they are medium, or medium if they are large. There's such an easier way to write this. Okay, so I think what you want this to do is, I would just say, in addition, as a bonus action, when you create rifts or on your turn, you can change their size from medium to large or from large back to medium. Or I would just say you can choose for them to be large. That's good. I like that. I don't know how I feel about making it harder for other people to teleport through the rifts. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I disagree with the flavor of that, but that's, you don't need to listen to that. That's personal opinion. Getting to essentially double the mobility of the rifts in terms of teleporting both of them feels too strong at 6th level. Let's look at Rift. This reminds me of a subclass you were making for Warlocks. Interesting. Run on Sentence. Yeah. There's definitely run on. This is also a run on Sentence for sure. Sorry, I'm getting too much into the. I'm very mechanics focused on this one for whatever reason. Yeah, that sentence is too long. Let's look at the 20 feet is a weird amount. Why not make it difficult terrain for enemies? The only reason why I would agree with it being a set number of feet is because it's a little bit more wobbly magic stuff. It's not, they're not traveling through like a space. They're not going through a tunnel or something. I don't know. Maybe they are, but I could see why they would go with that logic. It already costs 10 feet of movement to go through. Yeah. Well, now it only costs 5 feet. Oh yeah. So it's basically the same as difficult terrain. That's true. Rift Gazer seems really awkward. I haven't read it yet. You're reading ahead. Let me read. Rift Gazer. You can see through either of your rifts when you are not in one of their spaces. While doing so, you are blind to your own surroundings, but switching back to your normal sight does not use an action. Stop making everything free. I feel like this should be at the start of your turn thing. At the start of your turn, you can choose to see through either of your rifts instead of your own eyes. You are considered blind until you switch back or something like that. It's okay. It's not super evocative in my opinion, if I'm being honest, but I think it's fine as a feature. Ethereal Spyglass. Def have Rift Gazer as a bonus action? Yeah, that makes sense. Would using the first Rift ability do the Portal Infinite drop be OP? I don't know. Not really. Not how they function. You don't instantly travel between one to the other. You have to like interact with them. So it wouldn't actually work the same way. But that would make sense. It would kind of be impossible to make it work the same way and have it be balanced as like a second level feature. Yeah, but people don't just fall from one into the other. That's not how it works. If you go back and read the mechanics of it. Okay, Ethereal Spyglass. While you or a friendly creature is within the space of one of your rifts, that creature can see into the ethereal plane. This one's cool. I like that. It's a little bit of just a utility thing. Additionally, jumping through a rift now costs hostile creatures 30 feet of movement. Hostile creatures must also make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC when attempting to attack or cast a spell through the rift. On a failed save, it automatically misses, or the spell automatically fails and casting is wasted. That is really strong. I would probably make this last feature require a reaction on your part as the wizard. I would make this require a reaction. Or I would even make it limited to, like, if you wanted to make it, or make it like a number of times per day. But it's quite strong, so I wouldn't keep it infinite. 14th level Dimensional Master. What did you say? Could you make one under something and then just make it drop 30 feet and make it prone and then do it over and over again? I don't think that's how the rifts work. Creatures choose to interact with them. They don't have to. They're not forced to. And eventually you run out of movement. So if you don't have movement left, you can't go any farther. Could have a reaction to close the rift and deal force damage with a choice if they go through the rift or not. Yeah, they could do something like that. It's a big sidestep, but they could do that if they want to do a vertical, what's it called? Vertical thought? Whatever. Okay. Dimensional Master, 14th level. When you or a friendly creature is within the space of one of your rifts, that creature has true sight and also benefits from half cover. This is really strong. I would probably not do this if I'm being honest. Additionally, when a creature makes an attack against another creature within 15 feet of one of your rifts or casts a spell centered on a space within 15 feet of one of your rifts, you can use your reaction to teleport that rift to the location of the target creature or space, causing the attack to miss, or causing the spell to instead be cast centered on the other rift's position. Once you use this feature, you must finish a long rest or expend a spell slot of 2nd level or higher to do it again. Finally, you get to add the spell Plane Shift to your spell book. Okay, this is too many things at 14th level, so here's what you do. You completely drop this feature. You completely drop this feature. And I think you drop this feature too, honestly. And you make this feature the one that either lets you make more rifts or lets you make rifts more times a day. I get what you're doing for here, but this feels like it's too complicated. And very strong in a way that I think is too strong for a 14th level feature that you could get again on a 2nd level spell. So honestly, I think you rewrite the 14th level feature and you tie it back to the core mechanic of this and just make yourself get an extra use of this or make the range of this longer. Like, I feel like what I would suggest doing for 14th level is you get an extra use of Spatial Rift, and the range of it increases to 60 feet, and the farthest away they can be from each other is 120 feet, something like that. That's what I would do. Or a 3rd rift, yeah. Cool. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. That was the Rift Wizard. Much excite. Some dude Wilson. Oh yeah, the Rift Wizard concept is very cool. Everybody wants to be a teleporter. All right, some dude, what do you got? Here's a nice little semi-joke item puzzle. Oh, I love a good little semi-joke. Here you go. Chat. Did it go in? There we go. Okay. Yeah, joke items are often the best items. Okay, the Abustarak mechanism. The Abustar. I'm sure that's a play on. I'm not sure that's a sound that's gonna mean something once I figure out what the fuck this is. All right, wondrous item legendary requires attunement by a character with a positive intelligence modifier. That is interesting. That's a fun. I like that. I like that requirement. This item has 1 charge, which it regains daily at dawn. To use the item, you must attempt one of the following: make a DC 24 intelligence check, or roll. If it's just 2 things, you don't need to bullet point it. You could just say or roll 2d20 and multiply the result of the dice. Use a calculator to find the answer. If not, use a calculator to find Wait a second. Use of calculator to find the answer is not permitted. But one should be used to check if the answer is correct. If you fail, take 14d6 psychic damage and have -4 on intelligence checks for the next hour. If this damage kills you, your head explodes, assuming you have one. Okay. So either your character needs to have very high intelligence, or you need to have decently high intelligence. That's very silly. All right, what happens? If you succeed, you have if you succeed, you gain +5. If you succeed, you get... Oh, everything's moving. If you succeed, you gain +5 on all intelligence checks for the next hour. Or you gain +4 to your spellcasting modifier for the next hour. Damn, why would you ever take +5 on intelligence checks? Or every hostile creature within 158 feet of you, what a weird number, must make a DC 20 intelligence saving throw or take 10d6 psychic damage. If this damage kills the creature, its head explodes, assuming it has one. Okay, I think this is a very silly item. I'm going to be honest here. These options are not balanced against each other very well. I feel like +5 on intelligence checks is so much weaker than +4 to spellcasting. Why 158? I don't know. I feel like it's a joke that I'm not getting. Is there a joke in there that I'm not getting? The numbers are a reference to the method of multiplication the item name is referenced to. Ah, it's one of the math jokes. Well, it didn't... I guess I didn't spell it right. Welcome, Jake MF. Yeah, this is goofy, man. I like it. I don't like 150 feet of range, DC 20 intelligence check psychic damage. That feels like too big a range, if I'm being honest. You can make it big, but that's really big. Yeah, it's goofy. It's weird. You'd boost the intelligence bonus to +10? Honestly, why not at this point? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that's reasonable. How about just making the spellcasting mod last for just a minute instead? Oh, hey, Sai. Yeah, that could work too. Dude, lurk as much or as little as you want, my dude. Cool, man. Fun item. Fun, goofy. If you want to balance it, I agree with turning this into a +10, or maybe making this just a minute. I do think I'd lower the range of this to either 50 feet or 100 feet and lower the damage. But overall, I think it's pretty cool. I'd remove the limit to intelligence from checks to a flat intelligence boost. Oh, that could also work. It's named as a reference to the Karatsuba algorithm and is full of numerical references. Oh, man. You fucking math boy. I didn't get any of them. They all flew over my head. Let's learn the Karatsuba algorithm. Ah, yes. Okay, this is something that I'm sure I could have learned in math class at some point, but I'm too old. But I like it. So is the +5, the +4, are the numbers here, are all these numbers references to things? Perhaps they are. I'm going to assume they are, but I like it. I like it. I'm a big fan of stuff with inside jokes. And the book in the pages is open to pages on basic multiplication from an open source textbook. Ah, okay, cool. All right, dude. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, we have Corbin Jordan. New to Homebrew. Love it. Oh, shit. It's that some guy. It's the bird guy. He's Bird's guy. I timed out a user that made a joke I didn't like. All right. Accorbinid. Accorbinid. The Accorbinid, whom had joined us on our travels, was rather charismatic. Is that the right word of the use of the word whom? Yeah, that's misuse. Don't ever try to use the word whom unless you are 100% sure that you know how to use it. The word whom is one of those words where, when misused, it makes you sound silly. It actually makes you sound a very specific type of silly. It makes you sound like the type of silly. It makes you sound like when a kid is wearing a coat. You know, it's like, oh, hello there. Come to my vestibule. You don't need to put on airs, friendo. The Accorbinid, who had joined us on our travels, was rather ... charismatic. Make this italics. Don't trust the crows. Don't trust the crow. He always lies, we'd say to each other, and every innkeeper we came across. If you're going to use dialogue in your writing, grammatically include it correctly. So, like, put it like, so for example, the Accorbinid is not the one talking here. Weed is the one that's talking here. So this needs to be the beginning of a new paragraph. We'd say to each other and every innkeeper we came across. Every time we'd ask him as to why he was so deceptive, he'd only answer something akin to, stop using filler words. Don't say, here. Every time we'd ask him as to why he was. That's so many words. Something akin to. So many words. Cut some of these words out. He'd only answer something akin to, the bird who lies for his flock is wise. Again, this is a new person talking. This should be a new paragraph. It was an old Accorbinid proverb, he'd say. And surprisingly, why this is too many commas. If you ever have 4 commas next to each other this quickly, that is an indicator that you can rewrite that sentence in a better way. I always trusted him on that. The proverb of his, however, again, stop doing this. Stop doing all these little commas. This is not grammatically incorrect, but it's no longer reading nicely because you're doing it in every sentence. Always seemed to be unfinished. We only got to find out whatever that last unmentioned part was when we visited his old flock and he had told them that he had seen a great black dragon nearby. Again, this is too long. There was no great black dragon nearby, and once they had found out, they pecked out his eyes and called out in disjointed mocking unison, the bird who lies for his flock is wise, but the bird who lies to his flock must die. I think that you are truly and wholly shooting yourself in the foot by writing this in this way. Because your sentences are like really long. You've got all sorts of little things where you're like putting extra commas and shit. It makes it sound like the person, like, it doesn't sound like a person talking. A thing that I would strongly encourage you to do is read it out loud to yourself and see if it has good flow. The other thing is you need to use proper grammar when you're having people dialogue or anything truly. And the best part of this is the bird who lies for his flock is wise, but the bird who lies to his flock must die. That's the best part. That should be I would get rid of every single else in the flavor text. I would truly just have the flavor text be that proverb. It will be much better. Or rewrite this so it reads like a story as opposed to a kind of gobbledygook paragraph. I'm going to not read any more of this because I've just read a lot of your flavor text. So we're going to skip ahead now to the meat of the potatoes of the beast. Oh my god, there's a lot of flavor text. Oh my god, there's a lot of flavor text. Okay, this is some general feedback. There is nothing wrong with having a shit ton of flavor text, but you should always go into that with two assumptions. One, you should only ever write as much flavor text as is fun for you to write. It should never feel like, oh, I have to fill in more, especially because a lot of people aren't going to read it. Two, you should assume that the person reading it is not going to read it. Or they're going to be like, oh, God. So if you want to have like pages of flavor text, which is what this is, I would strongly encourage you to also have like a bullet point section where if I don't want to read any of that, I can read 5 sentences and understand exactly what these guys' deals are. All right, let's see what the actual meat and potatoes of them are. You get +2 to your dexterity. Vestigial wings. Your vestigial wing feathers on your arms can be flared out whenever you fall to slow your descent and have a gentler landing. You can use your reaction when, just say when falling instead of when you fall, to make an acrobatics saving throw. An acrobatics saving throw is not a thing in D&D. On a successful save reduces the fall damage you take by half. Okay, so here's the problem. You can't... What is this saving throw made against? Like, if you're falling, what's the... So you could have a dexterity saving throw, but acrobatics is a skill. So you would have to make an acrobatics check. Now, the problem is, what is that check being made against? There is no explanation here. So there's no... Like, a dungeon master has to decide every time what that check is. What I would do if I were you is I would treat this like there's a handful of creatures that have slow fall mechanics. And what I would treat it is something like this. I would say when you are falling, you can use your reaction to slow your descent. You take no fall damage for the first, 50 feet you fall and half fall damage for anything higher than that. Or something like that. But don't make it a check. Don't make it a saving throw. Just make it a reaction to do and make it mitigate a certain level of fall damage automatically. And then anything beyond that, it mitigates a little bit. That's what I would do. Okay. Hooked talons. Your claws are hooked. Perfect for climbing vertical. This is an incorrect grammatical sentence. Just say this. You have hooked claws that are perfect for climbing vertical surfaces. You can even just say perfect for climbing. You gain, you don't say adds a base climb speed of 20. Please use full sentences. Say, you have a climb speed of 20 feet. That's fine. What's your regular movement speed? 30 feet. Okay. General knowledge. The knowledge passed down to you through your flock's beaks. Through your flock's beaks is weird. Also, I would just say through your flock. Has been, and then this is plural and this is singular, so you can't have a plural and a singular. You can't have a singular talking about a plural. The knowledge passed down, the way that you'd write this grammatically correct is the knowledge passed down to you through your flock's beaks. Fuck, I don't even know, man. Just make it flock. Has been circulating for centuries, and it is as rich and deep as the ocean. You gain proficiency... Just say you gain proficiency in the history skill. I would make this a choice. I would be like, pick religion, history, or nature. You gain proficiency in that skill. Because nature and religion kind of fit that same space. Okay, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Movement speed of 30 feet. Okay. We get more stuff than that, eh? Oh my god, there's so much, dude. I'm not reading all of this. I'm gonna read one sub. I'm gonna read one sub thing probably. This one gets +1 to wisdom. Deepest grudge. The Beak clan holds the deepest grudges grudges so hatred-filled and powerful that it allows them an edge in battle to those they despise. I would probably just cut this whole second part. Once per battle, that doesn't mean anything in D&D. Once per battle, when attacked by an enemy, you may... So, I think you might be new, and that's fine. So I'm not just going to cut off your piece, but whenever you incorrectly use the word may, I have to stop reading your piece immediately. So I hope that the feedback I gave you so far was good, but you misused the word may. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Thank you for sharing. Really interesting piece. I encourage you to consider cleaning up and toning down the flavor text a little bit. First May of the night. I did not decide yet if this is going to be only for the month of May, but if it is only for the month of May, this will probably be the last stream that we have it. I will put a poll out, I think, on my YouTube or my Discord. But unless the numbers are dramatically in favor of dropping the rule, I'm telling you right now, we're probably going to keep it because I do like it a lot. All right. Yeah, I think most people want me to keep it. Hi, Cinder. You guys are more than welcome to get into a debate about whether or not we keep it. I'm happy to do. What's the difference between the small wheel and the big wheel? The big wheel is open to the public. Everyone and anyone has access to it. The smaller wheel is only open to people that are either YouTube members of the very cool tier or higher, or people that are on Patreon. Basically, a way to think about it is, if you want to give me $5 a month, you get access to all the homebrew that I write, as well as a higher chance of being picked on the wheel 4 times a month, give or take. And some early access to stuff. Like, I have a new theme song that I made, like a new YouTube theme video that I made, and I posted it for my patrons and my members, so they got to see that too. But mostly, that's the way to think about it. So don't give me money if you don't want to. Okay. Hi, Cinder. One of my early brews here for you to sample. I wanted to make a monk about running in straight lines. Okay. The Discord was super helpful. I'm glad. Have a good stream. All right, I will. Hopefully I will. Guys, remember last stream when it fucking bugged out in the last second? Is it possible that not all submissions are on the wheels? Haven't seen mine on them yet. Which one did you submit on? If you submitted on the big wheel, I could look to see if your name's there. If your name is Melanoris, your name's here. You're here. You're on it. All right. As I understand it, oh come on, guys! I'm such a. How many streamers go out of their way to try to rectify someone's emotional needs like that? I'm the fucking king. My homebrew was just too cool for the stream. Yeah, that's true. That is why it broke. I have not seen my name on the member wheel. Did my name get placed on the ordinary wheel for some reason? Adowin, did you submit something to the member wheel? I can check. Let me see. I'll check right now. If your name's not Adowin, what's your name? I'll look up for Adowin. Oh, where did it go? Oh, everything's fucking up. How do I spell your name? A-D-E? It looks like it's not. You probably didn't submit it to the right one. Make sure you're using the link. If you're looking for the member wheel, make sure you're using the link that is in the member tab, and I specifically called the member wheel. You may have submitted it to the other one. All right, we're gonna keep going though. One second. Oh, I'm getting all discombobulated. Discombobulated. Let me see if you submitted it to this one. Yeah, Adwin, you submitted to the wrong one, buddy. Yeah, you gotta read. You gotta read stuff. I can't help you if you're not reading the titles of the posts. I apologize. I post them in separate places on purpose. Way of the Static Charge. Monks of the Way of the Static Charge. Oh, I gotta post this in the chat. It's okay, it happens. That's why we do many streams a week. Or many streams a month. Starting next month, many streams a week. Monks of the Way of Static Charge train themselves to become the perfect conductors. They gather the energy generated from friction and redirect it into their foes. As long as they have feet to run with, these monks are armed with a terrible weapon. The imbalance of electrical charge. This sentence is too long. Woe be to those who bring metal to a lightning battle. That's a funny sentence. I think this should be the first sentence. Guys, check out this. This is cool. Everybody high five for this. No, Adwin, it's 2 forms. That you can submit pieces twice because of that. Yeah. Okay. Generation. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you learn the ability to store the static electricity generated from movement. When you move 5 feet in a straight line, you generate 5 static charges to spend on other features. You lose all charges at the end of your turn or when you move in another direction. So you get 5 charges per 5 feet. So the main piece of feedback I'm going to give immediately is you can the least amount of space you can move in D&D is 5 feet based on a battle map and like how the game works. So I would probably make it 1 charge per 5 feet just to simplify the math here. Let's see. Release. When you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by your flurry of blows, you can spend charges to apply the following effects to that creature. The same effect can't be selected twice. Discharge, 15 charges, which means you have to move 15 feet. The creature can't take reactions until the start of its next turn. 20 charges, the creature can't takes an additional 1d4 lightning damage. 30 charges, the next attack made against the creature until the end of your next turn is made with advantage. Also, if 30 or more charges were spent this way, you can also spend 2 key points to make another flurry of blows against it right away. No, dude. Okay, so this feature's this feature's too strong, so you're just going to drop this entirely. This is not a good way to balance this because you get so much movement. You should not have charges that recharge every 5 feet you move. If you want to have features that are based on moving and moving in a straight line, then you should base these abilities off of moving in a straight line. If you move, here's how I would do this. I would completely drop this generation release feature. Also, you spelled release wrong. I would probably treat it like, I would say like something like if you move 15 feet in a straight line in your turn, the next creature you attack, like the first creature you attack before the end of your turn, or the first creature you hit with attack can't take reactions until the start of its next turn. If you move 20 feet before doing it, that creature takes 1d4 lightning damage. If you move 30 feet before making your next attack, that creature has disadvantage. The next attack made against that creature has advantage. Something like that. It doesn't say how many you apply. Is it just 1 effect per landed hit with expended charges when you reapply them the next turn? That's a good point too. Yeah, we don't really know how we apply them. I would probably, again, I would probably base it off of movement and just completely just drop the charges mechanic in general because I think it's overcomplicated and I don't think you need it. It also kind of takes away from the moving in a straight line thing, and it's based on what a lot of people have said in the chat. It's very easy to cheese. Some dude Wilson gives some really good advice. You could look at the pounce mechanic that the Panther has. I think the Tiger has a similar but different one. Or look at like the Minotaur's charge mechanic for how you write having something activate while you move in a straight line. I've made a character who could get up to 20,000 feet of movement in one turn. This could be very broken. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's move on. We all get that. What the hell is this word? Joule heating. Is that the right spelling of the word joule? It is. Okay, this is the energy for electricity. I didn't know that was how you spelled it. There we go. You learn something every day. By 6th level, you learn how to use the conductivity of metal to your advantage. Whenever you hit a metal object or a creature holding one with an unarmed strike, you should also probably make it wearing one too, like if they're wearing metal armor. You can expend 40 static charges and 2 key points to heat the object as if it was under the effects of heat metal. You cannot use this on an object already under this effect. There's a much easier way to write this. When you use your bonus action to activate the heat metal effect again, you activate that effect for all objects you have under this effect. Whenever a creature within your reach takes damage from contact with that object this way, you can use your reaction to make an unarmed strike against. This is also just way too strong. So this is heat metal, but doesn't require concentration and can be on multiple objects at a time. That's really, really too strong. If you want to make this way less, if you want to make this balance, you know what it should be? This is what it should be. Something like this. It should be something like when you use Flurry of Blows, you can expend an additional key point to target an object the creature is wearing or carrying, and that as if you had cast the spell Heat Metal on that object. I would say this requires concentration as if you had cast it as a spell, but is not affected by anti-magic effects such as anti-magic field or counterspell or dispel magic. That's how I would balance that. I would completely drop all this stuff. The other thing that I would probably do if I were you is I would consider changing the damage type to lightning damage. I also would consider at 6th level giving your character resistance to lightning damage. You should get a bonus when you have socks on. Yeah, for sure, that makes sense. Or like pajama pants when you're in a carpeted room. All right, let's look at the 11th level feature. Why not just not a one-turn heat metal? Is a one-turn heat metal cool enough? I don't know if it's cool enough. I feel like heat metals, what makes heat metal so cool is the prolonged aspect of it. You got to put Velcro on your hands for the extra damage. Hell yeah. Okay. Lightning form. At 11th level, you gain the ability to turn your body into part lightning. As an action, you can expend 4 key points until the... Why not just start it the sentence like that? At 11th level, you can use your action to expend 4 key points and turn your body into lightning. That should be your first sentence. Until the end of this turn, you can enter and move into the space of creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. I would say you can enter and move through, not into. Creatures whose spaces you enter take 2d8 plus half your static charges lightning damage. Nope, just drop the half your static charges. Make it 2d8 plus half your monk level. And can't take reactions until the start of your next turn. A creature can only be dealt damage once per turn in this way. This turn you can change direction once without losing static charge. So, to be clear, 2 things. 1, nowhere in this does it specify that you have to keep going in a straight line to maintain your static charges. Because when you move 5 feet in a straight line, you gain 5 charges. So I can move 5 feet forward in a straight line, gain 5 charges. I can turn to the left. I can move 5 feet forward and then I can make 5 charges, and then I can turn to the right, and then I can move 5 feet forward, and now I have 15 charges, and I just did a zigzag. So you need to reword your mechanics from that too. This needs to require a saving throw. The saving throw should be based on your key save. The creatures should take half damage and not lose their reactions on a success. And I think that it should either be more limited in use than just key points, or you should drop the half your extra thing and just have it do like flat damage. You know what you could even do if you want it to scale? You could have it do 2 rolls of your martial arts die, lightning damage. So it will start as 2d8-ish, and then it will become 2d10 and 2d12 or whatever. That's what I would probably do. Where does it say you lose charges if you move into deck? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I see. It says that. Might be. Irrelevant, I think, because okay, not irrelevant. It's there if you decide to keep the feature in this way, but I think the feature in this way is so broken and so easily taken advantage of that you just need to rewrite that whole feature. But we talked about that already. Okay. If you end your turn inside an object or a creature, you are pushed to the closest unoccupied space. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's look at the 17th level feature. At 17th level, you understand how to extract momentum from electrical charges. Your walking speed is doubled as long as you are moving on top of a solid surface. Nope. On a monk, that is silly. Each turn, you can change direction once without losing static charges. You also double the... Okay, so this is just making this go from broken a little bit to broken in a crazy way. I feel like the move for this is... The main feature is you should be able to change direction without losing... You should be able to change direction to activate your features. I like that. And I like potentially upping the amount of effects that happen, or maybe just giving you some new effects. But yeah, don't double your movement speed. Don't double the amount of charges you get. Those are my thoughts. Cool idea. Way too overpowered right now, but a cool idea. I hope you decide to keep working on it. He do be zooming, though. That's true. He do be zooming, though. He do be zooming, though. Steve, now is not the time to ask if your name is on the big wheel. The time to ask is before stream, when I can check. Without doing it in the middle. The main narrative... I know I checked for 2 people already, but that was also boring for the other 45 people here. The main narrative... Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man. The main narrative is about a barbarian's rage coming from possession. I'm curious if that feels like it removes a character's agency. Mechanically, well, what? Would it be better if I pause? Would you guys prefer me to pause and look through? I get guilted by you fuckers so easily. What's your name, Steve? Steve, yeah, there you are on the big wheel. Is that you wanted me to check? Boom. Are you supposed to be on the... Would you want to be on the small wheel? Well, you didn't put yourself there, so there you go. Checked. If you want to be on the big wheel or small wheel and you are a member, you have to check the member post. And I specifically say member wheel post at the top. It's very evident, both in the title of the form and everything else. You go by both the names? All right, well, Steve, you're in one and not one in the other. The main narrative is about a barbarian's rage coming from possession. Cool, I like that. I'm curious how it feels, like if it is removed. Mechanically, I'm worried that 3 is too powerful, 6 is too costly, 10 is too complicated, and 14 isn't cool enough. Okay. Also, I feel like the subclass should have advantage or disadvantage on saves against possession, but not sure which or where I would fit. All right, let's take a peek. I'm going to call you Steven when I remember and Gnome when I remember. If both are good, then I shall take full advantage and use both. All right. Let's see. Path of the Vessel. Don't forget if you use art to credit the artist. I see no art credit here. Did you credit the artist? You did. Good on you. Ghosthack, A+. Path of the Vessel. Also, good art can sell a piece. So people are like, oh shit, that looks fun. Okay. Giving into rage is the hallmark of all great barbarians. But when a barbarian who follows this path rages, they open themselves up to bodiless forces eager to find a host. Ghosthack, stop doing this. Everybody does this. Stop starting your homebrew by describing what it's not. Just start here. When a barbarian who follows this path rages, just start it like this. This is true, Mr. Shred. The shades, spirits, and nameless forces eager to find a host. The shade, the shade, spirits, and nameless. We are going to get a rule against weird flavor text now, are we? No, I love weird flavor text. I just want weird flavor text to be written well. I want you to become a better writer, so I'm going to point out when we can fix it and make it stronger. The shades, spirits, and nameless strangers that possess these barbarians grant magical powers in exchange for the thrill of inhabiting a physical body. These passengers enhance a barbarian's rage, granting access to skill mastery, and even warping the physical world around their hosts as the unit solidifies. This sentence is too long after this sentence, which is pretty long, so you got to break this up. While many tribes view these barbarians as little more than curious deviants, vessels, again, we don't need this. Just drop this whole. To start with vessels. Vessels often rise outside the sphere of barbarian society as the result of a cultist ritual that were interrupted or flawed. You can choose the origin of this possession or determined by rolling on the origin possession table. Okay. It should be able to get... what are we saying in that? New drinking game idea. Take a shot every time flavor text is worded weirdly. You're going to get so fucking drunk. Okay, is there a table? You say there's a table. I don't see one. All right, we're going to assume that you didn't include it by accident. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. When you enter your rage, you can choose to allow an incorporeal passenger past the threshold of your mind to possess you. I would drop the past the threshold of your mind. That's awkward. Until your rage ends, this entity infuses you with unnatural power. Whenever you sunder flesh, choose which. Don't say this. Just drop this. Just say choose. Choose one of the following passengers to assume control of your body. Your choice gives you certain benefits while raging. Okay, cool. So we get the Shade, the Spirit, and the Stranger. Good names. The Shade, a primal malevolence from the Shadowfell, turns your skin ashen and deepens the shadows around you. In addition to the benefits of your rage, you don't need to say that. You can just assume that you're getting those. You have dark vision out to 60 feet and advantage on wisdom saving throws. Also, while you are in dim light or darkness, attack rolls made against you cannot have advantage. And when you have advantage, you roll 3 d20s instead of 2. Jesus Christ, no. This is much too strong. This is much too strong because it just breaks Reckless Attack. So come up with something different for the shade here. I'm down to get drunk out of my mind. Does that mean you can also choose just to rage normally? I think it does, but that's also fine. Hey, welcome. That's what I mean. This just makes it so if you use this feature, when you are in darkness, every attack you make will have triple advantage. That's just a little too strong. You could make it deal extra psychic damage while in dim light or darkness. That's true. I wouldn't, no. Max damage on damage rolls? No, that's also way too strong. It's like Elven Accuracy. Yes, but the problem is that Elven Accuracy works because it is tied to ranged weapons, which can never use Reckless Attack. If Elven Accuracy could be applied to Reckless Attack, it would basically be a broken feature. In that context. All right, let's look at the Spirit. What if you get to choose one of those in darkness? Even if you're choosing one of them, I disagree with Reckless Attack is I like the idea of having things proc off of Reckless Attack, but they shouldn't negate what Reckless Attack is. Like, if I was going to have this proc off of Reckless Attack, this is what I would probably do. I would be like, in addition, when you are in darkness, if you attack recklessly, your attacks deal extra damage or something like that. Okay, let's look at the Spirit. No, Jake. No dark. I would completely drop the advantage disadvantage on attacks. Reckless Attack is there. We don't need to replace Reckless Attack. All right, let's look at the Spirit. A ravenous soul unwilling to pass on causes you to radiate with ghostly fire. In addition to the benefits of your rage, you advantage on charisma saving throws. And blind sight to a range of 10 feet. That's cool. I think you could even make that blind sight a little farther than 10 feet, honestly. I think you could go with 15. Because 10 is not that far, and 15 is enough that you don't need much more. Also, instead of gaining a bonus to the damage roll, when you make a weapon attack using strength, you recover hit points equal twice the value of the rage. I would not do that if I were you. I don't know. I would try to come up with something different here. Honestly, dude, you're radiating ghostly fire. Why would ghostly fire heal you? Maybe I might make it so you can like do some what if while you're in this rage, you're at once per turn your attack acts like a green flame blade. Like when you hit a creature with an attack, you can have fire burst out and hit a creature near you. If you did want to make it healing, I would probably make it healing equal to, this is how I would phrase it. I would probably say, when you make a melee attack, you can choose to deal no rage bonus damage, instead gaining that many hit points. But again, I don't know how I feel about that. Feels off. I would also probably make it, I guess you could make it more than once per turn. That's probably fine. Here's a weird idea of reckless attack, but you can give your advantage to an ally. That's a really cool idea for a subclass feature. I don't think it fits this, but I think it's a cool idea for a subclass feature. Hey, Geostelar. You missed a little bit so far. Okay. The Stranger, an inscrutable intelligence from beyond the stars, slithers beneath the surface of your skin, roiling like transient veins. In addition to the benefit of your rage, you advantage on intelligence saving throws and can see out to 30 feet to the ethereal plane. Okay, very This is probably the least good in terms of how often these matter. Also, you gain resistance to damage from spells and other magical effects. I'm going to be honest. I am totally down for you getting... I like that you get a different form of vision and a different extra saving throw on each one. That's really cool. But these secondary features they're so different that they're too different. I think you need to think about, you should think of one type of thing these secondary features should do. Do you want these secondary features to give you some sort of utility? Or some sort of defense? Or some sort of attack? Maybe one of them makes you deal more damage when you reckless attack. Maybe one of them lets you have a green flame blade type ability. Maybe one of them lets you, I don't know, do something else. But I think there needs to be more congruence in them. They're a little too all over the place. And yes, they are all too powerful at the moment. So that is a right feeling that you have. These features don't feel super connected. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't feel super connected. Like, and I think it's because of that third feature. Flavor-wise, the resistance to spells and magical effects feels a little too weird. The first part feels connected, but the second part is a bit off for each. Yeah, that's okay. Something to work on. What I would do if I were you is I would look at something like the Zealot.Barbarian, who has a feature where they deal a little extra damage on their first hit of every turn. I would not make that hit. I would not make your first hit deal as much damage as the Zealot.Barbarian because you're getting a lot of other good features. But I would probably basically give you an extra damage, an extra die of damage, or an extra modifier of damage that you get one hit per turn, and that can function in different ways, whether it's against the first the same target, or a different target, or whatever. The best way to play Venom is to be a Beast Barbarian. I've made several videos about this already. Okay, let's look at 6th level. Skill Puppet. At 6th level, you gain the benefits of abandoning control, even when you aren't raging. As a bonus action, you can expend one use of your rage feature to allow a passenger partial access to your body for an hour, granting you one of the following benefits. I'm going to suggest we make a different mechanic for this, but let's read it. The Shade. Honestly, I'm going to also be honest, there's too much flavor text here. I would cut a lot of this flavor text out. I don't like having to find the ability each time. One of the things that's really important when you're writing homebrew that you want other people to use is you want it to be evocative, but just as important as it being evocative is it being easy to navigate. And I don't want to have to, like, skim through 3 sentences of flavor text. I don't want to have to skim through a bunch of flavor text every time I need to read how a mechanic works. I want to just be able to get it quickly. Okay, so what does the Shade do? You have advantage on all skill checks using Wisdom, all skill checks using Charisma, all skill checks using Intelligence. So this is what I would do. I'm down for this feature, but I don't think you need to split it between these 3 things. This is what I would do. I wouldn't make it based on rage, first of all, because that is both too big of a sacrifice early on and then utterly broken by the end of the game when you have infinite rages. So what I would do is I would probably make it a once per day thing. And then maybe I would probably make it a once per day thing. And I would just say once per day, you can have a spirit inhabit your body. You gain advantage on, wisdom checks or charisma checks or intelligence checks. I don't know if I would make it for an hour. I'd play around with that a little bit. The other thing is that you could also fuck with it a little bit if you wanted to balance it down, where you could give yourself advantage on some checks, but then some sort of inhibitor on another. But if you want to keep it as like an hour, I would probably make it a once a day feature. I think 6th level would be a good place to resist control from other creatures or maybe improve insight. 6th level is often where barbarians get a defensive feature, but they don't usually get a lot. They'll usually get a defensive feature or a utility feature. You don't think the flavor and mechanics line up here? I kind of do. It's like you're getting a spirit to hop into your body to, like, help you. It's essentially like, it's a good way to think about it. The way that I'm imagining it is you essentially have a ghost inside you that is giving you the help action. Does that make sense? Yes, but to me, there isn't really a feel of a ghost taking over your body, your guess. Yeah, I agree. I would not call this skilled puppet. I might call this, like, backseat driver. But I think this idea is pretty solid for a 6th level feature. If you wanted to tie in something with resisting being possessed, I think this would be a good place for it. I also, you know what I also think you could do? This is what I would do. I would maybe just give your character resistance to being possessed. Or what you could do is you could give this feature 2 uses. And you could say one way you could use it is to have a ghost hop into your back seat and help you with skill checks. Or you could use it to automatically break free of being possessed. Like you're calling on a ghost to like push another ghost out. Something like that. You mean the whole thing about the Phantom Rogue, the ghost instructing you on skills? Yeah, this would be similar to that for the Phantom. This is very, yeah, the vibe of the ghost helping you would be very similar to Phantom Rogue in that circumstance. But mechanically, it's a little different. But yes, but similar lore flavor vibe. Soul Detention at 10th level. So normally at 10th level, Barbarians get like a pretty cool, crazy, once-a-day thing. Often has the same feeling of like a spell. Not always, but often. Soul Detonation. By 10th level, when you open yourself up to a passenger, you can expel a violent wave of soul energy in front of you. Using a bonus action while raging, or as a part of the action used to enter your rage, you can expend 1 additional use of your rage feature. Again, come up with something new here. Just make this based on, give you a certain amount of uses per day. Don't base this off your rage. To shatter and warp the ground in a 30-foot cone in front of you, turning it into difficult terrain. Depending on the passenger you chose, the cone's area has an additional effect. Let's see. The Shade. The area of the cone is filled with magical darkness that lasts until the end of your rage or you're rendered unconscious. You can see through the darkness. No, don't let them see through the darkness. Just make it dark. Don't let you see through it. Just make it dark. The Spirit. The cone's area is filled with ghostly fire that lasts until your rage ends or you are rendered unconscious. Creatures in the cone, when you first activate your rage, must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, the creature smolders with ghost fire, suffering the effects of the fairy fire spell for the duration. Oh, that's kind of cool. On subsequent turns, when a creature enters the cone for the first time or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames, taking radiant damage equal to your rage damage and healing you for the same amount. No, dude, stop fucking healing. Drop the healing. Dude, this is what you do. You drop this whole second part. Just make it fairy fire. If somebody steps into it, it fairy fires them. Or if somebody steps into it, it does damage. I wouldn't make it both. I wouldn't make it both. I would pick one. Did it mention how long the area is under effects? As long as your rage lasts. The Stranger. The difficult terrain created by your soul detonation is filled with grasping ethereal tendrils that last until your rage ends or you're rendered unconscious. When your creature moves into or within the area, each foot of movement costs 2 extra feet. Okay, so it's basically like thorny. What's that? Like plant growth, thorny plants. That's fine. Okay, so here's how you make this balanced. You make this feature once a day. You make this feature once a day. And then you make all the other changes that I suggested. I don't think this subclass has subclasses. This subclass has options. There's plenty of subclasses that have options. Totem Barbarian. Psy Knight. Tempest Barbarian. Or Storm Herald Barbarian. Beast Barbarian. There's fine. There's plenty. Spike Growth, yeah. I would, yeah, this is, it's okay. I like the idea. I'm going to be honest here. I'll tell you what I'm struggling with. I'm at 10th level, and I don't feel like this is a ghostly spirit inhabiting us, making us stronger. It's not hitting the mark for me. I don't know. Something feels just a little off. There isn't anything super ghostly. Delport asks, why is this a barbarian? I think the goal of it, Del, because they did explain it in the initial post, was that they wanted it to be like your rage was like a otherworldly spirit possessing you, enhancing your rage, and like making you like a ghost rage monster, which I think is cool, and I do get that. I just feel like we're not quite hitting that mark yet. Let's look at 14th level. Like, I do think that all of these can work. Like that, like I said, 10th level Barbarian is often a once a day-ish big move. And all of these are pretty big moves. Okay. Symbiotic Possession. 14th level. You have become the perfect vessel for beings hoping to trade power for incarnation. Your weapon attacks now score a critical hit. No, don't do this. Stop just taking features from other subclasses. This is not a thing. I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying that about everybody. This ability, like 3 other things get this ability. We don't need it on the Barbarian. I see a bunch of stuff coming up. Drop this. The Shade. Your movement speed and reach, like this is scoring a critical hit on a 19 or 20. Genuinely is not, it's not bad, right? There's a lot of things that do that, but it's in fact, it's quite good on a Barbarian, but it genuinely does nothing to make this feel more like a ghostly possessed Barbarian. Which is why I think you drop it. Okay, in addition, grants you additional abilities when you enter a rage. The Shade. Your movement speed and reach increase by 10 feet. On each of your turns, you can use a bonus action to dim the light in a 15-foot radius around you until the start of your next turn, changing the bright light to dim light and dim light to darkness. Okay, I get that. You're trying to tie it back to this. I don't know, man. I would maybe just... Why not just have it so... I mean, I think the increased... I don't think you need to do increased movement speed. I think you could. I think increased reach is cool. I'm into that. I would probably just make you radiate a 15-foot aura of dim light. The Spirit. You have a flying speed equal to your current walking speed. When you move in this way, you can make 1 armed strike or military as a bonus action. Nope. If you want to give them the fly speed, fine. Drop the rest. This doesn't feel ghostly or undead. I don't know if it needs to feel ghostly. It needs to feel like possessed. Brutal critical, reckless attack. Yeah. It almost may be too good for a Barbarian, do you think, with all the advantage from reckless attack? You're probably talking about the 19 to 20. Yeah, that's where that comes from. Okay, the Stranger. On each of your turns, you can travel up to half your movement speed on the ethereal plane. That's really strong alone. Returning to an occupied space of your choice on your original plane. When you move this way, you can use a bonus action to infest the minds of creatures within your reach with visions of unknowable horror. The creature must succeed on an intelligence saving throw or take 6d4 bonus psychic damage, and its movement becomes 0 until the end. This is so many things that this does. This is too strong. If you want to do ethereal movement, fine. That's fine. If you want to do a bonus action psychic slam attack, I think that's fine. I don't think you do both. Pick one. Pick one. And if you want to do this thing, it needs to be a little bit toned down. This is too strong even on its own. Yeah. So okay. So main thoughts. This is overpowered times 3. I think that you could put some time in to make your character feel more like they are a vessel and they are being empowered by the thing inside them. I don't know why I don't know, man. I think that your barometer is off with a lot of these base features here. I would refocus it. Like, look at the picture, for example. What's going on with this person? They got some crazy glowing eyes. Looks like they might still have like some steam magic glowing off of them. Lean into that sort of vibe. Yeah, tone everything down quite a bit. I would refocus some stuff. But it's a very fun idea. and I encourage you to keep working on it. Thank you very much, Ghosthack. We got I'm a Moron. Oh, another monk. A lot of monks tonight. I'm a big monk fan, so I made a big punch monk inspired by V Archon, One Punch Man, and boxing. This monk can use strength as a primary stat, but you can also you can be just as strong using dex. Okay. Place tested this in my White Room lab. It's always a good thing. And this is tested up to 9th level. Hurling Blow is super fun, but I'm unsure if it should even cost key. If there is a way to make it cost no key, or if it could be buffed to be worth the cost. Note, Hurling Blow still works even if you kill the initial target. Okay. Let's take a look at what we're working with. Way of the Steel Strike. That's a fun title. Way of the Steel Strike. First of all, I love that you make art for all of your pieces. That's so fun. Okay. With hands that can shatter stone and fists that can topple giants, the Steel Strike hone their bodies to be the pristine example of mortal perfection. Monks of this tradition believe that the path to enlightenment is through unarmored strength and brutal competition, with little regard for morality and tradition. Followers of the Steel Strike are mixed martial artists, boxers, wrestlers. I would include somewhere in here that something more specific in the like big single hit. I would make sure that you are expressing that in the flavor text here. Okay. Unchained Power. At 3rd level, the ki in your body is so intense, it boils out of your body. Stop using the word body twice in the same sentence. Just say it boils out from you. It boils out of your pores, creating an aura of raw power. When using features in this class, you can determine the appearance of your aura. Okay, so this is just for flavor. Is this actually... This is just... The aura is just flavor? Okay, cool. Furthermore, you gain the following features. You gain proficiency in athletics and intimidation. Okay. When you are using your monk unarmored defense, you can choose to substitute your dexterity for your strength modifier to determine your armor class. Okay. I would, if this is just flavor, that's fine. But I would probably put the title where the mechanics start, or give this its own separate title, just to make it, so people aren't like, what am I, so not like hunting for mechanics. Do you guys see a May? What's up, Pokeniner? Did I see, is there a May? All right, well, we'll see. I didn't see it yet. You gain proficiency in athletics and intimidation skills. While you are using your monk unarmored defense, you can choose to substitute your dexterity. Okay, so this is all fine. This is good. The damage for your unarmed strikes becomes 1d6 instead of 1d4. At higher levels in this class, I probably wouldn't fuck with your dice for your hits. I probably would just give you other features. Unless you are actively doing things that make you get less attacks, I wouldn't fuck with the size of your damage dice. The damage for your unarmed strikes becomes a d6 instead of a d4. At higher levels in this class, the damage for your unarmed strikes increases to a d8, d10, d10. You lose this benefit when you wield a weapon and regain it at the end of your turns. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree with this feature. This is enough for the ribbon feature. You're getting 2 skills. It's probably fine. Starting at 3rd level, or come up with just a different way that your attacks are better. Starting at 3rd level, your training bestows you techniques to perform martial arts with potency. You gain access to the following features in this subclass. As a bonus action, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to deal additional damage equal to 3 rolls of its weapon damage die. Just say why not make it your martial arts die? Did I miss something? Why is everyone saying what the fuck? Very funny. I'm confused. All right, whatever. Okay, I'll see. Yeah, but even if it was just 3 rolls of your martial arts die, that would... I don't know, man. I disagree. I'd change this. Don't make it that. You don't need to I'm a moron. You know the rules. You don't need to explain the logic behind your mechanics. If they don't feel good to me, that's how I feel. I'm not vibing with it. I disagree fundamentally with this feature, which means that I don't. This should just be martial arts die. It also would be much more balanced. Endurance. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 key point to increase your durability. You gain temporary hit points equal to your monk level plus your wisdom level. This is too many hit points to get for 1 key point, I think. Okay. I got my napkin because I'm a messy drinker. Yeah, Brutal Strike's a little too strong. I think a balanced version of Brutal Strike would be when you can use a bonus action to spend a key point, which you would normally do for Flurry of Blows, which would get you 2 attacks. But instead of getting 2 attacks, you get 3 rolls of your martial arts die. So it's like roughly the same amount of damage, but single target, maybe a little bit more. If you crit and use Brutal Strike, do you roll 6 additional times? Yeah, you would. Isn't there another feature with that name? Less chances to crit? That is less chances to crit. That's true. But the thing is, it has to be less chances to crit because by definition, I'm a moron wants this class to be about big little hits. So we're going to be getting smaller chances to crit regardless of what we're doing because that's like the core concept of the class. You know what you could do? Actually, I don't know if that would work. I have an idea, but I don't know if it would work. My thought is, what if Brutal Critical allowed you to spend key point to make a single hit, and that hit did a number of damage die equal to your proficiency bonus? So it grew, but that, I don't know, that would get too strong maybe. All right, I'm overthinking it. Think about it a little bit. The main feedback here is this shouldn't be based on weapon die. This should be based on martial arts die, and this should be a different feature. Okay. And this is too much temporary hit points for 1 key point. No, Brutal Strike does 3... Brutal Strike does... Never mind. You missed what I said. Brutal Strike does not do your it does weapon die. That's why I said change it. All right. Unarmed Mastery. At 6th level, your skills with unarmed combat grant you new abilities. Hurling Blow. When you damage a creature with your Brutal Strike, you can spend 1 additional key point to push the target up to 10 feet in a horizontal direction you choose. If you push the target and it is stopped by a wall or 1 or more creatures, technically it can't be stopped by more than 1 creature because only 1 creature can be in a space at a time. The wall and the creatures, the target stopped by the target takes this is just say if the target there's language for this. There's other abilities in D&D that hurl things. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But if the creature, you know, is stopped by a wall or other creature, the thing that stopped it, or you know, the creature or object takes damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. That's cool. The target and whichever it was stopped by then must make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone if they are creatures. I would probably, instead of making this last part based on a saving throw, I probably would put the saving throw earlier. I probably would go for, after the creature is moved 10 feet, when it lands, or if it hits a secondary creature, they have to make a dexterity saving throw or be knocked prone. I'd probably do something like that. You might want to look at the Giant Barbarian UA. They have a thing like this. Yeah, I think they do. And you want to make this resourceless, you said? So, I think that if you wanted to make this resourceless, you need to, the problem is you want to tie it to your brutal strike, which is based on a resource. So there's already that. But you don't want it to just be on all the time. So you are adding this extra key point, which makes sense. So if you wanted to make this resourceless, I think you would need to change some fundamental things about the subclass, and I don't know if you want to. Because what you could do is, instead of making Brutal Strike proc off of a bonus action, you could make a Brutal Strike, you could make it require an action. Or, no, that doesn't really work, does it? What I almost want to suggest is that, man, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if it's right. But it's the first thing that's coming to my head, so I'm going to share it. And if you don't like it, I totally get it. But the way to make Brutal Strike work might be to not have it be separate attack from your action. But you know how, like, as a monk, when you make attacks with your monk stuff, as a bonus action, you can make an unarmed attack? What if, on your turn, you can combine your bonus action and action into one attack? Or, like, on your turn, as a bonus action on your turn, you can empower your attack action. So you're giving up the extra unarmed strike, or even the option of flurry of blows, to get a super punch. But that is just free. Separately from that, you can then make, using that, proc key points to activate additional features. So, like, hurling blow could be a key point on top of the regular brutal strike. Something like that could work. I don't think you can make brutal strike, I don't think you can make hurling blow resourceless unless you genuinely make it replace another feature and not tied to one. Hurl doesn't have a save for the damage or forced move. The hurl requires you to hit with your attack. So it doesn't, the initial forced movement I don't think needs to require a saving throw because it's not guaranteed. It's procced off of a hit. And there's a lot of features that already do that, so that feels fine to me. Also, I know it is something that I think is too strong, but we need to consider less hits means less chances for stunning strike. Is this stuff worth it? Yeah, that's a really good thing to consider. Like, less hits is generally bad all the time. So you need to definitely make it stronger and more worth it. It's also a feature that gets less, it becomes more of a sacrifice the more you play. Because at third level, you only have one attack on your action anyway. And it's not till 5th level that you have 2. And then it becomes suddenly a bigger sacrifice. When a creature makes a melee weapon attack against you, you can spend 1 key point as a reaction to make an unarmed strike against the attacker, provided they are within your reach. I don't feel like this fits the vibe, personally. Improved Endurance. You can activate Endurance even when stunned. When you do so, you can attempt to escape from a grapple as part of this bonus action, or you can end one of the following conditions. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is confusing. This is doing too many things. So, why are we specifying stunned here? So this ability keeps in mind stunned, grapples, frightened, poisoned, prone, and stunned. Tone this down. Tone this down. This is too much. There's too many things going on here. I would say, like, when you activate it, I would probably just drop it to ending one of these conditions. Yeah, it's a lot at 6th level. It's a lot at 6th level. I think Hurling Blow, if you can figure out how to make it work. I think having it cost a key point is fine. I think you keep Hurling Blow, and if you want to, you can keep Improved Endurance, but I would probably not make it worked while stunned. I probably would just make it so you can overcome one of these conditions. Does it cost? Yeah, it costs a key point. Okay, that's fine. I might make Endurance cost 2 key points, honestly, if you want to keep the amount of hit point. If you want to keep the amount of extra hit points it is. You can find the link to the Discord in my bio. And actually, you probably can't right now because it's probably... calm down. Let me fix that. I can make it so you can put stuff in my video. Give me 1 second. I can see what's happening. What? Let me edit my video and I'll put the Discord link back. I think it's probably expired. Oh, no, it should be working. Right? Yeah, it should be working. The link in the bio should just work. All right. Sorry about that. I got derailed for a moment. Okay. Let's look at 11th level. Sudden Impulse. At 11th, you guys failing death saves? Dang. At 11th level, you can unleash a rush of blinding strikes when an opponent's defenses are down. Once per turn, when you take the attack action and gain advantage on one of your melee weapon attacks, just say attack rolls. I'm not sure why you need to specify weapon attacks. You can say melee attacks if you want to, but that makes it so this does not work for unarmed strike, which I think is not going to help you. When you target a grappled creature with a melee weapon attack, you don't need to, you're being really repetitive. Okay. Just rewrite this whole sentence. So what do you actually want this to be? So when you attack a grappled creature, you can make 1 additional attack as part of that action. That's what you want it to be? So if you want it to be that, that's what you say. Once per turn, when you hit a grappled creature with a melee attack, you can make 1 additional attack as part of that action. That's what you want that to be like. Now, that being said, I hate to say this, this feels really counterintuitive to this subclass. This is the opposite of One Punch Man. Yeah, Geostelar agrees. That's okay. I'm a moron. Don't worry about it. You know now. Listen, buddy. The amount of dumb mistakes I make are mountains worth. So, just go, if you don't sob. Watch any of my YouTube shorts where I got a piece of information wrong, and watch the 30 plus comments of people telling me that I'm an idiot. So don't worry about it. Yeah, this is not one punch, my friend. This is many punch. So here's my thought on this. This is a very this is a somewhat situational feature. And there's nothing wrong with somewhat situational features, but I feel like I don't feel like a creature being grappled. This is nowhere in this subclass before this do I feel like there's anything to do with grappling going on. So it just feels kind of out of place. Like, maybe because you can be strength-based, it's likely, like, maybe you are more inclined to grapple creatures, but grappling is still just as much of a detractor of your action economy as it is for anyone else. And, like, you're already losing action economy in a lot of... I don't know. I would not base it off of grappling. I feel like that's a little... That's too implied. There's too much of implying combo here and not enough explicit combo happening. And yeah, I think it also just pulls away from the flavor. I'd try to come up with something else. And from like a game ideology perspective, if you want to have a feature be a wombo combo feature, you can, but you really need to write it out, make it very evident that it is by like having other features that directly tie to it early on in like very evident ways. But the other thing that I was going to say is, even if you make something situational, that doesn't necessarily mean you can make it very strong in a way that is too extra. Because what will often end up happening is a lot of people think like, it's okay if it's crazy strong, it's situational. But that is not a good mentality to have, because then you find yourself in a situation where best case scenario, well, you aren't getting to use your feature that often, and occasionally you're getting to use it and you feel OP. I don't think either of those situations is good, personally. I think the best places for situational features are features that are either ribbon features or really, really intrinsically tied to the flavor of a class. Like it almost needs to be a situational in that it is so specifically reactive to a certain thing that is so core to the subclass. Like if you made a lightning subclass and it having something to do with lightning damage, for example. Let's look at a 17th level feature, Execution. At 17th level, you learn to deal instant takedown. When you damage a creature on with your brutal strike and it has 100 or fewer hit points, you can spend 3 hit points to force the target to make a con saving throw. On a failure, it is instantly reduced to 0 hit points. On a success, it's knocked prone. My brother, this is too similar to the Way of the Open Hand Monk 17th level feature. This is almost the exact same as the Way of the Open Hand Monk 17th level feature. If you are not familiar with the Way of the Open Hand Monk feature, it is basically this attack. And if the creature succeeds, they take 10d10 damage. Listen, if you want to be... I'm a moron. I've literally made a YouTube short about this the other day. If you can't come up with a brand new feature to make you feel like One Punch Man that is better than a feature that already exists, you have to ask yourself a question. Why are you making it? If the Open Hand Monk succeeds in making you feel like One Punch Man, then just play Open Hand Monk. If you think you can make it feel like One Punch Man better in a more distinct way, then do that. But the way to do that is never pulling another subclass feature into yours. I just fundamentally disagree with that design philosophy. I'm against it when you pull something from a totally separate class, even though technically that's fine, and D&D designers do it all the time. I still don't like it. But when you pull it from one subclass to another, it really makes me feel like, what are we doing here? So if you really want to feel like One Punch Man, I think you need to you need to really refocus on that feeling. Let's get all of these extra punches and stuff out. Let's not worry about it. Do you want to be a grappler? Let's indicate that more in the features. Do you want to be more single attack? Let's indicate that more in the features. And if you feel like you cannot come up with a better one-punch move than the Quivering Palm that the Open Hand Monk gets, then I genuinely think the thing to do is to put the thing away and to not worry about it for a little bit. Take a week, and then look at it again. And then see if you have some fresh ideas. And if you still don't have some fresh ideas, then you got to start thinking, I'm either going to pull the Quivering Palm because it works, and I'm just not going to give a shit. Or I'm going to... But then I will probably face some amount of ridicule as I share it online, and I get a million comments saying, that's just the way of open hand 17th level feature, which is not ridicule that I want you to face. So think about it. It's also one of those things that is like, if it's for your home game, then it doesn't really matter, right? Like, your players are going to like it if they like it either way. That's my thoughts. Oh, shit. We got a twofer this time. If you are somebody that is a member or a Patreon, you get access to both the big wheel and the little wheel, which does mean you can submit pieces twice. You're welcome, I'm a moron. I'm going to be honest with you here. I think the idea of making One Punch Man style monk would be a lot of fun. I think that there are many parts of being a monk that it would work really well for that, but there's also a lot of fundamental parts of a monk that don't work with that. I think it's a noble pursuit, and I do think you're going in the right direction. Somebody in the chat suggested maybe this should be a barbarian or a fighter, and I also think that that might be worth playing around with too, if you're open to the idea. But I do think it would be a lot of fun, and the truth of the matter is, if you figured out how to make it, like, that's the kind of thing I would like to play. That would be a fun guy. Okay. Hi, Cinder. I hope stream is going well so far. My favorite magic item is the Robe of Useful Items, but it falls quite fast. Quiet fast. The goal of this subclass is to remedy that. This is a subclass based on the Robe of Useful Items. Curious. All right, I'm a moron. You're a fucking goof. You're a goof. Get out of here, you child. Jesus Christ, you're not a child, but I meant to say, like, you childish, crazy man, because what are you, playing D&D while you're here? That's fucking crazy. Cinder too sassy to see a feature they missed? Did I miss a feature? Guess we'll never get what? What did I miss? I missed a feature? Oh, pff. Okay, sorry. I'll get back to it. Let me check. At 30th level, I love you. I'm a moron. I am both verklempt and proud. This is the face that is a combination of pride and annoyance. This is what this face looks like. This is my proud and annoyed face. All right, I'm glad I looked. Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. Sorry I missed that the first time. Yeah, quality. Can somebody tell I'm a moron that he got me with that? Because I think they left, and I feel bad. Okay, the Patchwork. What is this? What kind of subclass is this? What the fuck? It has a 13th level feature? Is a rogue? Do rogues get 13th level features? Okay, yes, it is. Okay, Patchwork Rogues want to have the perfect item for any situation. They know that creativity... Do any other classes get a feature at 13th level? I feel like that's a rare one. They know that creativity is the most dangerous of weapons and strive to find new ways to surprise their enemies. They live to stitch together opportunity and luck. No one knows what Patchwork will do next. Not even them. All right. This is not a terrible flavor text. I'm going to be honest. I think you could tighten it up a little bit. I think you actually have some space to fill out some stuff. Also, what Patchwork will do next is a little bit grammatically broken unless their name is Patchwork and there's one of them. Yeah, all rogues get things at the same level. $14 is the capstone for very specific subclasses, not all of them. Every class has... Barbarians get features at all at the same level. Clerics get them all at the same level. Everyone's different. We're not gonna worry about that. You should just go look at classes and you'll see that. Okay, Patchwork Robe. Starting at 3rd level, you acquire your most valued possession, a robe of useful items. If you don't already have one, you gain one now. Whenever you take a short or long rest and your robe has no patches, you have a chance to reach into the universe, it's a weird phrase, and pull out new ones. Roll on the Robe of Useful Items table from the Dungeon Master's Guide a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and add these to your robe. Why does it not link to the... Alright, that's weird. All right. A bag of 100 gold should not be on the list. You got to tone this thing down a little bit. 10 gems worth 100 gold each should not be on the list. The thing is, the Robe of Useful Items, like, I get wanting to have an infinite use of it, but it's actually a little bit broken if you have an infinite use of it. And proficiency bonus times per day uses of it is a little too much, I think, if I'm being honest. I would tone that back a little bit, or come up with a new list of items for your robe that are not based on the magic item. You can detach patches from your robe as a bonus action instead of an action. That's fine. Anything produced by these patches looks like it is made from coarse cloth stitched together. It cannot be sold and disappears at dawn. If it cannot be sold, then also several things on the robe are useless, right? The gems are useless and the gold is useless. Your robe does not become an ordinary robe. An item, even if the latch patch is removed, your robe cannot be taken off by any means as is magically bound to you. Yeah, you should come up with a separate list. Don't use the regular one. I guess they could be used as spell components. I guess they could. But even still, I disagree with that being on the list in general. Yes, you could still use them as spell components. But again, I disagree with it. I disagree with that working in that way. I don't think you should be able to do that. Okay, let's see what the other thing we get is Improvisation Savant. You are proficient with improvised weapons and can treat them as if they are had the finesse property. Improvised weapons you use that bear no resemblance to a weapon deal 2d4 damage of the appropriate type. I'm not sure why. I don't know if you need this improvement. You can cast any spell from a spell scroll your robe creates. Use your intelligence as your spellcasting modifier for this spell. Does Robe of Useful Things make spell scrolls? I guess it does. Okay, so a couple things here. This feels like we're dancing too much with the Arcane Trickster. I would lean away from that. I think the main piece of feedback I have for this 3rd level is come up with a new robe, man. Make a new robe. Don't use this one. There's too many things that I don't think work with this one. Maybe you can summon on magical items that equal less than a certain gold value. Can these temporary items be used as fakes, decoys? I assume so. They look like cloth, though. I'm leery of the word savant. It's tied to a wizard's second-level subclass feature in official vocab. It's okay. I think it's okay. I think in this circumstance, it's fine. It's not, you know, it's always like something savant, right? I think it's fine. But yeah, fundamentally, I disagree with... Change this. Make your own robe list. Drop this feature. I don't know how I feel about that. Magical Stitchwork. By 9th level, you improve the items created from your robe in the following ways. Whenever you create one or more animals with the Patchwork, you can treat those animals as if they were summoned by Find Familiar. As long as you are prone while in a rowboat, you are invisible to creatures not in the rowboat. That's too... I would not make it invisible. I would give you cover. Not invisible. Pits now has silver spikes at the bottom. Pits? What fucking pits? I don't know what that's in reference to. Did I miss something? Oh, you can get a portable hole. Did you make this list? Is this is different? This is different from the regular robe. Oh, well then I disagree with the robe that you made, and I'm sorry. You need to make a new one again. Steven Sanchez says this is going to be annoying to keep track of. Okay, they deal piercing damage. The silver coffer now contains 3 vials of alchemist fire and vial of holy water. If you use non-silvered objects, with gold cost listed in the robe table as an improvised weapon, that object deals additional 1d4 cold damage. Why? Your spell scroll is now 2nd to 4th, not 4th level. When you deal sneak attack damage on your turn using an improvised weapon, you can immediately use Patchwork Robe to create a new patch. Once you do so, you can't use this feature again for 24 hours. This is... Okay, so a couple things here. This is a little too much. This alone is almost enough for a feature. But I... Oh, man. I don't think... I think that... I don't... I want to just go through and tell you all the things that I think are wrong with this table. Drop the bag of gold. Drop the gemstones. The iron door is kind of fine. Drop the silver coffer. Drop anything with a gold cost to it. A ladder's good. A riding horse is okay. How long do they last? How long do these items last? Someone in chat, tell me, because I can't find it. I would drop the riding horse if it's not limited in use. The pit is also too strong. Man, I would change pretty much everything on this list if I were you, honestly. It's just too many things that you get access to. Too much. Items are permanent when pulled out? Then you shouldn't get magic items. And you shouldn't get... I don't know. Ugh. This makes me... I don't want to, like... I don't like that I have this feedback for you because... Because I genuinely don't want to be like, change everything. But I kind of feel like the feedback I have here is change everything. These things are too strong to get a proficiency bonus number of times of them per day. They just are. They're either too strong or they do nothing. Now, what I'm going to say is that if you look at this, I feel like the biggest things that you need to contend with here is Arcane Trickster and the Thief. Because the Thief rogue is essentially the object interaction rogue, because it gets fast hands, which is the ability to use an object as a bonus action. That's where you're doing all the fiddly bits. This rogue doesn't use objects quickly, but they can pull objects. I think that you need to treat this more like an abjuration or like a conjuration wizard more than this robe. Each item disappears at dawn. Let's see. Cinder items are permanent. That's the kind of thing the Robe of Useful Items does. This references the table. All right, I'm gonna keep going, but I genuinely think you need to reevaluate the things on this item list, and I would lean more into like the Macaulay Culkin Home Alone style of items as opposed to spell scrolls or gems or magical pits and stuff like that. Patchification. At 13th level, you gain the ability to turn any item into a patch for your robe. You can transform one non-magical item into a patch by performing a special ritual while you hold the item. You perform the ritual over the course of 1 hour, which can be done during a short or long rest. The item can be no longer than a rowboat, no heavier than a riding horse. Well, riding horses aren't objects, so you don't need to... I guess it doesn't matter, because whatever. You are unable to perform this ritual if your robe has more than 10 patches. This ritual cannot be used on items created by your patches. As a bonus action, while you are wielding an improvised weapon, you can gain advantage on the next attack roll using that item. You need to stop doing this thing where you give a feature and then you give a second feature that's unrelated. Just pick one. This should be not only should this be a once a day feature, you should only get to have one improvised patch at a time. I shouldn't be able to have 6 patches made of distinct items. I should only have one at a time, I think. Also, if you only have one at a time, you could make it a magic item, which I think would be legit. Master Stitchwork. At 17th level, your robe found a way to connect to the cosmos. That's a weird sentence. Your robe did not find the way to do it. You did. Your robe is an object. Your robe isn't doing anything. So at 17th level, you are able to connect your robe to the cosmos, allowing you access to the new items. When using Patchwork Robe to roll for items, you can instead roll here. Headband of Intellect, Elephant, Helm of Teleportation, Cloak of Displacement, Longship, Potion of Speed, Spell, Scroll, Bigger Pit, Block of Steel, Wand of Polymorph. Oh, man. I think you need to lean into this kind of stuff. Lean into stuff like a Block of Steel. That's like the thing I like the most on this list. I think that you gotta... Man, I don't know how I feel about this robe. It's too powerful or useless and too situational. That's how I feel about it. I don't know that weak Bag of Holding is really so powerful as need to limit to one patch. I would only limit it to one patch if you dropped the non-magical aspect. This should be a robe of randomly useful items. It's a neat idea. I just think that this is the hard part for you. This is the challenge. If you want to build a rogue entirely around an item of random patches that turn into objects, you need to really figure out how to balance that random list of objects. And that is going to be a struggle. And in its current iteration, that list does not feel that balanced. It could work, but in its current iteration, I disagree with its balance. Give the rogue some sort of utility, a chance to pull a key from a door or something. That would still make the feature worse than a regular Bag of Holding. I don't think it needs to be better than a Bag of Holding. Why do we need it to be better than a Bag of Holding? The main distinction between it and a Bag of Holding is that it basically makes it so no one can grab it. Like if it's in a Bag of Holding, you are the only person that can pull a patch from your cloak. So if you take a magic item and turn it into a patch, not only is scrying not going to work on it or locate object not going to work on it, but like no one can take it. That's a situational thing more than a good thing, but it is just a thing. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think you got. I think that I like the concept. I think you're doing a little too much of this thing where you give like extra features, and I don't know why. And you got to spend some time and figure out your robe. Those are my thoughts. Geo. Let's change. The music's been the same for too long. I'm going to start to go crazy. Let me change it. I don't even know if you guys can hear it. All right. Geo. This is a paladin based on the ideals of civilization and cooperation. Do you mean cooperation? There's an extra O there. I want to know if it feels good as a support and if it feels distinct from the Crown of Paladin flavor-wise. All right. You guys fucking love making paladins, huh? The world is cruel. The world is wicked. You guys ever see Hunchback of Notre Dame? That's what this line makes me think of. It is I alone who you can trust in this whole city. The world is cruel. It is uncaring and brutal. These could be 2 sentences. You don't need a comma there. The world holds on. Just say it. It holds so many horrors, dangers, and tragedies that there is no possible way that any man can endure it. Too many things here. There's no way. I don't know if this is almost too extreme a sentence, because there are men that endure it, right? Everyone who tries to face the world on their own will meet a tragic, painful fate. Again, I don't know if that's true. I disagree with that. However, people can be kind. They can care for their sick, their elderly, and their young. People, when their strength... People, put a comma after people here. People, comma, when their strengths are gathered, their unique skills and perspectives unite, can tackle anything the world throws at them by... You see, this is a broken sentence. You could just drop the people. Drop the word people. By journeying together, this way of gathering strength to shape the world and make it kinder for everyone is called civilization, and these paladins have sworn an oath to protect, foster, and encourage it. You need to shorten your sentences. Start reading your sentences out loud to yourself, and you'll notice parts that are just like kind of too much. We're going to Russia. This power, this way of gathering strength, for example. I would just say this way of gathering strength, or this power. And also, like, this power, yeah, this power to shape the world is much better than this power, this way of gathering strength to shape the world. Do you see what I mean here? Here, let me put this in, there we go. The paladin, is the flavor text written from the perspective of the paladin? Because it's not. If you want the flavor text to be written from the perspective of the paladin, you put that shit in italics and you make it a quote. So I would not put anything in here that's fundamentally not true, regardless of somebody's beliefs. What? Okay, tenets. Strength and cooperation. Everyone has a unique skill set and perspective. No one is useless, and we are all needed to work together to make the world better. One man cannot stop a dragon, but a coordinated team can. This is 2 ideas put together. One idea is everyone has their own distinct skill and ability. The other idea is people are stronger when they work together. Pick one of them. Don't make this both. Domestication. Find the wild, chaotic world and tame it. rest it into order and usefulness to civilization. I would just say rest it into order. I would drop this. Trust. Have trust in your fellow man that we all have the same goal, but temper this with wisdom. All right, that one's pretty good. Pass the torch. No civilization was built by one man or one generation. Do all you can to pass your wisdom down and fight for the future. I would maybe change this to be like protect history. You know? All right, let's see what we get here. Preserve the past. Yeah. Preserve the past. Exactly. Okay. Channel Divinity. Let's see what we get for our Channel Divinity. You gain the 2 Channel Divinity options. Put a paragraph here so we can see the difference. As an action, you can expend a use of your Channel Divinity to target one ally within 10 feet, including yourself. I would just say one creature then. And then put a period after here. Period. New sentence. For the next minute, they gain a bonus to the first attack roll or skill check on their turn, equal to the number of allies they have within 10 feet, with a maximum bonus equal to your charisma modifier. I would not do that. I would not. I guess you could do that. I guess that works. Let me just think about that for a second. Okay. For the next minute, this is how you phrase that. For the next minute, they gain a bonus to the first attack roll or skill check they make on their turn, equal to the number of allies they have within 10 feet of them. I guess it's fine. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think I like it. I think it's all right. I think I like it. If it feels too strong, you can always change the damage. You can always change the bonus from the attack roll to damage, and that will be good still, but be a little less powerful. Impassioned Assistance. You can expend use of Channel Divinity, and for the next 10 minutes, you use the help action. For the next 10 minutes, use the help action? What does that mean? When you use the help action? For the next 10 minutes, when you use the help action, the target of that action can add your charisma modifier to the roll. Oh, I kind of like that one too. That's kind of fun. I don't know if I would make it 10 minutes. That feels a little long. I probably would make it 1 minute. It has the potential to become overpowered. It's limited by your charisma modifier, so it's not going to become too crazy. But I do think that it could potentially... It will be strong. Anything that adds to your attack roll is very strong, which is why I'm encouraging adding to your damage roll instead. Advantage and a minimum +2. Where's the advantage coming from? Oh, I guess that's true. Well, you can't use the help action. Oh, you can use it on an attack roll. I would not let you use this on an attack roll. I would make this based off of skill checks. I would say the next time, that's how you balance it. Yeah, because if you do pop both of these Channel Divinities, that's crazy. No, I got you. Doesn't matter. It's still fucking crazy. Because then what would be happening is an ally would get a bonus to their attack roll equal to the number of allies they had, plus your charisma modifier, and have advantage on the attack. That's very strong, in a way that I disagree with. So I think the way you balance that is you make this limited to skill checks. Let's look at the oath spells. Excuse me. Sanctuary, create or destroy water. Okay. Summon beast, enhance ability. Don't know how I feel about summon beast. Plant growth, tiny hut. Don't know how I feel about plant growth. Control water. Don't know how I feel about control water. Fabricate. Hollow, wall of stone. These spells feel weird. I don't... I think there are better spells for making you feel like somebody of civilization and of the people. I would drop Plant Growth. I would drop Summon Beast. I would probably drop Control Water and Fabricate. I could see an argument for Create or Destroy Water, but I mean, that same argument could be for, like, Goodberry, right? Like, I feel like Goodberry fits as much, if not more, than Create or Destroy Water. I would lean into... I don't know. Unless we see a lot of features later on that have to do with, like, controlling plants, I would lean into the supporting others and making areas safe feature. I think Civilization feels like Enchantery to me more than Conjuration, though. Well, I don't know about that. Enchantment is like charming and beguiling. I don't know if enchantment is the right move, but it's like positive enchanting, I guess. Okay, let's see what else we get. Communal Strength. When you reach 7th level, choose 2 damage types from Bludgeoning, Cold, Poison, Fire, Thunder, Lightning. Why not Slashing or Piercing? You and allies within 10 feet of you gain resistance to the selected damage types. When you finish a long rest, you can choose a different damage type to replace one you already have resistance to. At 18th level, every creature within 15 feet of you gains those resistances, and you can choose an additional damage type from the list to gain resistance to. I would, you're gonna hate me, but I think I would make this so it's 1 damage type. If you have the ability to switch the damage type on a long rest, then that is strong enough to make it so you should only have 1 on this list and not 2 or 3 later on. Slashing and Piercing destroys friendships. Yeah, I would make it 1. I would just make it 1 and let you pick which one that is over a rest. 15th level. No Man Left Behind. And at 18th level, I wouldn't let you pick another one. I would still just make it 1, and I would probably make the range 30 feet. Starting at 15th level, if a creature within 5 feet of you takes damage, just say a creature other than you takes damage within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to use Lay on Hands on them. I like this a lot. Great feature. Perfect. Just change the wording a little bit to make it cleaner, but this is solid feature. Really like it. Really like it. Inherited Will. You are more likely to encounter bludgeoning than piercing or slashing damage in the natural world, and I don't want to step on Barbarian's toes. If you are giving damage, if you are throwing any damage resistances in there that are physical ones, meaning bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, you are stepping on Barbarian's toes. Is that a bad thing? No, but you are doing that. Now, will your characters experience more bludgeoning than damage and slashing or piercing damage in the natural world? That really depends entirely on the Dungeon Master. Are your characters encountering a lot of things where they are falling and fighting guys with clubs and rocks? Then yeah. But if if you are regularly falling into spike traps and fighting things with claws and spines, then no. So I disagree with that sentiment that bludgeoning is more common. Maybe it's more common in like the real world, but it's really only more common based on what a Dungeon Master is doing. That doesn't mean you have to listen to me either. Okay, let's look at 20th level. At 20th level, you can focus on and take the willpower and strength of all those that came before you for a short time, becoming the embodiment of the torch of sentience being passed down through history, flaring up into a burning inferno to defend that which you hold dear. There is too much description happening in this sentence, and this is not a full sentence. I think what probably happened in your mind was this felt like a good time to end the sentence, so you put a period here. But if you wanted to make this grammatically correct, this should be a comma. And then you say to yourself, well, that's too long a sentence, and I'd say, yeah. So cut about half this out. Empowering your allies. Using your bonus action, you transform for 1 minute. Geo, you can explain it in the chat. I'm not going to read it until I'm done talking about this feature, but you are more than welcome to. Regardless of you explaining it, it not being inherently clear to the reader and to a handful of chat should be a note you take. You can ignore that note, but you should just acknowledge that it happened. Okay. For 1 minute, you gain the following benefits. And then this is the one I think you said you were unsure on, maybe, because you said, what about this? Your charisma score increases to 24, and you shed a bright light in 15-foot radius. All allies within... Change this to say all allies. All allies within the bright light gain a bonus to attack and damage rolls equal to the number of allies they have within max. No, don't do that. You already gave this feature. This should be new. This should be new. Make something distinct here. You and any ally within a bright light gain 10 temporary hit points at the start of each of your turns. Geo, I understand that explanation, and I'm going to go as far as to say you don't need to explain anything else, because I could use the logic that you just shared and extrapolate from the rest of the spell list. But I do think that you are maybe too close to it in this current state, where those connections are very easy for you to make. And maybe that's enough for you, but those connections are not obvious to me as the reader. Now, this is not a good feature. Drop it. This is an okay feature. This is okay. I think you need something new for 20th level. I don't feel like this is the move. Your charisma becoming 24 works because it impacts some of your earlier features for sure, and I get that. It affects all of your auras or whatever. But I want to... This is just too much stacking on top of other things, and now there's like an annoying amount of things to keep track of. And temporary hit points is cool, but I do think that temporary hit points is cool. Yeah, just come up with something new. Come up with a new third thing. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. I think that so far it's a pretty neat idea. I think that you definitely accomplished the goal of it not feeling like the Oath of the Crown. I think that honestly the feature that I genuinely think is the best is No Man Left Behind. I think a single damage resistance is fine. I don't think it's particularly evocative, but I think it works. I think impassioned assistance makes sense, and I think coordination also makes sense. I still feel like your spell list is a bit of a reach, but I accept it. I accept it. Yeah, I think your 20th level feature just should be totally something different. Maybe keep this. Maybe. But those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Okay, one final thought. A lot of these spells you are equating to, like, helping people farm or helping people, like, build society. I don't get that vibe from a lot of the way that this class is described. Like, it does genuinely sound like some of the tenets of this barbarian should be, like, spend time helping people build a town. And I don't feel like we're doing that. I feel like in the way that you describe this thing from flavor and from all of the abilities other than this spell list, it feels like you are fighting. Like you're helping push back the wild by fighting the wild. You know what I mean? So like if you want to help people tie having wall of stone to building houses or tiny huts or plant growth to helping with farming, you need to get that language into this flavor text more. And I think maybe you should change one or two of these other features to be a little bit more tied to that. And those are my thoughts. I think it's a pretty interesting idea so far. I do think that it needs focus. It doesn't feel... It feels a little unfocused at the moment. unfocused isn't the right word, because I do actually think you have a very strong idea of what you want it to be, but it does feel a little bit like it's got... The mechanics feel like they don't totally line up with the flavor just yet in a way that I think that there's pieces missing. I do want that feeling of helping build a civilization, supporting people with it. Those were the main feelings I wanted for this. Yeah, so, like, if the main feelings you want for this is, like, helping people build civilization, you need more features that are less to do. You need more features that are, like, clearly about that. Like, I mean, like, a little example might be, like, I don't know, like, the mending cantrip, or, like, the ability to, like, you know, like, help, like, I don't know, like, you could even do, like, a channel divinity where it's like, if somebody is fixing or building something, you can use your channel divinity to help them finish, like, you know, 8 hours of work in 1 hour or something. I don't know. There's, you can lean into that more flavory stuff if you want to a little bit. I said barbarian instead of paladin. Sue me. The paladin does not need to be so combat focused. It doesn't need to. You only need one channel divinity to be combat focused. In fact, you really should only have one channel divinity to be combat focused. You genuinely do not need the aura at 7th level to be combat focused. You genuinely don't need the 15th level feature to be combat focused. And there's arguments for you not needing the 20th level feature to be super combat focused. There is plenty of room. You shouldn't make them all not combat focused, but easy. One channel divinity shouldn't be combat focused. The aura should be something that could be combat or could be non-combat. You could have it to do with skill checks. You could have it to do with, you know, healing or fixing or I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do with that. The 15th level feature you could definitely make non-combat or combat, but again, you balance them out. There's plenty of space. Plenty of space. Trust yourself to fiddle, and don't feel like something has to be a certain way. There are things that, like, kind of have to be, but even those things, if you break them with intention, they don't have to be. Like a paladin aura, there's a, you know, paladins technically need an aura at 7th level, but there's a paladin that doesn't have one. So, like, if there was a non-aura feature that fit your paladin better for 7th level, then do that. You know? Like, you don't... I talk a lot about, like, how subclasses are structured certain ways, and it's important to know that structure, but you don't need to follow it if there is a way that you can make your paladin or whatever you're working on fit your needs better. It is okay to break the rules if you are doing it with intention. I feel like it does from the other paladin. Let's see. Though you're probably right with that. I feel like it does from the... I don't know what that was too. Manual labor paladin? Yeah, kind of. Could also give free proficiency with carpenter tools. That makes sense. Yeah, the other thing that I'll say about paladins is they are some of the hardest... They are hard to evoke a lot of flavor out of, because at the end of the day, they're always just a paladin. They don't change their feeling a million, but that's okay. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Geo, I do... Okay, before we move on, Geo, I do think that you're on your way. Like, you're accomplishing the goals so far. You just need to fine-tune it a bit. Okay, Babaganoosh says, just a quick little cantrip for the big wheel. This is meant to be useful for spellcasters who like to get close to enemies and spellcasters who want to get away from the melee. All right, let's take a look. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Pseudo. My philosophy is not always right, but I appreciate when people are down for it. Honestly, wait. Geo. I think what Dark said is kind of the way to think about how you want to make those changes. Think about your paladin as like a union rep. Like a working... Like, that might be the move. And that could be a union, and you could think about that perspective from like them helping them fight back against oppression, but also like helping them organize their workloads and stuff. I don't know. That might be a good way to think about it. I like that. I think like that's a good vibe to go into. Or like the pioneer. Like a Paul Bunyan, you know? Like somewhere between like a union rep and Paul Bunyan, I think is your paladin. Maybe. Okay, Mage Fist. 1 action. Transmutation. Oath of Builders. Oath of Builders is also good. I mean, Civilization works. It's just a broad sentence. You imbue your hands with supernatural strength. Make a melee spell attack against a creature you can reach. On a hit, they take 1d8 force damage and are pushed 5 feet away from you. This spell damage increases by 1d8 when you reach 5th level. More at 11th level. The distance creatures pushed are also increased 5 feet when you reach 11th level, 10 feet. Okay, I have 2 thoughts here. Yeah, but that's the problem, Geo. If it's too broad, it starts to not feel like something. That's my opinion. But that's also like, that's I guess my opinion in a way that you don't need to care. That's something that you don't need to follow. But if it's too broad, there's an element of me that's like, what are we doing here? And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that as like an earnest question. I like this a lot. This is a really fun cantrip. Can I make an alternative suggestion for you? And I don't know if this is the move or not, but I do think it's something worth thinking about. In its current iteration, the way this spell works is that it deals a little bit of force damage and pushes the creature back a little bit. And then at higher levels, it does more damage, and then it does a little bit farther pushback later on. What if it was the opposite? What if when you hit a creature with it, the damage doesn't scale, the distance you push them back scales? Is that cool? I don't know. I feel like I might like that more if I was using this. You can post in chat, Geo. I only yell at people for posting in chat if they get defensive in a way that I think is unhealthy and not helping them and is annoying to me. You could... I like this a lot, though. I'm just trying to imagine if I was a wizard, what would be a more fun spell? Doing a punch 5 feet movement that grows, or doing a punch 5 feet movement where distance grows? I don't know. Yeah, but that's okay. Shenanigans with dropping is fun. Yeah, but there's an attack roll. It's not free. You could also limit the creature's size a little bit. I think it's worth thinking about. I don't think there's a right or a wrong move here, Baba. I think either works. What if I had one of those channel divinities help conjure some sort of fortifications walls? Oh my god, I like that so much, Geo. Yes. Okay. Okay, two things. One, I like that idea. Alternative, maybe this paladin should have the Galder's Tower spell, where they can summon a building. But Geo, I like that idea a lot. You could even do something where it's like, you could give it a feature where it can build, like, it can, like, turn wildness into, like, structured terrain. And then at higher levels, like when you get to level like 15 or something, it could like build fortifications that you could use for like cover, or maybe even have like ballistas or like food or something. Like you could just make it be a farm, like ready to go, or like a fort with like towers. I don't know. That's a crazy idea. I like it. Go for it. If you like that idea, go for it. I like that a lot. Okay. Okay. I don't have anything else to say about this cantrip. It's fun. I like it. It's solid. It's a good cantrip. A+. So if Hero's Feast was too high level, consider how you could incorporate that in different ways. So, like, for example, what if at 15th level you had some sort of once-a-day feature that could do a Hero's Feast style thing? Or what if your avatar state wasn't an avatar state? What if you were like, fuck this, I don't need this paladin to have an avatar state? What if they can build a fucking fortress once a day? Like a legit, like Galder's Tower, if it was like a 8th level spell as opposed to like a 3rd or 4th level spell, where it like has like Hero's Feast shit going on. I don't know. Think about it. That's what I mean with like, you can break the rules if you want. Okay. Enough. I think that we've established that it's a good idea. You should keep working on it. All right, Baba, I like this one a lot. That's a really good example of like simple, solid, just like nice design into it. This music feels sad. Let me change it. Fract. Oh my god, we're in Paladin Day. It's Paladin Day. Geo, it's actually, you weren't hijacking at all. Because the truth of the matter is, if I didn't want to read it, I just would have ignored it, and I would have been like, we're chill, you're good. But it's fine. I wanted to talk about it. Paladin magic item. It's really short, and I need help finding a better name for the item. Okay, chat, you know what this means. While I am reading this, I need you guys to start brainstorming names. There was a whole discussion in the Discord as to whether it should be touch or self, because mechanically currently dealing force damage, so you're doing something to an enemy, not making yourself strong. Yeah, that's definitely are you talking about the punching spell? That's definitely a touch spell. That's not a self spell. That would be a self spell if it was like Shillelagh, where it was like you were activating it and then you could just do that as an action for a minute. Okay. This is called the Helm of Co-Smiting at the moment, but somebody says Helm of Shared Smiting. Let me read what it does first. Uncommon item, requires attunement from a paladin. While wearing this helm, when an ally hits a creature within 10 feet of you with a weapon attack, you can use your Divine Smite feature off their attack as a reaction. Whoo, mama. This is a friggin' awesome item. Awesome, awesome item. It is also stronger than an uncommon item. I think this is a rare item. I don't think it's a very rare item, but I do think it's a rare item. You also need to clarify that it needs to still be a melee attack. The way that it's written right now, a ranged attack against a creature could trigger it, and I don't think that should be the case. Now, the other thing that I don't know is, does the creature being hit need to be within 10 feet of you? Or does the creature making the hit need to be within 10 feet of you? That makes it different. If the creature being hit needs to be within 10 feet of you, then the ally can be sort of anywhere, so long as that creature is there. But if it's the ally needs to be within 10 feet of you, then it sort of limits it. I would make it so the ally needs to be within 10 feet of you to help balance it down a little bit. And I would, other than that, I think it's friggin' awesome. Okay, what are people suggesting for names? Rings of the Smitten, Helm of Proxy, Discord invite be broke. Okay, let me fix the Discord invite. I'll fix it right now. I can fix the Discord invite. It will be so much fixed. You'll be like, wow, how did you do so good? And I'll say like, because. And then you'll be like, oh. That's how a song falls apart when a man loses focus. Oh, god damn it. I see what I did. I'm such a fucking idiot. There we go. Okay. Okay, the Discord link should be active again. You might need to refresh the channel to see it, but the Discord link should be working now. Okay, the Twin Smiter, Harbingers. These are all name ideas. The Twin Smiter, Harbingers something. Where I missed where it went. Harbinger's Shadow, Helm of Congregation, Helm of Holy Relay, the Zappy Hat, Smiter's Hat, Helm of Judgment, Co-Smite, Helm of Blessing, Hat of Power Sharing. Oh, Origami, do you want to come in? Here, give me a second. All right, Origami, I'm in stream chat if you want to come in. Those are all name ideas. I like the Congregation one. Cool. Fun item. Origami's probably gonna jump in and scare me in a minute. The Fiend. I'll make the volume louder so she scares all of you too. Okay. Cool, Fract. Thank you. That was a sick one. I really like that item. That's a really good example of just like simple, fun item that will pretty radically alter a player's playstyle potentially. Very, very fun. You just need to clarify, you know, whatever the thing is I said to clarify that I forget right now. Raz! Raz-Mataz.
Hoogity boogity.
Jesus fucking Christ. God, you fucking got me.
Yes, I waited.
Oh my God.
You knew now.
Jesus Christ.
I had to wait.
Did it work?
Till your guard went back down.
Oh, hey, Mars. Oh my God, you guys.
Yes.
How are you guys doing?
Of course you're on stream.
Doing
Why
good.
wouldn't you
Doing
be?
Good.
Yeah. Oh man, how was your stream?
Well, we're still going. We're still going. We
it's
wanted to
still
ask
going.
you.
Yeah, ask me something.
Four.
What's up?
We wanted to ask you for a 5e monster and what item to make it into. Magic item. Weapon, you know, shield, wand, whatever.
You want a monster?
Yeah, so you're going to pick a monster,
Uh-huh.
and then you're going to pick a type of magic items, like a sword, you know, any kind of sword or any kind of, you know, wand.
Yeah,
and
I
we're gonna
got
make
you.
that monster into that. Yeah.
Okay, the monster is going to be the Roper.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
And
I
the
like it.
and the item is either going to be an armor, like leather or medium or some armor type. You decide what armor type. Or a shield.
Okay, alrighty.
And a weapon feels too obvious.
Okay, no. I see what vibe you're going for. All right, we're gonna go do that. You review this new item,
all right,
and
I will.
we'll hop back in when it's done.
All right. Cool.
We won't scare you next time.
We won't
Alright.
scare you
Okay.
next time.
Well,
Once per stream.
okay,
We
fine.
promise.
All right. Well, before you go, I love you and you're wonderful, and high fives forever.
I
High
love
fives
you too.
all
High
around.
fives.
Love you
All
too,
right.
Cinder.
All right. See
See
ya.
ya. See you in a little
See
bit.
you in a bit.
Bye. Whenever I talk to people, sometimes I like to say I love you to see what the response is, because sometimes people don't know how to respond to it. It's funny. Okay, Raz, the second version of a new type of weapon that brings in magic-y stuff into the material land. A friend came up with the concept, and I liked it enough to hammer out the mechanics. So here it is, Warcaster weapons for all your wand-slinging needs. Now, get out there, root, toot, point, and shoot. I feel like the general concept is sound, but I'm having a bit of trouble with fine-tuning. I'd love some eyeballs on this thing and thoughts on how it would fit into the current game. Included at the end of the document are my design notes and goals. It's Raz, like in raspberries. Get those raspberries out of here. All right. Sounds good. We'll get them out. I don't know if I can count to 6, but I can count to 7 or 8. Do 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 do. Did I post it? Did I post it? Not yet. There it is. Go. There we go. Okay. Wands and Warcasters. All right. War Wands and Staves. Okay, War Wand is a D4, varies with staff D6 varies. They have ammunition, which is dust. They have a range of 20 and 40 feet, and they reload. So they're like guns. Light special. Okay, let's see what they do. War Wand. This weapon is used to make spell attacks. As an attack action, a creature can make a ranged spell attack against a creature within the weapon's range. On a hit, the target takes 1d4 bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage of your choice. I feel like it should do force damage or some other type of damage that's not a weapon damage because it's a wand, you know? Make it do magic damage. You add your spellcasting modifier to the damage of these attacks. This weapon requires magic dust to make spell attacks. This weapon can make a number of spell attacks equal to its reload score before you must spend 1 minute to reload the weapon with new core dust. While this weapon has a core of dust, you can use it as a spell casting focus. Okay. The main feedback that I have so far is I don't think that you should use this language. I don't think you should use reload. I think using reload makes it sound too much like a gun. I think you should almost use the word like sigils. Like just use a different word. Like use a more magical word. It doesn't say which is your spellcasting stat. I don't think it needs to, because if you don't have a spellcasting stat, then you can't use it. In fact, that might be a thing. You might need to say if something like if these items might be unusable. Someone by that doesn't have a spellcasting stat. Yeah, imbue with dust might be good. Mechanically, it's fine. It's pretty straightforward, honestly. It's basically just like a blaster wand, which I think is pretty standard. The only thing that I'd say is I don't know why I would use this other than a cantrip. Like, if I have a cantrip that uses my spell attack modifier, what is the benefit of using this item? I don't know. We're gonna read on, but that is my question. Chat, if you know the answer, let me know. Didn't the note say feels like a gun was the point? Reload was commonly understood language of the community, which is why I used it. That makes sense. I just think that it can mechanically feel like a gun, but I think the flavor, you got space to play around. I understand why you used reload. I'm not saying that that's the end of the world. It is clearer language for sure. That is a good point. Chat/author. Is there a reason to use this item alone, not including the new feats, separately from just using a cantrip? I don't know. Keep in mind that you are a spellcaster with this. Okay, let's see what the War Staff does. Is it any different? Ranged spell attack, 1d6 damage. While you hold this weapon in both hands, you can make a melee spell attack with this weapon against a creature within range. Deals 1d10. Oh, I like that. Can this... Okay. Here's my feedback. I think that this is friggin' awesome. There's a good argument for this being a D10, or for being a D10 or a D8. I feel like it would be reasonable to make the War Wand also have a melee attack. You wanted? It benefits from extra attacks. That's true. I suppose it does. That's a really good point. It's for marshals. That doesn't make sense with the spellcasting stat, though. Well, there are marshals with spellcasting stats, right? There's rangers, there's paladins, there's arcane tricksters, there's eldritch knights, but it's not everything. That's true. It's part of the attack action. You can replace one attack. It's weaker than any damage cantrip if you only have one attack. Yes, it is weaker than any damaging cantrip if you only have one attack. That is true. That was the thought that I had. But that's true. Philip says, like, if you want more cantrips, like, let's say you want, man, I really want Prestidigitation and Mold Earth and Mending. Now you can, and you can still have a ranged damage thing. That's a good point. Okay, let's see what these feats are. You have learned to make use of basic war magic. You gain proficiency with war wands and war staffs. You can use the special property of these weapons. Treat your intelligence. So this just basically, you can use them if you couldn't before. Let's see. When you use a war wand or war staff to make a spell attack, you ignore the reload property. As long as the weapon has core dust with charges, you can use the weapon to make a spell attack without reducing the charges of the dust. Okay, I like that. That's just fine. This is kind of... Both of these, honestly, both of these feats are a little weak, but they are fine. I think that they could be stronger though. Let's see. You can warrior arcanists. You can use your dexterity or constitution score in place of your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma in determining your spellcasting ability with war wands and war staffs to personally spell attacks. Okay. I have two big thoughts for you. The first is that these, at least Warrior Arcanist and Wandslinger, they feel much more like fighting styles than feats. So if you want these things to work as feats, I think both of them need an extra boost of some sort. This one doesn't feel like a fighting style, but I also would argue that I could see that I think all of these feats could use a boost, for example. I think all of them could. Now, the other thing that I was going to say was that if you wanted to make these function differently than a traditional cantrip, another thing that you could add on if you wanted to was you could let them choose how many charges they expend when they make that attack, and the amount of charges they expend could determine the amount of dice that you roll on that attack. So, like, if you attack with a war wand, you could expend 3 charges to do 3d4 damage instead of 1d4. That would make these a lot stronger, but I think that would also make them feel very different than cantrips. If you wanted to. That is definitely like an additional step and adds a layer of complication that you don't need. I think that if your goal is to have some like wand gun type features, I think these accomplish them pretty well. If anything, they're almost underpowered. So that's how I feel. Keep reading. I'm not going to read the whole fucking thing. You know how I do. Eldridge Artillerist. This is for... what do we... You've learned... Okay, as an action, you can make a spell attack with the War Wand on a hit. You roll additional number of dice based on your level and add them to the damage of the attack. 5th level, 1 additional die. 11th level, 2. 7th level, 3. I actually don't think you should have this feat. I feel like this... Making them as strong as cantrips is not the move. I don't think you do that. I would drop this one. I'd come up with something new. Oh, yeah, these are pretty cool. I like them. This should say a D8, not a D10, not a D8, unless you meant for this to be a D8, not a D10. Different dust, like different bullets. I think they have that here. See? Which I think is cool. I like this a lot. Yeah, man, this is pretty fucking cool. I don't actually have a whole lot of feedback. I think I gave feedback as I was reading it, but I don't, you know, I don't remember the things I say as I'm talking. But yeah, it feels good. I like it. I think it's a cool idea. I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to take a little break because I got to go pee, and then we'll be back shortly after that. We got a piece from Glad. This is a revision of one of my tarot subclasses, the Wheel of Fortune. When you previously reviewed it, you remarked that it was much too similarly to existing subclasses. Taking that into consideration, I completely changed everything. When you draw the Wheel of Fortune in a tarot reading, it usually represents that whatever is happening to you is predestined. There are forces outside of your control at work, and that, since life is cyclical, bad times are often followed by good. Okay. Let me put the link in the chat. I need to change my camera stuff around. I acknowledge that when I'm looking at the thing, it looks like I'm looking in the wrong direction. I know that that's happening. Okay. Aspect of the wheel. I disagree with whatever that was. Let's make it bigger. The Wheel of Fortune has instilled within you the ability to see the flow of the world. That is a little bit of an odd sentence. I might say like the flow of the world. I don't know what that means. I would come up with a different word here. Either a different word here or a different word here. With this power, you can't change what's to come, but you can prepare for it. Change is inevitable, but you don't have to succumb to the whirling forces of nature. Instead, you harness it, unleashing devastating effects when the time is right. Okay. That's interesting flavor text. It's still a little unclear, but that's okay. Flow of Destiny, sure. At first level, you get some extra spells. What spell lists are we pulling from? Divination and Evocation. Okay. We get Comprehend Languages, Thunderwave, Detect Thoughts, See Invisibility, Clairvoyance, Daylight, Arcane Eye, Resilient Sphere, Legend Lore, Wall of Force. Huh. This is a weird spell list. Thunderwave feels out of place. Resilient Sphere, and Wall of Force kind of feel out of place. Yeah, it's an odd spell list. Huh. If you want to have a damaging spell, I probably would lean into psychic stuff. I was like, I hear fucking sirens. They're in real life. Can you guys hear that? Yeah, Daylight, I don't really... I get Clairvoyance, I get Arcane Eye, I get Legend Lore, I get Detect Thoughts, kinda. Comprehend Languages, kinda. But yeah, I think that this could use some work. Let's look at what the other features are, and then maybe see how we feel about that. I think Sorcerer spell lists should act as domain spells. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. They do act as domain spells. Fortune means good luck, not really anything divination based. Otatas, I kind of agree. I also think that though is something that Glad could, if that's an issue, Glad could fix that issue by getting a little bit more clear in the flavor text. I think, hey Cinder, just out of curiosity, how late do you plan on going? I don't know. I'll probably go. I haven't taken a break yet. So after this one, I'm going to take a break. I'll be probably gone for like 4 minutes. Maybe 5, but probably less actually, because I like rushing. And then I'll probably go for like another 2 to 3 hours, depending on how much energy I have. I like going till like 2 in the morning. If I can do, I like streams lasting more than 4 hours. I like a good 5 or 6 hour stream. Okay. Starting at first level, your connection to the Wheel of Fortune allows you to see the cycle of did I post this one in the chat? I did. Okay. Cycle of power, magic power. This cycle of magic power throughout the natural world. After you roll initiative, roll on the cycle table. The number rolled determines which effects takes hold at the beginning of your turn. At the beginning of each subsequent turn, the effect switches to the next one down the list. Oh, weird. After you reach the bottom, you return to the top. Oh, that's so odd. So you pick one and then they just bounce back and forth between them? Huh. Very strange. You know what's interesting about that is it makes it so it's not quite random. It essentially allows you to plan ahead, which is cool and actually ties really nicely to the flavor text up here. Of like, you can plan ahead because you literally see things that you're going to have in the later turn. I like that. I mean, they are spells you can cast but don't contribute to your spell. No. Yes, they do, Zeke. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorcerer spell lists. The spells that you get as a sorcerer now are basically domain spells. They don't count against the number of spells you have, and you always have them prepared. You might be thinking about Warlock subclass spells, which you don't get automatically, but Sorcerer ones you do. Check out the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, or the Clockwork Sorcerer. Okay, let's see what these things are. Flowing, you get 10 feet of movement. Still, if you do not move during this turn, you regain hit points equal to 1d4 plus your sorcerer level. That's too much. Make it 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. Turbulent, you are unsteady. And if that feels too much, make it temporary hit points. Turbulent, you are unsteady. You have disadvantage on saving throws to avoid being prone, but you deal 1d6 extra damage on ranged spell attacks. I don't think you should have some just be good and some be good and bad. I think they could all just be good. Or good with a stipulation. Like, here's the stipulation. Dealing an extra 1d6 damage on ranged spell attacks is fine. I think it's not as cool as these other ones, but I think it's fine. I would also probably make it once per turn. Y'all in the chat arguing about the definition of the word fortune. I'm into it. Inevitable. You can choose one creature you can see within 30 feet. That creature must subtract 1d4 from the next attack roll or saving throw. I like all of these, dude. If I were you, what I would probably do is turn this one into the opposite of this one. Choose a creature within 30 feet. They add 1d4 to their next attack roll or saving throw. The other thing is that these things should not be permanent. Like, before, this should say, like, choose one creature. It subtracts 1d4 from its next attack roll or saving throw. It makes, before the start of your next turn. Like, I wouldn't have these features potentially stack if they didn't do anything for a couple rounds. But yeah, I think that's cool. That's a fun first level feature. I think this sorcerer could get something else at first level. I think there's space here for them getting something else. I think that this is a pretty solid one, and I think that there's definitely room for a ribbon feature. I'd put a ribbon feature in here. Maybe give them advantage on, like, not advantage. Maybe give them proficiency to a skill or something that could be tied to, like, fate. There aren't really many skills about foresight. There's a lot of, like, recalling knowledge. There's not a lot of, like, foreseeing knowledge. But I would give them another feature. Oh, I'm sorry, Matteo. A lot of drunks at the workplace. Oof. Tuesday, why are we arguing about the meaning of fortune and not the name Wheel of Fortune? Oh, that's so funny. All right, let's look at what Master of Fate does at 6th level. But yeah, something else here. Ooh, blind sight could be fun. I would make it very limited blind sight. I would be like, I'd make it like 5 or 10 feet blind sight. But that could work. Master of Fate. Starting at 6th level, you have learned to extend your vision of fate to others. As a bonus action, you can expend up to 5 sorcery points to extend the effect of Cycle of Fate to that number of creatures within 15 feet. The extension lasts for 1 minute or until you use this feature again. When you use this action, you can rotate through the cycle a number of times equal to sorcery points spent. Wait. That's confusing. So, if you are giving other creatures the effects of your Cycle of Fate, why? What? Okay, so does it last for a minute, or does it last a number of times equal to the number of sorcery points you rolled? You should pick one. Okay, so let me read this. So basically, the way that I read this is you can spend a sorcery point and make it so that whatever effects you are getting from Cycle of Fate extend to the other creatures around you. I would not have other creatures roll their own die and keep track of it. That's not the move. This is the way you do it. You can spend sorcery points to extend the effects that you are having of Cycle of Fate to other creatures. That's how you do that. And I don't know what this means. So I would probably drop this second part. I think this one's kind of fun. I like it. It does sort of change the feeling of the subclass a bit. We're reviewing the Wheel of Fortune sorcerer. Now, the reason why I feel like it changes the feeling of the subclass a bit is because it dramatically pushes this subclass into one of a... I am not just reading for Fate, but I'm making you read Fate too. Like, we are in it together. It's very support immediately. And if that's what you want, then that's great. If you think there's space to lean into you as a sorcerer being a Master of Fate more, then it might benefit you to put one of those features at 6th level and move this community feature up to a higher level. A good way to think about sorcerer subclasses is, like, certain subclasses need to feel like themselves in completion by a certain point. And if, like, so for example, if your subclass gets its first feature at level 3, your subclass needs to feel like its subclass at level 3. You can't have to wait for a higher tier before it really feels like it. You need to accomplish the goal of feeling like it immediately. If your subclass gets its first feature at level 1, then you need to accomplish the goal of feeling like the subclass in totality by the second feature, which is usually at level 6. That's the way that I usually think about it. Because, and the reason for that, the logic of that is you don't want to front load first level subclasses. It can make things feel unbalanced in a way that it's like almost unoptimal not to pick it. A great example of that is the Hexblade Warlock. The Hexblade Warlock the Hexblade Warlock is too perfectly a Hexblade Warlock at level 1. Okay, those are my thoughts. So if you're building a sorcerer, if you're building a cleric, if you're building a warlock, you should think about it should feel like the totality of itself in the level 1 feature plus the level 6 feature. If you're building a bard, rogue, barbarian, fighter, other things, it should feel like the totality of its subclass in the level 3 immediate feature. If you're building a druid or a wizard, it's almost it should be mostly the totality in the level 2 feature. All right, let's keep going. Disrupt Destiny. I'm going to burp. Excuse me. At 14th level, your connection to the Wheel of Fortune deepens, and you can alter a creature's destiny. As a bonus action, you can expend up to 5 sorcery points. Choose a number of creatures you can see within range equal to the number of sorcery points spent. These creatures must roll a charisma saving throw. On a failure, they roll a d4. The number rolled coincides with the effect placed on them for the table below. Before I even know what these features are, this is an annoying thing to have to keep track of as a dungeon master. So what this means is if I use this ability once, I could potentially immediately have 5 creatures have totally new things going on that I now need to keep track of. That's too much. This is a perfect example of a feature that I think would work exceedingly well in a video game, but as a dungeon master, I don't want to have to keep track of all of these things and then being different on all of these creatures. So from a design perspective, I think that it is worth changing it so it's not quite so many things. Someone suggested one roll, like you roll, and then all the creatures affected of it by that, take that thing. That way the dungeon master doesn't have to keep track of a million things. The other thing that I'm going to say, and we'll look at what the features are in a second, but the other thing that I would say is I strongly disagree with this feature essentially mechanically working the same way as the 6th level feature. I understand the idea that you're trying to sort of create a mirror situation, but if you're really trying to create a mirror situation, then I would try to figure out how to tie this 14th level into the 6th level feature and make them one feature. I don't think it's a good idea to make multiple features do functionally the same thing in the action economy, because it essentially doesn't, you're not adding on to it anymore. So I would not have the meat of this work the same way as the meat of this. I would change it. Okay, let's see what these things actually do though. A creature must immediately use its reaction to move its full speed in a random direction. Creature must take the dodge action on the next turn. Creature must use its action on its next turn to attack the nearest creature. Creature has disadvantage on the next attack roll or saving throw. All these features are legit and fine. They're not even they're truly not that crazy powerful, but they're totally fine. If you want to keep this part of me says this feature is fine. Part of me is like, you don't need to change this feature at all. But the part of me that does think you need to change it is the part that's like, I don't want to mechanically deal with this. This is like a headache as a dungeon master to pay attention to. And it's like, this is just it's just too similar in structure to the 6th level feature. And I don't think that feels good. Okay. Let's look at the 18th level feature. Master of Luck. At 18th level, you have become the force outside of humans' control. I would say a force, not the force. You hold the fate of those around you in your hands. As an action, you can expend 6 sorcery points. When you do so, you take on a transcendental form. For the next minute, you gain the following benefits. You can add your charisma modifier to all saving throws. When you fail a saving throw, you can choose to succeed instead. This can only be done once while this feature is active. Your Cycle of Fate table is replaced with this. So either you get wings and AC bonus. You get flight speed equal to twice your walking speed. You become more unstable. When you move through a hostile creature's space, they must make a strength save or take a bunch of force damage. You emit energy, dealing psychic damage. On a failure, 60 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they take psychic damage and are frightened. Well, frightened in this way they can't take their reactions. Okay, so this is way stronger than any of the other ones. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I think that you should drop all this stuff. This is how I would do this. I would probably drop all the avatar state stuff. And I would probably make this a when you roll initiative thing. When you roll initiative, you can choose to expend blank sorcery points. If you do, instead of rolling on this table, you are on this table. That's how I would do that. I also feel like it would behoove you to have these features be similar to these features. Like, for example, this one should be the movement speed one, right? Because this is the movement speed one. This is a healing one, a healing defensive one. This should be the healing defensive one. The bull one feels weird because you're not really... I feel like as a sorcerer, you're not moving through other creatures' spaces that often, and this is not a sorcerer built for melee. So I feel like it's weird to have one of them force melee type interactions. So yeah, I would take inspiration from these bottom ones. Those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting build. I give you many kudos for making it feel truly distinct. It does feel truly distinct now. It does not feel like a combination of any other subclasses. And I like it quite a bit from its vibe. I think that the main things to work on are all the things that I said. And yeah, that's my thoughts. I like it. I still disagree with Daylight, Wall of Force, Resilient Sphere. I disagree with more now, honestly. I disagree with both of these. I disagree with both of these. I disagree with this. I disagree with this. The only ones that I think make sense on the spell list right now are Arcane Eye and Legend Lore. So I would think about that. Maybe change the spells around a little bit. See Invisible, kind of, maybe? I don't know. Not really. Okay, that's all I have to say. It's an interesting piece. I like the changes so far. Sometimes people want to send me redrafts of pieces that they already wrote, and I don't like when they send... Yeah, Augury should be on the list, 100%. And I don't like when they send me pieces that are so similar to what they were before that I can't tell the difference. That was a perfect example of a piece that was so different that it was worth a redraft looking at. If you are... I'm going to start having a rule for the next one where you can't resubmit a piece. You have to wait 2 streams to resubmit a piece. So if I review a piece 1 week, you can't submit it again on the next week, because I think that, quite honestly, you should spend more time on changes before you seek more feedback. What did you say, Tuesday? Saying what I said a second ago, the 14th and 18th level feature don't feel like using the inevitability of fate. It feels like a weird mix of Clockwork Soul and Wild Magic Sorcerer. Well, to be fair, it was a lot more like Clockwork Soul before. So this is still different, but I do agree that it does not feel like you are wielding fate. It just more sort of feels like you are aware of changes that are coming into place.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
We have finished your whatchamahoo's shield.
Oh,
your
you
Roper
did?
Shield. Yeah.
Did you draw it, or did you...
Yeah, we did 15 minutes to draw it. There's also stats made by Dichotomy Games if you would like to hear them. But they are quick.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me pull
stats.
you up on stream so people can see.
Gotta be fancy.
Absolutely.
Let me pull up your stream.
No, I have it. Dichotomy. We're gonna...
All right. Can I show it to the people? I'm showing it to them.
Yeah.
Right,
also,
so
Grenade says, I love you.
I love you too, Grenade. Very cool looking shield. I like it.
It's got a whole thing.
That's
and then
pretty
we
sick.
have... I don't know.
What's it do?
Well, so it's called the Rope Leather Kite, a rare shield that requires attunement.
Uh-huh.
While wearing this tendril-covered shield, your reach for making grapple attempts is 30 feet, and you can grapple up to 2 creatures at a time using the shield.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of each of your turns, each creature grappled in this way is pulled up to 10 feet towards you. If a creature ends their movement within 5 feet of you, they take 1d8 piercing damage as the shield bites the creature. It can bite no more than 1 creature per turn in this way. Ooh, there's
Okay.
a curse to the shield.
Okay.
The shield hungers. If you go 24 hours without dealing damage to a creature with the rope leather kite's bite, it lashes out at you until its hunger is sated. While it is hungry, it gains the effects of no longer granting +2 to your armor class. Each time you take damage from a melee attack, you take 2 additional damage of the same type,
Mm-hmm.
and you have advantage on checks to initiate or maintain a grapple using the shield.
Interesting. I feel like that curse is a little too hectic, but I like it. I like it quite a bit. I like the.
It essentially stops being a shield, and you're better at grapple though because the shield wants to eat something.
Yeah. I disagree. I disagree with the second feature. I would remove that one. The curse.
Taking additional damage.
Yeah, I would just make it bite you in the same way that it bites other people.
And I would say, well, it requires attunement, but like definitely you can't take it off, So you're holding a shield that does nothing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't I
know?
mean the damage mechanic for it biting other people. I would just make that focused on you. I wouldn't create a new mechanic for when it's cursed. But I like it quite a bit. That's fun. I really
and
like.
that was just off the dome.
Yeah, that's solid.
Minutes.
The thing that I like the most about it is the it doesn't increase your reach. It only increases your grapple reach. That's fun.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's pretty nice.
Cool.
Grenade says hey. Atatha says hey.
Tell them all they're traitors.
They're all no. They're loyal.
We're not telling them that.
No. They're loyal over here. They get to see you, every once in a while like this.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you for sharing. That was friggin' awesome.
Yeah. All right. Have fun with stream.
It?
Can we do let's do something together. Oh, I guess we're going to be doing some streamed games together soon, but let's try to get in June or July, let's try to get some collaborative homebrewy stuff or D&D.
Yeah,
let's we've been talking about. Let's get something on the map.
Yeah, hit me up.
Yeah.
Right,
you know where to find me.
All right.
All right, Cinder. Have fun.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye.
Have
Bye.
a good stream. Bye.
Thank you. If either of you feel the need to if I lost my train of thought. Never mind. You're wonderful. Good
All
night.
right.
No worries.
We'll feel the need. Good night.
If you ever feel the need, just think of me. Oh, that's so fucking creepy sounding.
Will do.
All right. Get out of here.
All right.
Get out of here before I say something to get myself in trouble.
Later.
Bye-bye. What if I had multiple things, like mine, which has multiple entries to pick from? You looked at 2 already, but only 3 are left. Is it okay to resend that, expecting you to look at the other 2? You need to tell me very explicitly what you want me to look at so that I can look at it. But yes, you can do that. Okay, I made this for a game I'm playing in and wanted a little spice. Ooh. Wait, guys, I need to pee. I forgot. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm almost back. Almost back. Hiya. Okay, here we go. Hey yo, we're back. We're back, baby. Did you guys miss me? What you drinking? A mysterious drink that you'll never know. But I'll show you my mug, because my mug's cool. But it's a mysterious drink. Okay. Yeah, no mission intelligence, exactly. All right, let's readjust. Okay. The Harpy. Rescued by adventurers, healed by clerics, taken in by Aarakocra, Harpies can be influenced by a number of people and backgrounds. Okay, let's see what we get here. I probably let's dive in. Harpies, you get a +2 to Dex, +1 to Charisma. They live up to 50 years. They mature at 2. Oh, they're younglings, little fellers. Regular size. Cool. They're a little slower on their feet. They have a 50-foot fly speed, but they can't be wearing heavy armor. So, if you want to do this, we immediately have to balance this off of the other flying creatures, and the one that I'm going to be using it is the Aarakocra, which also has a 50-foot fly speed. So to just give you guys a little bit of a sense of things here. Let's just double check what the Aarakocra gets, because I don't remember. Okay, so the Aarakocra gets 30-foot walk speed, fly speed equal to your walk speed, so shorter fly speed, a little bit of damage, gust of wind. Okay. So first thought is, let's see what else we get. Okay, so very fast fly speed. I see that we do a little bit less damage with our weapons, which is nice. Proficiency, intimidation. Alluring song. Let's see what this does. Harpies can sing to lure people to an ambush. However, some harpies use this trait for moral reasons. Once per short rest, as an action, you can use Charm Person without using a spell slot. Charisma is the spellcasting ability for this spell. Once you use this trait, you cannot use it again until you take a short rest. I'm not going to read the story of your character. I'm sorry. I'm more than happy to hear about it in the Discord. Okay. Once per short rest Charm Person spell. I'm going to be honest, man. I think the 50-foot fly speed is too fast. They lowered the Aarakocra's fly speed from 50 feet to 30. And I think that was a good choice. And I'm going to make another argument here. I genuinely don't think a Harpy is Harpies are not notoriously strong flyers at all. Like, that is not an aspect of their lore in anything. So I don't feel like it makes sense for the Harpy to have a significantly higher fly speed than any other flying race. Like, it feels a little off. So, other than the fly speed, I think he's a pretty solid dude. I'd probably make Luring Song once per long rest. But other than that, it's pretty solid. It's good. Aren't they actually mediocre flyers? That's what I mean, even just in the lore, like, Harpies are always really fucking struggling. You know, it's like they're very much a person hanging off wings. They're not like an albatross or a hawk or something. I might even give them a 30-foot walk speed and a 25-foot fly speed. But that's just different. That's just me. I do think it's pretty solid, though. I like it. I like it. I like it. Excuse me. Oh, it's some random guy. Alright, it's time for just some random guy. By the way, if you are new to the channel and you would like to submit pieces to the little wheel, which is this one, the way to get access to it is to either become a patron of mine or to become a member on my YouTube channel at the $5 tier. You can also gift memberships to people if you're feeling so inclined. That neither guarantees that your piece will be looked at, nor guarantees that I will be kind when looking at your piece. In fact, I would argue that I scrutinize the little wheel more, mostly because I know those people are actually paying money, and I feel like if they are not putting in the effort to make the piece worthwhile, it feels silly that they're putting in the money. So I tend to judge those pieces a little harsher. But no pressure. Do not spend money on things you cannot afford, etc. All right, let's read this. This is not my first homebrew, but it's the first one I'm submitting. Cool. This is for a D&D campaign that I'm running for some friends that is based in the One Piece universe. All right, I'm not the best at One Piece, but we'll see. I understand the basic concepts of a dragon fruit, but I don't actually know anything about any of the characters or like how powerful they are. I wanted to see what you thought about it and hoped you would give me some tips on something I could improve. I would like if you looked at Armament, but if you get me again, then you can look at the other thing. They are both 10 levels, so you can't look at all. That's fine. Oh man, you're gonna be so disappointed at me. You gotta. I'm not even gonna look at 5 levels, man. I don't look when I read a class. I'm not. I'll read. I read like a page, and I'll read like up to 2 pages of text generally, not much more than that. So I'll look at the first 2 levels probably, or whatever I can get to in the first 2 pages. What are you guys saying in chat? So there's a good bit of Harpy lore behind them being very strong flyers. Oh, okay. Good night, Steve. How do you submit to the member wheel? I will be posting a link to that tomorrow. And basically the way that it works is on YouTube. I'll show you right now really quickly, actually. Just because I don't know if everybody knows this. So if you go to YouTube and you go to a channel, so you go to my channel, there is the community tab, and then there is the membership tab. And if you look at the membership tab, you see special things that only members get to see. Like, here's an intro to a video that I made that they got to see. Here is the link for the member review. So I will be posting that link here on this membership tab tomorrow. Dude, it doesn't matter if I make a short on the topic. It really, it doesn't matter. It truly it doesn't matter. I could post about this thing 30 different places. I could post the rules 30 different places. People are still going to ask every time. It truly doesn't matter. A good example of this is just just the fact that people, people still put may. People don't read the rules of the basic thing. People just don't read. It doesn't matter. I submitted to the other list, but don't know how to do the member wheel. I think I just explained it. There's not a submission list. There's not a submission piece posted for it. I always post them during the week. So if you go to the membership thing, you won't see one for next one yet because I didn't post it yet. Does whatever you don't review today stay in the rotation? It's completely new every stream. Completely new every stream. Think about how many people ask if the place is open while looking at hours. Yeah, exactly. I realized I wasn't at the high enough level. Yeah. The little level is like you want the emotes and you just want to toss me some coin. Yeah. And it's $5 a month, which is not nothing, right? It's like a nice cup of coffee or a sandwich or whatever. So I understand if you don't want to spend it. But if you also want to do it a little bit, you can pay for it and then immediately cancel it. And then you still have it for that month, and you can decide if it's worth your time. And if you think it is, great. And if you think it's not, you know, leave. But a lot of people do that. A lot of people will join for like a month and then leave immediately because they're like, I liked it, but I don't want to keep doing it. Or I have one thing, or, you know, people, you know, whatever. Not, and it doesn't guarantee anything. You're not going to get your piece looked at every time. Okay, Haki. In some ways, you have awoken your Haki. This could be a traumatic experience, years of training, or maybe it just awoke when you were only a child. Whatever it was, you managed to train your body to a level of control over Haki. You choose one pool of Haki. After doing so, you will gain the ability to use the traits listed for each one. The pool used for Haki is the same as your level pool, meaning you can choose to increase your fighting style. See the fighting style docs. I'm going to be honest. Don't start explaining this shit yet. I'm confused and I haven't even looked at anything. So don't start worrying about the mechanics yet. Just introduce it. Just flavor text. This should just be flavor text. Don't be sad, Matteo. You're good. Oh, God. You're so generous, dude. All right. Well, Vander, you're a member now, buddy. Matteo, that is too kind. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. All right. So one of the things that I want to say is, regardless of whether or not this is based on something from anything, there needs to be, I would spend more time talking about flavor text, and I would not talk about any of this. Because you said your level pool, but I see no level pool. Like, where is the level pool? Don't make reference to something I have to go hunting for. Okay. Let's see what we get. So at first level, okay, so if you are trying to build a new class for D&D, this is a good thing to think about. Number one, you can't be overtly stronger than any other. There's three things. One, it can't be overtly stronger than any other class. Number two, it has to be different enough from every other class for you to be able to legitimately argue, or rather defend, it being worth existing. Like, the question that I always ask when I look at a new class is, why isn't this a subclass? And the reason why I ask that question isn't because I think that, isn't because I'm trying to be confrontational. It's because if it works as a fighter subclass, then why are you putting in all the work to balance this whole new class? Like, it doesn't justify its own existence if it's too similar. And then number three, the third thing is, does this thing feel like a new class? Does it feel distinct? Does it feel like its own thing at level 1? And if it doesn't at level 1, how close to it is it at level 2? Because if it doesn't by level 2, then you need to adjust things. This is specifically tied to One Piece. Did I post it in the chat? Here. There you go. All right, let's take a look. So our first feature at level 1 we get is Awoken. You have awoken your willpower, allowing you to use Haki. You gain the ability to attack and otherwise interact with Logia Eaters. I don't know what that word means. You do not have a visual change in ability other than this fact. I don't know. Do you mean that you... What does that mean? You don't physically change? I don't think you need to have this sentence. Additionally, when you make an attack against a Devil Fruit Eater, you deal an extra amount of damage equal to your proficiency modifier. This damage is counted as force damage. Any abilities that require a saving throw for Armament Haki is calculated by 8 plus charisma modifier plus proficiency bonus. Okay, so I mean, this is good for coming up with your Haki save, but you should call it your Haki save or your Armament save. Other things that I'm noticing immediately, there are some pretty big features that this thing is missing. Can anybody guess what they are? What's missing? First person to guess what's missing wins the prize. Proficiency bonuses? Saving throws? Hit dice? Any of that stuff. Yeah, Tuesday got it in one. Every single class in D&D starts with its hit die, its saving throws, its proficiencies, it's all that stuff. We don't have any of that. So it's very hard to judge anything with this. Like, what weapons can you use with this? I don't know. Are you fighting with simple weapons, martial weapons? All that stuff. We just don't know. Is this a melee class? Is it a martial class? Is it a spellcasting class in terms of vibe? I don't really know. Is this thing charisma focused? Is it dex focused? Like when you're building a class, you need to kind of build it with that in mind. So, with all of that being said, what I'm going to interpret this feature as is when you make an attack against a certain creature type, you deal extra damage equal to your proficiency modifier. That alone is fine. I would probably limit it to once per turn, because if you get multiple attacks, that might be too much. But again, there is so much missing here, so it's hard to really judge. All right, let's look at hardening. This is the second level feature. You have increased the power of your Armament Haki, which allows you to use a bonus action to harden your skin, turning them jet black color, which layers over your own skin. Don't use skin. It's not your skin. It's your grow. If it's layered on top of your own skin, then it's not your skin, right? It's like an armor or something. This allows you to increase the damage of your unarmed strikes by 1d6 plus your charisma modifier force damage, and attacks made are considered magical for the sake of overcoming resistances. You don't need to do this feature here. If you're dealing force damage, then you don't need to worry about magical or resistance stuff. The other thing is your unarmed strikes should not increase by an amount equal to 1d6 plus your charisma modifier. Your unarmed strikes should become 1d6, and you can choose to add your charisma modifier instead of your strength or dex bonus. That's how you should phrase that. And actually, I feel like this should be the first level feature. This lasts 4 rounds. 4 rounds is a really weird amount of time to make something last. It should last a minute, or until you end it as a free action. Free actions do not exist in D&D. Just say, or until you end it, no action required. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus plus charisma modifier. That's too many times. Just make it proficiency bonus. And you gain the ability to use it again after a short rest. Again, I would just make it proficiency bonus. I probably wouldn't not make it long rest. Or, yeah, I mean, you could treat it like a rage. Or you could just have it always on. This isn't that crazy a power. It just makes it just gives you unarmed strikes that you can use charisma with, and it deals force damage. That could just always be on. When you increase your Armament Haki to level 4, this instead lasts for 1 minute. How long did it last before? 4 rounds. Oh yeah, that's fucking weird. Just drop that. 7th level, it increases to a D8. I think that's fine. You could also probably do that at 10th or 11th. Okay, I'm going to be really honest here. There is not much I can do to help. Let me rephrase that. This is so specifically built for a campaign setting that it's hard to judge. Because a feature that only works against devil fruit eaters, like, I don't know how often you're going to be encountering those. A feature that has to do with interacting with Logia eaters, I don't know what those are. I don't know how long you're going to be encountering those. So let's cut all that stuff out for a second. If at first level you have a feature where you get to deal a little bit of extra damage to a single creature type, that is too specific of a feature. It needs to be broader than that. I think that being able to activate something where for a minute your unarmed attacks deal extra damage and they add your charisma modifier as force damage is cool, and that could be your first level feature. It's like an alternative rage sort of feature. I don't know. This feels like nothing to me. This feels like something that is left over from like bad ranger design. Imbuement. You gain the ability to imbue weapons with Haki. So yeah. So like if you are trying to build a class from scratch, you really should spend some time and look at how classes are constructed. I'm going to give you a couple examples of things that I spot immediately. Number one, we're missing all of that intro stuff. So, like, I'll just show you what I'm talking about here. Oh, I have to go in on my proper thing here. Like, let me just show you what I'm talking about here. So let's just go to, like, Fighter, the most basic class. So the way the Fighter table works is we see the proficiency bonus, we see the level, we see the fighting style. If your character has something that is point-based, they should be listed here on this column. Like, for example, the Sorcerer, right? The Sorcerer has sorcery points. So in the table, you see how there's a whole section for sorcery points, so we can keep track of them. That's really important for how you design your table. The other thing is you need to figure out if your class is a martial class or a caster. If your class is a martial class, then unless you have a really good argument for it, or it's designed in a fundamentally different way, at 5th level, it should get extra attack. Every single martial class in D&D gets extra attack at 5th level, except for a rogue. And the only reason why a rogue doesn't is because they are built around sneak attack, that is the thing that they get instead of the extra attack. So when I look at this, and I see at 5th level we get an imbuement improvement, I don't know how I feel about this. Let's see. Imbuement improvement. It's not even on the list. Here it is. So the only thing you get at 5th level is this, where your thing now lasts a minute. Yeah, so that's not good. This should be extra attack at 5th level. So I think you got some stuff to work on. And I think that my main feedback for you would be that you should look at D&D classes that exist already. Look at the Fighter, look at the Monk, look at the Rogue, look at the Ranger, look at the Barbarian, look at all of the martial classes, which are like the fighty type classes, and see if you could make this thing work in one of those forms as a subclass, because that will be so much easier to design. And if you're like, no, this needs to be a class, then what you need to do is just understand that by making that choice, you are demanding of yourself a much higher work and research requirement. And then you need to do that work and that research. So if this needs to be a class, then you can make it a class. But you really need to pay attention to class progression, to the way that martial classes grow, whether it's how they get extra attack at 5th level, or the way that half casters grow with their spell progression, or whatever. Like, there's stuff to pay attention to that if you miss, it makes your thing just not work at all. And most of that stuff you don't need to worry about if you're just making a subclass, which is why subclasses, in my opinion, are a good place to lean in. I do think it's a noble idea, and I think a charisma-based melee sort of magic character could be really fun. Yeah, you just gotta, you gotta make sure the engine's rolling. All right. It's not Victory, it's Victor B. This creature is a hag. This creature, hag, is based off of a few Japanese folklore. Mainly the word I'm definitely not going to be able to pronounce. And a couple hag articles I read on the Forgotten Realms fandom. I also created it mainly as an Arc-Fae Warlock patron. I'm unsure how undetailed you want, so I posted both the stat block you can skip over and the lore. I don't want to skip over the stat block. The stat block is the part that I'm more interested in. Oh, buddy. You didn't give me access. So this is a good example of when somebody earlier was like, you should make a short explaining the rules. And I was like, I can't. I just need to explain them every time. we have a new member. Who just joined? What was the member that joined? Kelp. So like, I would much rather our dear new Kelp be like, hey, how do I posting on the member wheel? And for me to be like, it's this and this. Or for them to post in the Discord being like, how do I post in the member wheel? And for other people to be like, it's this or this. Or for me to be like, this and this. Because if I make a short or if I make a video that's like, these are the rules, then I'm just going to get annoyed at people when they don't follow them. And I don't want to be annoyed. Like, Kelp is new. If anything, I want Kelp to feel empowered. I want Kelp to feel good about entering into this strange financial relationship with me. So I would much rather not get annoyed by getting the same question over and over again, and not have the information look upable, or at least not have it like on a short, because I am now annoyed because it's very explicit in the rules of the form that you need to make sure your document is accessible. And it makes it so I have no pity in this moment. And I like to be a man that has pity. No, don't be... Victor, you don't need to be sorry, dude. What I'm saying is I feel bad when I don't feel bad. Victor, you don't need to be sorry. You don't need to be sorry. Truly, what I mean is I just know how bad people are at reading rules and looking stuff up. So if I put more work into the back end stuff, then and people don't follow through, I get annoyed, and I would rather have more patience. Yeah, I need to find... Yeah, exactly. I thought I did it right, but I don't know what went wrong. I think when you clicked shareable, when you click share a document, you have to make it shareable by anyone with the link. So when you make a Google Doc, you have to make it shareable by anyone with the link. Does that make sense? Here, you can... What was your name again? Victor? Try again right now. Make it shareable with the link. So go into your document. Go in... When you click share or whatever, make it publicly available. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to do that. And after those 30 seconds, I'm going to move on, because this is dead air, and waiting is boring for people. I don't want to punish you for your mistake. I have too much energy. If I was in a bad mood or if I was tired, I would just move on, but I'm feeling it. I'm in a decent mood tonight. Yeah, whenever I do this, people should not think that this is the norm. They should think this is Cinder feeling patient. All right, it's almost been 30 seconds. It's almost been 30 seconds. Let's do a little refresh. Let's do a little find. Let's find Victor. There we go. There we go. And now you don't have to feel bad, Victor. And hopefully everyone watching learned a little lesson. Okay. This is a Wish Hag. There you go. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Okay. Challenge rating 5. It's a medium Fae. Decent hit points. Decent armor. Make sure you're doing your hit point math correctly. 15 times 3 is 45. Good. It's got a bunch of skill proficiencies. Cool. Resistances, immunities, nice. Okay, let's see what this bad boy actually does. No, don't be sorry. Don't apologize. All right. Command at will. What's its saving throw? This is a really high saving throw for a CR5 monster. You should lower this. This is too high. A CR5 monster should have like a 13 saving throw and like a +6 on its attacks. It shouldn't have a +10 and an 18. It should have like a... so lower that. If you make this 20, it would make it a lot more reasonable. Okay, Command, Detect Thoughts, Magic Missile. Those are all cool. Magic Missile feels a little weird on a hag, but whatever. Crown of Madness, Plane Shift, Suggestion, Once a Day Wish. Okay, if you want to make this thing actually have the wish spell, it probably needs to be higher than CR5, or it needs to have a lot less going on. Pretty sure passive perception goes in proficiencies. Passive perception goes right here. They got it. Okay. Witch Hag items. The Witch Hag carries 2 very rare magic items that she must craft for herself. If either object is lost, the Witch Hag will go to great lengths to retrieve it, as creating a new tool takes some effort. Porcelain Mask. Doll-like mask keeps the Witch Hag under a veil of non-detection. Cool. As well as turns its dark vision into blind sight. I would just say as well as giving it blind sight. It can also cast Mending on itself or anything the mask... Okay, so if you're going to have a feature have like 6 things, or actually, if you're going to have a feature have more than 2 things, you can always make it a bullet point. The Porcelain Mask grants the hag the following features. 1, it is under detection. It is under the effects of the non-detection spell. 2, it has blind sight to a range of something. 3, it can cast Mending. Blah blah blah. Okay, Cursed Idol. The Wish Hag seals every contract she makes with an idol that has the power to grant wishes at the cost of slowly corrupting the wisher with greed. Once the wisher is fully corrupted, the idol consumes their soul and becomes a tainted idol. I don't know what that means. That's very confusing. There needs to be more explained here. Once the wisher is fully how does corrupting work? Okay, it's down here. It's this ability. Okay, I see. Okay, so it has a claw attack. That's fine. Bite attack. Okay, that's fine. Honestly, the main piece of feedback right now is you got to majorly lower the spellcasting thing, and you just can't give it wish if you want it to be CR5. I think the move is to make this thing a higher than CR5 monster. Because if I am using this monster and I have the wish spell, I'm winning every encounter against the challenge rating. There's no way that I'm gonna lose against a group of level 5 characters if I have 1 use of wish. That's all I need. I would crush them. Okay. Is it a shape changer? Yeah, if it's a shape changer, you need to put shape changer in here. Yeah, it's a shape changer, so make sure you put shape changer stats in here. Okay, let's see what else it gets. It has an umbrella, that's cute. Change shape, okay. Put the shape changer stuff part above. Can enter the ethereal plane of the material and vice versa. This is a really key feature of the Night Hag. And I almost want to encourage you to drop it from this one, because that's like what makes Night Hags, is their ethereal stuff. Grant Idol. It can magically form a contract with 1 willing humanoid creature that hasn't been charmed within the past 24 hours. Once done, just drop the once done. I don't think that. She gifts them a small cursed idol made in her image that has the power to shift fate in order to grant any and all of their wishes. With every wish granted in this way, the humanoid soul becomes a little more corrupted with greed until it is fully corrupted by the idol and consumes the soul. The idol is bonded to the creature until death and cannot be... Okay, so a couple things here. There needs to be a limit on what these wishes can do. Like, how does this work? So if a player has this item... So let's say she grants me a small cursed item. Could I wish to be... Could I wish to have a pet dragon? Could I wish for the BBEG to die? Like, what does this mean? Is each one of these wishes a casting of the wish spell? How powerful are these wishes? This Hags has some very cool flavor. Unquestionably, it has cool flavor. But it's just a little too strong. How high? I don't know, man. It has a 9th level spell. It has a spell that breaks the game. So if you want this thing to actually be able to cast Wish, I don't know, CR 14? 15 maybe? And then you need to really clarify what the fuck this does. Like, how are these wishes used? What does that mean? And then also, what does it mean to be corrupted? Like, if I'm a little corrupt, how does that affect me mechanically? How many stages of corruption do I need to go through before I am fully corrupt? Can I use 3 wishes before I am fully corrupted? Can I use 6 wishes before I am fully corrupted? Can I use 2 wishes before I'm fully corrupted? Is it only 1? I don't know. So those are all things you need to figure out. Yeah, those are that's my main thoughts, dude. Okay, I think that if you wanted to, this is what I would probably do if I were you. I would probably drop the wish spell from it. Just don't give it that. I feel weird about this. The spells don't feel like the spells don't vibe that much with the flavor. I would probably pick more spells that affect fate, like augury, or like Gift of Alacrity, or like maybe even like some sort of like mini portent or something, or like reality warping spells, right? Because that's sort of what Wish does. Is it's reality warping. And then I would probably give its idol like a minor wish feature. Somebody suggested looking at the Genie Warlock's minor wish feature, and I think that that's a good idea. But the main thing that you need to work out for this is you need to figure out the mechanics for how this wish feature works. What does it do? Like, specifically, how does it work? How long does corruption take? That sort of thing. That's my main feedback. Can I wish to be able to cast Wish as a cantrip? No. I guess technically you could actually, but there's a risk that you wouldn't be able to. Can I wish to not get corrupted when I cast Wish? I know that there's a creator who created a celestial infernal genies who want to corrupt and purify souls. Pointy hat. Yeah, so again, I don't think the etherealness is the move. I would make the move more like something reality warping. It's an interesting idea for a hag. I really like that it has items that are connected to it. I think that's really nice. I think that there's some fun flavor in there. Yeah, tone down the spell casting modifiers. Give it some spells that can maybe be a little bit more in line with like a wish granting hag, or a reality warping hag, and clarify these mechanics, and then you'll be good. That's my thoughts. I'm sticking to them. Oh, Matteo, the madman himself. All right, I made some edits to the Mnemonicist wizard subclass with proper wording this time. Both level 2 and 6 have been adjusted, and a new 14th has been made with the help of Derek in the Discord. Ah, good old Derek in the Discord. I think I saw him in chat today, too. His help was great. Also, while I get the level 6 is close to meta magic, I made some changes and hope to make it feel less like meta magic. All right, we'll see, buddy. We shall see. You did not put the right link, I think. I think you put the wrong link. Matteo? Make it public. We're gonna do the same thing I did before. Although I feel like my creations, this is just the I think you just linked your page. So I don't think I'll be able to do that even if it's public. Matteo, I'll give you a moment if you want to send the proper link in the chat. Because I just saw you type something, which means you're still here. So you can send the link proper. It's not that fickle. You just got to send the right link. Although you're probably at work, which means you probably aren't going to be able to send the right link right now. That's my guess. How long does it take for a night hag to corrupt a soul? I would just go read the mechanics. I'm not that kind of oh, god damn it. Kelf, you just joined. You're not supposed to realize that I'm actually well-intentioned. Here's the deal. I try to present in a way where... Matteo, you can just DM it to me on Discord. Matteo, just DM it to me on Discord. Or you could put it in the chat here if that's easy. Whatever's easier. Oh, but let me rant for a second to buy you some time. I try to present in a way that I seem a little intimidating, but also kind of fun. Because at the end of the day, the real goal is for me to be helpful and encouraging. But I do think that that is the process of entering into the show is more entertaining, both for the people that are already in it and for new people, when their first thought is like, oh shit, this guy's intense. And then like he's actually kind of nice sometimes. You know? Matteo, did you send it to me? I don't see it. I did read the mechanics and tried to apply the same kind of mechanics in a different way. Matteo, send me the link, buddy. I can't review it. You sent the wrong link. You did not... I mean, the Night Hag... I don't know what you did, but the Night Hag definitely works differently than that. The way the Night Hag corrupts the soul is by slowly reducing people's hit points to 0, in which case then they are trapped into a object. So if you did read the Night Hag, you ignored this whole part. So don't ignore this whole part. That's how it corrupts people. There we go. Okay, Matteo, thank you. He just sent it to me. I'm being so fucking benevolent. You gotta make it shareable. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. There we go. Got it. I got it. That was my mistake. That was my mistake. I mostly joined because I've been watching you for a while, and my friend and I have been sharing your vids back and forth. Oh, I'm so glad, buddy. I'm so glad. Well, it is very kind of you to join my little community. All right, we figured it out. That last fuck up was me. It wasn't Matteo. Everybody calm down. I am as flawed as everyone else in this world, if not more so. Okay. So, I don't remember exactly what this one is, so let me just reread the flavor text to recreate myself. Wizards, said to be masters of the arcane, hold great power to their claim. Hold great power to their claim is weird phrasing. Though strangely, some dictate themselves more to the memory and knowledge needed to harness such powers. Okay. Matteo, you're doing the same thing that I tell everybody not to do. Do not start your flavor text by saying what other wizards do. Just start with start with what they do. However the fuck you pronounce this word, Mnemonicist, dedicate themselves to the memory and knowledge needed to harness the arcane. Start with that sentence, okay? They normally obsess with mastering the art of magic like any others. Oft will be found spending countless hours poring over tubs, committing every detail to memory. They value knowledge no matter how minute, and hone their abilities to call upon moments notice. I don't know if you changed this from last time. It doesn't look like you did much. You really need to lean into the difference between these guys and regular wizards. Don't talk about regular wizards. Just talk about how these guys are unique. Specify that they memorize stuff. Specify that they don't like using books. You know what I mean? Like, every wizard does all of these things. So you need to talk about why they are different. Okay, photographic memory. Starting at second level, you can recall all the patterns and formulas you've ever copied into your spellbook. You no longer require your spellbook present to change your list of prepared spells, nor do you require it to copy spells to a new spellbook. I don't think you need your old spellbook to copy spells into a new spellbook anyway. Right? Unless, you mean like to the spells you have memorized, you can always copy into a new book, I guess is what you mean. However, you still require a spellbook to learn new spells. Okay. Additionally, it takes you 1/4 the time to change your list of prepared spells. This is weird. I'd probably drop this feature. I'd drop this feature. Or let you change a prepared spell more quickly at a higher level. This is weird. Change that. Committed cognition. At second level, you can manipulate your short-term procedural memory to adapt your skills to better suit your needs. If you use your arcane recovery feature, do we have arcane recovery by second level? You can also change your list of prepared spells. When you do, the spells you choose to change, as well as the spells you prepare using this feature, When you do, the spells you choose to change, as well as the spells you prepare using this feature, each separately cannot have their spell levels equal to a total higher than the maximum number of spell slots you can... Oh my god, dude. Buddy, this language is so fucking confusing. Jesus Christ. Okay, I know what you're trying to do here. You can change a number of spells equal to the amount of... You can change... So don't apologize. You don't need to apologize. So what you need to do here is you need to say, here's what you do. When you use your arcane recovery, you can change a number of spells. You can change a number of prepared spells with a total up to a total spell slot, there's a word for this. There's other. Honestly, just look at how it's written for arcane recovery. Like, arcane recovery answers this question. Arcane recovery explains how to write, how you can limit the spells you gain. You just need to use that wording again and then apply it to the amount of spells you can change. Like, when you use this feature, you can change a number of spells with a total spells level equal to blah, 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 whatever. It's written in arcane recovery. The answer is in arcane recovery. Read arcane recovery. Use that language. That's pretty cool, though. I like that. I'm going to say something that I don't know if you're going to love. This does not feel like a second level feature. Like, it's kind of fine at second level, but I feel like this should be the 6th level feature. I feel like there should be something else at second level. But let's see what we get at 6th level. At 6th level, you can recite your spells from memory with far more acuity than before. When you cast a wizard spell, you can choose to ignore either the verbal or somatic components of that spell. If you do, your body will emit a vibrant and mystical energy that is noticeable to others who are aware of your presence, making it clear to them that the spell is being cast. A creature not aware of your presence will not notice this energy. Furthermore, you are not required to provide material components that have no cost unless they are consumed by the spell. This is a non-feature. What's the point of this feature? The strength of not requiring verbal or somatic components is that you can sneakily cast spells, right? Isn't that the whole point of it? No, you're not banned, Kyozo. I timed you out probably because you made a stupid joke. I don't remember what it was. Or yeah, maybe some other reason. I will say honest, I ban a lot of people. No, you're good, buddy. You're good. I don't even remember what you said. You probably didn't deserve the timeout, and I apologize for giving it to you. Don't remind me what you said, because if it turns out that you did deserve it, I'm going to do it again, because I'm malicious. Okay, this is a non-feature, Matteo. This doesn't do anything. What's the point of not requiring verbal semantic components if it's very evident that you are casting this spell? I don't know. If somebody else understands that, then clarify it to me. I'm going to be honest here. Here's what you do. Take this second level feature. Get rid of this whole thing. And put this feature here. And I'll tell you why. I genuinely don't think that being able to cast magic without talking or wiggling your fingers has anything to do with you being really good at like having a mental spell book in your head. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't have. I don't feel the connection there. I don't see what makes this help embody the memorization wizard. So I think that what you do is you come up with a new feature for a second level here, and you make this feature the 6th level feature. Bedtime. Good night, Baba. You're wonderful. All right. Recalled casting at 10th level. At 10th level, your mastery of magical theories allows you to cast a spell from memory even if it's not prepared. Once per long rest, you can cast a wizard spell that you know and have added to your spellbook without it having it prepared. Perfect ability. Excellent. Love it. Love it. I actually want to make another suggestion. Yeah. I thought it was fine before. I think it's fine now. Responsive focus. At 14th level, you can focus your magical... This is what I was going to say. I have a weird idea. And chat, you can tell me if it's terrible or not. What if there was like an element of you could use this feature more by using higher level spell slots? Is that a good idea? Like, what if instead of it being a once a day feature, it was like a proficiency bonus times per long rest feature, but it required you to use a spell slot higher than the one available? So like, for example... Yeah, for like recalled casting. So like, what if you could use recalled casting? Ignore me if this is a bad idea. What if you could use recalled casting, a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus, but if you were casting a 1st level spell that you didn't have prepared, it required a 2nd level spell slot. No, it wouldn't upcast it. But it would just give you more uses. I don't know. Ignore me. If you don't like that idea, just drop it. Okay. Let's look at 14th level. Yeah, you would definitely need to put a max on it for sure. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I genuinely don't know. Don't if you're not like I love that, then don't do it. At 14th level, well, actually, fuck. Okay, I do have an idea. Give me 1 second. Let me read 14. Because I'll tell you what you could do. You could take recalled casting. And you could put that at 2nd level. A once a day casting of a spell that you don't have prepared is not... It's just cool. Like, what if this was at 2nd level? And then the 10th level feature gave you the ability to do it more than once, but at the cost of higher level spell slots. I don't know if that's the move. But that's just an idea. Hey, I've been watching your content and just wanted to say I love it. I finished my first game DMing tonight, and I think everyone really enjoyed the final battle. Now I get to prepare for the epilogue. Oh my goodness, that is friggin' awesome. It's awesome. I like that. It's only as powerful as the spell being used. Yeah, it's true. I've said it for a while that I would love to downcast spells. It's a broken mechanic and doesn't always work. But I would love to cast a 4th level spell with a 2nd level spell slot at a reduced effect. I think that could work with certain types of spells. The problem is that spells do such radically different things that you wouldn't be able to make that ability apply to all spells. You would need to like very specifically list the type of spells that it works with, which can be tricky to do. But I do think that you could create a situation like that would be a lot easier to do with like I feel like there's a way you could do that with area of effect damaging spells. But that's like quite limited. But it is an interesting idea. Is it useful at 2nd level? I feel like you have everything prepared, or it's a ritual at 2nd level. I don't think you have everything prepared. It's definitely not as useful as it is at higher levels. But I don't know. I don't know if it's the right move, but it's interesting to play around. The thing is, I also don't know if it's enough. Like a single casting of a unprepared spell, I think fits the balance really well of a 10th level feature. I don't know if it's enough for a 2nd level. It's worth thinking about. I do think that you need another second level feature. I think you dropped. I do think you drop this one. You drop this one and you find a new one. I think this one becomes the 6th level feature, and you drop, and the 6th one fades. Okay, let's look at 14th. At 14th level, you can now focus your magical energies more clearly, even in response to danger. You can now forego both verbal and somatic components for your spells using the Silent Recollection feature. Also, when you roll initiative, you can choose to apply one of the following abilities. Before you roll initiative, you can expend a spell slot, add a number, and you're missing a word here. Before you roll initiative, you can expend a spell slot, add a number equal to that spell slot level expended to your initiative roll, or after initiative is rolled, you can cast a first level spell slot or higher with the casting time of 1 action regardless of the initiative order. I would probably drop this. I would drop this. And I would just keep this. When you roll initiative, or when initiative is rolled, but before the first creature goes in combat, you can, use your reaction to cast a spell that has the casting time of 1 action. I think that would be cool. Just give you an auto. It's like a quick draw, quick draw casting. I think that would work well. Cool. It feels like it's in a much better place. I do think that there's still some Legoland to be doing, some connects to be unplugging and plugging into places, but I like the vibe. I think it's going in a good direction. The challenge is going to be really making it feel solid at 2nd level, and I think that recalled casting at 2nd level could help. I don't know. I think it could help, though. I think that might be it. I feel like an ability that rewards casting the same spell multiple times in a row would fit, since pneumatic was the word that deals with patterns and repetition. I think that would only work if the patterns and repetition were built into this class, but they're really not. It's really about memorization and being prepared quickly. Quick preparation and memorization. Did you guys hear my speech impediment come out there for a second? Did you guys know that I have a speech impediment? I hide it well. Sometimes. Alright, let's spin again. Actually, wait, no, let's do Chuck. Chuck was the last one. We don't need to lose Chuck because Victor got a second chance. This is a martial buff and a set of weapons for a game set in a fantasy version of Japan's Tokugawa period. I have no idea. I'm so uninformed about the world. I have no idea what that is. The martial buff is stances, a concept I took from the Yakuza game series. It allows you to execute katas, which would correspond to video game combos. I like how it turned out, but unfortunately I didn't get a chance to have this reviewed on the last stream. Well, you get a chance for it to be reviewed now. Holy shit, dude. This is... Okay. I know I made a big deal about backgrounds. This is too hectic. Just calm it down a little bit there. That's too much. I appreciate the effort. Too much. Too intense. I can't look at it. I'm going to get a headache. Elate, you literally had... you got 2 pieces looked at today, bud. Elanet, not Elate. I'm sorry. Elanet. Okay, so I don't... Okay, so we're just going to see what these are. Who gets stances? I'm confused. Is stances just the thing that everybody gets? Okay, so you need 6 levels in a martial class or 16 levels in monk. A monk is a martial class, so they only need 6 levels. They don't need 16, so you should clarify. If you want this to work differently for monks, use different language than 6 levels in a martial proficiency with martial weapons. Do you need all of these things? I'm confused. Didn't see your name on the wheel? Did you post something on the wheel Kyozo. If you didn't submit to the right place, you're not on the wheel, which means you did not submit in time or you did not submit to the right place, which I don't think is actually possible because there is only one link. So yes, there's a 0 chance your homebrew is going to be reviewed today. I'm sorry. But if you join the Discord or follow me or subscribe to my channel, you will get notified about the next one, and you can submit to that. Okay. At the beginning of your turn, you can enter a stance. The choice is listed below with their activated. While in a stance, you are treated as if you are concentrating on a spell, except you can reduce the DC of the concentration check by your Constitution modifier. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like this is not a good idea because you will already make your concentration checks based on your Constitution modifier. So you already inherently get a bonus to concentration checks based on your Constitution modifier. You don't need a double bonus. You submitted to the link on the community post. Then you did not click accept or you did not use your proper name because this is everybody that submitted, friendo, and you're not on it. So something got messed up. Something got messed up. Don't know what to tell you. Maybe you didn't click send. Maybe your internet kicked out for a second. That you didn't get on it. I don't erase any names from it. So if you're not there, I apologize, but I cannot double check on every single little thing. Narius. Yep, you're on it. Okay. Now stop worrying. Okay. Oh, yeah, so don't do the Constitution modifier thing. While in a stance, you can activate an effect of the stance by performing certain movements known collectively as kata. The kata lasts for the rest of the round. The kata can be done a number of times equal to times per long rest equal to your proficiency bonus. Does entering a kata require anything in the action economy? What are these certain movements? I would clarify what that means. Okay, so these are the stances. Water stance. Whenever you reduce an opponent to 0 hit points, you can move up to 10 feet and take an attack action. I would not make an attack action. I would make it a single attack. This can be repeated in a single turn a number of times equal to double your proficiency bonus. That's too strong. I would completely cut this whole second part. Earth stance. Although, did you say anything about, like... Chuck, did you say anything about, like, the strength that you're looking for making these things? No, so it's just a buff. Okay, so it's a buff, it's fine, but that's too fucking strong. It should be a once a turn thing, and it should be one attack, not a whole attack action. Okay. Earth stance. You cannot be moved against your will for the rest of the round. Again, we need action economy here. How are you activating these? During that time, your AC increases by your proficiency bonus, and you gain... Dude, this is just so too strong. I'm going to read all of this, but I'll explain why it's too strong. Your AC increases equal to your proficiency bonus. You gain 2 D8. Just say not 2 times D8. Just say 2 D8 temporary hit points. Wait, where X is your strength or constitution mod. So 2 times your strength constitution modifier temporary hit points. You also become immune to slashing damage for the rest of the round. What the fuck? Holy shit. This is so too strong. To give you a sense of how too strong this is, if the only thing this thing did was these 2 first things, AC bonus and not being move against your will, I would argue that that was too strong. Anything that gives you flat AC bonuses is very strong. Very strong. Yeah. D&D functions with a game system called bounded accuracy, which means that the game is designed very specifically in such a way that your attacks can never get so high and your AC can never get so high. It is intended to be limited So when you do too many of these buffs in that regard, that's a lot. The second thing is this is a shit ton of temporary hit points. It's way too many. You need to not... Also, don't write a fucking algebra equation. If you want to write it out, then write it out properly. You have to write like... You have to literally write, you gain a number of hit points equal to 2 times your strength modifier d8s. Like, that's how you write that out. But also, that's too strong. Also, you become immune. Don't make them immune to damage. I'm gonna read one more, but I will also say that I genuinely don't know what your goal is for power level here. I don't know what it is. So it's going to be hard for me to judge these properly with that in mind. If your goal, like, do you want these to be as powerful as a feat? Do you want them to be as powerful as, like, a third, like an extra subclass? Or like a Battle Master maneuver? I just don't know what we're basing these things off of. But I will tell you that in their current iteration, these feel more powerful than divine boons that you can give people as a DM. You can cast Misty Step without requiring an action. It doesn't require an action anyway. It requires a bonus action. A number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Whenever you teleport, you can choose to teleport through a creature and take an attack against it. You can only use this in a densely wooded area, such as a bamboo forest. I have mixed feelings about this. I might clarify. I think you need to clarify what qualifies as densely wooded. I would not... Whenever you make a feature that works in certain situations and you don't hyper clarify what those situations are, you are creating a situation where... Oh, welcome, Nico. Welcome. You're creating a situation where the you're creating an opportunity for the dungeon master and the player to argue. Because a player will constantly be seeking densely wooded areas. And if a dungeon master describes an area as wooded, and then they say, I use this feature, and it's like, sorry, it's not densely wooded enough, that's going to just lead to conflict. So you got to be much more clear in, like, how this thing functions mechanically. What the limitations of it are. This is probably the least broken of them so far. Fire stance. You treat damage resistances as if they were vulnerabilities. You can use up as many of your hit dice as you want and add them to the damage of every attack you make during this round with your cut. Okay. So I'm going to stop here, and I'm just going to say these are too strong. I don't know what balance level these are trying to be against, but even if you're like, I want these things to be pretty strong, like I want these things to be as strong as a feat or as strong as a separate additional subclass that's like on top of the first subclass, like a whole subclass worth of power, these are still too strong. These are as strong as... I would argue that these are as strong as legendary items and potentially artifacts. So I would not keep them at this level unless your goal is to utterly break the game mechanically and to be running hyper anime games where you're kind of ignoring the normal balance of D&D and you just don't care. And you're just like, yeah, be fucking crazy. And that can be a really fun game. But I will also say that to run a game like that requires a lot more work from the Dungeon Master's perspective to make stuff challenging. Not because you even necessarily need to plan more, but because you need to run much harder, more complicated monsters in order to balance out the power level of the players. And the higher tier the monsters are you're running, the more complicated they are, the more energy and brain space you need to put in to running them well in order for them to actually be as challenging as they are intended to be. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I feel like those were very smart words I just said. I was very confident in that sentence. I don't know if it was good, but I was confident in it. Yep, so those are my thoughts. I'm going to stop here because I do think that it's hard to sort of judge this based on anything else. Because I don't really understand. Like, if we're getting these at level 6, that's fucking crazy. So yeah, help me understand the balance level, and if the balance level is intended to be like a normal D&D game, tone it way down. Okay, thank you very much, Chuck. Good night, Geo. Yeah. What Dark just said, this feels like a Pathfinder 2 3.5 thing. That's definitely what that feels like. Okay. Ooh, Otatas. Otatas. I appreciate the feedback. Whoa, calm down. Did I lose the picker wheel? I'm gonna be so upset if I did. Okay, I didn't. Thank God. Did I lose the fucking hidden inputs? I didn't. Okay, good. Oh my God, I was about to be so annoyed with myself. Okay, I appreciate the feedback given last time. This is the same file, but I want to see some review for the other 3 as well. So I'll keep going till we get them all. Okay, that's fine. Oh man, I also might not remember what I reviewed last time, so I hope you're here to tell me if I'm reviewing something I reviewed before. It did not reset. I just checked. Oh, this is the revised races. Okay, what did I read before? I think I read the Hondor. No, I read the Kraken. Okay, let's look at the Grendel. We're skipping the Hondor. We're doing the Grendel. Yeah, I thought I looked at the Hondor. Okay. Do you know Grendel? Grendel is also the name of the monster in a Beowulf. Did you know that? Grendels are nimble creatures, often mistaken for goblins. They prefer to live alone with a single companion in isolated areas close to populated regions. Unlike goblins, they are known for stealthily taking small, unimportant items rather than raiding. While they usually target things of little monetary value, they have been known to take sentimental items. It's best not to provoke a Grendel, as they are skilled at taking things unnoticed. This feels like a redundant sentence. At least this part does. The last part does. Okay. Okay, this is just normal, whatever. Okay, humanoid, small. Ooh, this is interesting. This is normally small creatures have a shorter movement speed, so you're giving this small creature a larger movement speed. I don't stream on Twitch anymore. I stream just on YouTube these days. I made the switch, and I'm sticking to it. I could probably rearrange the shape of chat. Here we go. Now you'll see them faster. There you go. Okay. Okay, let's see. Minimum height of... They should not be 6'8" if they're small, dude. What is going... What? If they're small, they're like 2 feet tall to 4 feet tall. Did I switch from Twitch? I did. I was streaming on Twitch for a while. And I just started to get a lot more viewers on YouTube. And then Twitch made a new policy, which means that you are not allowed to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time if you are making money on your stream. And I did not want to have to deal with any nonsense. So I just decided to stick to YouTube because I average like 40-ish viewers on YouTube and I average like 20-ish on Twitch. So we made the move. It also helps coordinate like stuff. The other thing is like if you're paying for a subscription on Twitch, there's no way that I can like send a private message to all my Twitch subscribers. But if you're a subscriber, like a paid subscriber on YouTube, you get access to my community tab where I can post links and previews of videos. It's just easier. It's just easier. Okay. Yeah, dude, why the fuck are we so tall? Lower that. That's crazy. Okay, dark vision is fine. Nimbleness, you can move through the space of any creature that is a size larger than yours. Okay, that's fine. Kleptomaniac. I think you mean Kleptomaniac. Proficiency in sleight of hand. Tiny Madness. You have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that is at least one size larger than you. No. This is too strong. Drop it. This feature, truly just drop it. Don't figure out how to make it work. It's just gone. This is much better than Pack Tactics, which I would argue is an overpowered feature. So just drop this feature entirely. Escapist. When you hit a target with an attack, you can use a bonus action to disengage. If the creature is at least 2 sizes larger than you, then the attack does not need to hit to use this bonus action. This needs to be limited in use. I would not make this an infinite use feature. Okay, Immaturity. Whenever you make an attack that hits and deals at least 1 damage to a creature, you can use a bonus action to make all attacks the target makes on anyone besides yourself at disadvantage and all attacks on you at advantage. This lasts for 30 seconds or until you take damage or when you use this feature. No. I would just, honestly, dude, I would drop this feature and I would drop this feature. And I think then you're okay. This is really similar to the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian feature. I would argue it's too similar in a way that I don't like. 30 seconds is a weird amount of time to make something last. If you want to make it last an amount of time, it should last a round or a minute. And if you decide you need to keep this feature, I would limit this feature to once a day at maximum. Yeah, it's a little too stacked. All right, let's take a look at the Pigman. The Borean. Boreans are pig-like creatures known for their aggression and loud nature. They become enraged when things are not easy and can be easily insulted. They enjoy fighting smaller opponents and have become hardy and durable as a result. Despite their reputation for size, they're actually shorter than most humans, but taller than gnomes and elves. All right. Okay, they become adults at 10, and they die early. All this stuff is normal. Meaty hide. Meaty hide is a funny phrase. Here, wait, did I not include this? Here, sorry. If I didn't leave the link, there's the link. I apologize. Let's see. Meaty hide. Every time you gain a level, you add 1 HP to your maximum HP. This includes the first level. This is a fine feature. This is a thing that some dwarves get. This is the thing that that dragon sorcerers get. Look at the language they use and make sure that language is just copy that language. This is not that language. Just make it that language. Violent tendencies. When you land a critical hit on a target with a melee attack, you deal an extra 1d6 damage to the weapons type. At 6th level, this becomes... No, don't do this. Just make it just this. It's strong enough. It's strong enough just like that. Drop the fucking growing stuff. Too strong. Thick skin. You gain +2 to your AC if you are not wearing any armor. Mage armor counts as armor. This bonus applies with shields, but not a shield spell. This is also too strong, honestly. This goes back to the bounded accuracy thing I talked about before. If you want to do something like thick skin, you can just give them a natural armor class, but don't give them a bonus to their AC. If you want to make it a bonus to their AC, you can make it a +1 bonus maximum. And then you also need to cut out a lot of these. You got to cut some of these features out. I don't think it should get a +2 to its AC and a +2 to its health. I think you pick one. Goring Shove. When you take an attack action... When you take the attack action, you can use your bonus action to shove the target. Please write in full sentences. The target must pass a must succeed on a must make a don't say must pass must make a Constitution saving throw equal or fall prone. I think that this is fine. I would probably make this so when you hit with your attack action, and I also probably would require. I might require a little bit of movement before it works. Like, you might need to charge into the target. It's basically charging. This is basically a charge mechanic that doesn't require the charge. So, I have mixed feelings about it. I think these are both pretty cool. You have a tendency to make things too strong. So that is my main feedback for you, and I would honestly suggest you take that feedback and start reworking the ones I haven't read yet with that in mind. You have a tendency to give things too much power. If you want to give things a really strong feature, you can't give it a lot of features. But I think it is an interesting, two interesting pieces, and I encourage you to keep working on them. So how do I pronounce this name? The card queue. Thick card queue. I think it's the card queue. I made this a few years ago. It's actually one of my earliest attempts at homebrew. Okay. It's a bold move, sending me an old piece. We never know what we're going to get when we're looking at something old. There it is in the chat. Wondrous item, Purse of the Pauper. It's a good name. This bag appears plain and well worn, but it is very sturdy. Put a period here. This bag has a space for approximately 500 coins of any denomination, though is strong enough to hold 20 times that weight. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? So how much do 500 coins weigh? If we don't know how much 500 coins weigh, this means nothing. Whenever you reach into this coin purse, you can find a simple notepad with 6 pages and a rough pencil that has been worn so far it is uncomfortable to write with. That is a very funny detail that I like. Nice little funny detail. If either item is lost, damaged, or destroyed for any reason, you will be able to find them in the coin purse by the next morning. I would just say the next day at dawn. Stick with D&D language. With the pad missing all pages, I don't know what relevance that has. At dawn, if the notebook is missing any pages, and you have gold pieces in the coin purse, 1d6 gold disappears from this purse, and half as many pages, rounded down minimum 1, reappear in the notepad. Upon inspection, you find that if you write the description of a non-food item using the worn pencil and pad in enough detail, the page of the pad turns to ash and the item will appear in the coin purse, assuming it has a value no more than 1 gold and can fit completely in the purse. What does it mean to write it in enough detail? How do you determine that? Okay, so a lot of people are saying how much 500 coins weigh. It seems like we're getting a couple different answers. Somebody says 4.4 pounds. Somebody says 10 pounds. Somebody's doing a lot more math. D is wrong about gold weight. All of this, I think, is enough to say that if you want to use this, it requires a little bit more clarity. Okay. Poor descriptions can lead to the item being a different type than intended, being completely wrong, or just nothing showing up at all. I would leave this part up to the DM's discretion. Yeah, it's a neat idea for an item. It basically allows you to make mundane objects, which is kind of fun. I would limit its use. I wouldn't let you, like right now, it's basically like as long as this thing has pages, you can write in it. We don't see how many pages it starts with. 6 pages. Okay. It's kind of a neat item. This definitely requires attunement. And clarify your language with this stuff here. But it's like a build a random item that's worth less than a gold. I think that's pretty cool. I'm down. I think there's some stuff that needs clarity, but overall I think it's pretty cool. I do like the shenaniganry. Oh my god, the shenanigans of being able to summon a new thing after the market gets flooded with cheap alternatives. Yeah, it's a neat idea. Clean up your language, and get your language a little bit more in line with D&D mechanics and clarify your mechanics, and you'll be in a much better spot, I think. But it's a fun item, cool item. Oh, we got Grungslinger. Okay, this is a good sentence. The only artificer that says I'll pay you an exposure. This is a revised version of a subclass I made when I just started. It kept its name, its theme, and some of the ideas from the original one, but refined them. The 9th level feature is long, but only because it's in bullet points. Sometimes features need to be long. Look at the Echo Knight. Look at Wild Shape. There's a lot of features that just need to be long to be explained. That is okay. The issue is when your piece is long and doesn't need to be long. And that's when it becomes an issue. Good artist copies, great artist steals. Make these plural. It's weird when it's singular. Said some wise man, he probably stole that piece of wisdom from someone else. All right, so we're going with a silly tone, it seems like. They call you a thief, but you see no shame in your actions. You're just borrowing... Don't say their ideas. We don't know who they are. You're just borrowing others' ideas. Again, we don't know who they are, so when you say their, I don't know who the fuck you're referencing. So you need to clarify. This is true of any writing. If you start using words like they or their, we need to know who they or their are before you use them. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It is their work that leads to your greatness. They should be grateful for the opportunity. The plagiarist is a master of adaptation. When a plagiarist sees something they like, they take it without thinking twice. Versatile and ever-changing, the plagiarist reinvents themselves almost constantly. All right. We'll see. This is a strange flavor text, but we'll see. Gonna be a lot of people left on the wheel tonight? Maybe. I mean, let's be honest. If there's 50 people on the wheel, I'm not going to get to all of them. So, there's going to be a lot of people left on the wheel. There's been a lot of people left on the wheel every night, I would say. Okay. Tool proficiency. Do you mean the little wheel? The little wheel we only got to half of last time. When you adopt this, whatever. We're going to talk about rescheduling stuff this week, but next, because starting in June, we're going to be doing things a little differently. Yeah, exactly. More streams per week coming soon. When you adopt this specialization at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with the Forgery Kit. If you already have this proficiency, you gain proficiency with another type of artisan's tools of your choice. Okay. Also, I know it's late, but thank you for your feedback. I understand a lot of improvements I can make. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Spell Stealing. At 3rd level, you forgo the ability to... we don't get any class... Okay, this is maybe what it's going to be. You forgo the ability to specialize in specific spells in favor of adaptation. Instead of gaining a plagiarist-specific spell list, you gain the following feature. When a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you casts a cantrip or leveled spell, you can use your reaction to make an Intelligence Arcana check equal to a DC plus the spell's level. On a success, you can temporarily add the spell to your spell list and can cast the spell as if it was an Artificer spell. You can cast the spell only if you have the spell slot equal to the spell level or higher. The amount of spells that you can gain by using this feature equal your proficiency bonus. All spells gained with this feature are lost when you take a long rest. Okay. So, I see what you're doing here, and I see that you want this thing to function differently, and you want it to steal spells. I think that's fine, but the problem is that being able to copy somebody else's spells, essentially meaning you have a limitless spell list potential, is very strong. It is strong to the point that I think that if you want this ability to genuinely replace the Artificer's known spell list, you can only have one of these at a time. I don't think you have an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. I think you have one. That's it. If you do any more than one, I genuinely think this is too strong a feature. Chat, do you agree or disagree? It does depend entirely on the DM, but it actually doesn't, because it can also depend on the other players, because you can copy your teammates' spells. But yeah, it feels I would encourage you to I'm gonna see what the other third level feature is. But I would encourage you to significantly limit this. Ever changing. At third level, you can adapt your technique at a moment's notice. When you finish a short rest, you can swap one of your prepared spells with another prepared spell on your Artificer's spell list of the same name. That is an incredibly boring third level feature. So we have a weird situation here where these... Okay, so this is... okay, genuinely, this is what I think. Drop this feature, drop ever changing entirely. Just drop it. It's not interesting. Keep spell stealing. Okay? But make spell stealing the base third level feature. Don't make it replace a spell list. Give yourself limited uses of it. Like I said before, you can make them a little less limited, but limited uses of it. And then give this guy a spell list. And pick spells that have to do with deceit and plagiarizing and trickery, of which there are many spells. Because this is not cool enough for a third level feature. And this does not make up for it. You don't need your Artificer. Traditionally, all Artificers have a thing they build. The thing that this Artificer's thing that it builds is it doesn't build. It's a thief. It's an idea stealer. So this doesn't feel like idea stealing. This is idea stealing. So this should be the core feature. This just feels like extra and doesn't fit the vibe. Okay. Make it your own. I've seen items that can steal spells and release them, but the player isn't informed of what the spell is. Well, what I have seen a lot of is things that steal spells, but then once you use it, it's gone. It's like a one and done thing. This is less so. This is like once you learn the spell, you have that spell all day. It's not a one-time use feature. All right, let's look at 5th level. At 5th level, you feel so comfortable stealing other spells that you begin to change them. When you cast a cantrip you gained from the spell stealing feature, you can use your reaction to choose one of the following options. When you miss with, when you miss with the cantrip. Oh, no. When you miss, I would rephrase that. I would change this language. But then, if the cantrip requires an attack roll and you miss, you can have it deal damage equal to your intelligence modifier, period. If the cantrip requires a saving throw, the target takes half damage on a success, but does not suffer any additional effects the spell might inflict. This is not bad for a 5th level feature. It's not good either, though. It's not strong. I would probably change it. This is what I would do if I were you. I would make it so things that required an attack roll, I wouldn't have them deal any damage on a miss. I would just have them add your intelligence modifier on a hit. And I would keep this the same. And that's a little weak for 5th level, but it's not terribly weak. And it's in line with what Artificers get at 5th level normally, which is basically extra attack, a little bit more damage. We get another 5th level ability. I don't know why, but let's see what it does. At 5th level, you have the ability to briefly harness expertise in a skill of your choice. When you finish a long rest, choose one skill you are proficient in. For the first ability check you make with that skill after a long rest, you double your proficiency bonus. After you make the check, your expertise in that fades, and your bonus returns to normal. This feels like you wanted to... This feels like you... I don't know why... This feels like you didn't know where to put it, so you put it here. This is not quite a ribbon feature. I think I don't think it fits at 5th level. I think this could potentially be a 3rd level feature if it's a once a day. Feels weird in 5th level. This doesn't feel like a 5th level feature. I'd probably move it or change it. If it adds intelligence modifier to cantrip damage, it should just add it to both saves and attack rolls and cut the half damage thing, personally. Well, the thing about saves is that there are cantrips that target that can hit multiple creatures, and it fits more in line with like the half damage on a saving throw for a spell is how leveled spells just work. So it logically fits, in my opinion. Okay. Borrowed modification. At 9th level, you can infuse your weapons with properties borrowed from other weapons. During a short or long rest, you can perform an hour-long ritual on 2 weapons of your choice, one of which will be the focus of the ritual. The other weapon is consumed by the ritual, and some of its properties are transferred to the focus item. I feel like we should get this feature earlier. This sounds cool. So how about like intelligence modifier to 1 creature? Do you disagree that much with just making it work like normal saving throw damage spells? I guess I just don't see the issue. Like dealing, I don't think it's the end of the world. One could argue that like automatic damage is strong, but I don't know. I don't think it's that big an issue. I think that adding your intelligence modifier to 1 creature affected by it could definitely work. I think that's 100% a possibility. I just don't know if it's required. It is a little... I'm a moron. It is weird. It's so funny when I say your name. It is weird. The weirdness of it is that it is a resourceless ability that does automatic damage. That is where it's weird. So I think that what it comes down to is a choice on the creator side of if they feel like that's weird, then I think definitely they should change it. And if they don't feel like it's weird, then change it or not, and someone else will give them a hard time about it if they want to. Welcome back, Milk Boy. Okay. So this thing destroys an item and gives an item things that it can do. So let's see. The following abilities can be transferred to the focus of the weapon. If the consumed item is magical and the focus weapon is not, the focus weapon becomes magical. If the consumed item has a bonus, such as +1, the focus item gains that bonus. If the consumed weapon deals extra damage of a specific type, the focus weapon acquires the feature that grants this extra damage. I would change the language to be like, because I would probably not say acquires the feature that grants the extra damage. I would probably just say the focus weapon now deals that extra damage, because there are features that do a lot more than extra damage that this thing would now give them. If the consumed weapon has unique feature or property that grants a special bonus or effect to a specific type of attack, such as an ability to knock an enemy prone, disarm them, the focus... Oh, I see what's happening here. You're trying to figure out the wording to make it so you can use weird... move over weird features. That's probably not going to work. I don't think the way this is worded accomplishes the goal well of that. There's too many extenuating circumstances here to account for all of the potential ways a magic item can interact with attacks to get this into bullet points. If the consumed weapon has a feature that allows you to cast a specific spell, okay, that works for the spell. If the consumed weapon has a feature that grants resistance or immunities, okay, so I think that this actually works pretty well. I would drop this middle one. This one doesn't work, but dealing extra damage, giving extra bonuses, getting extra spells, getting resistances or immunities, I think all of that can work for sure. I think you just drop this one. How limited is this? You shouldn't be able to do this a lot. If your homebrew doesn't get reviewed on stream, does it carry over to the next one? You got to resubmit. I would also strongly encourage you to pay attention to the advice that is given on stream. Re-look over your pieces and make sure you're not doing any of the things that I'm giving other people a hard time with. The feature is too complicated, would never read all of that. I don't actually think it's too complicated other than this. And there's probably ways to rewrite it so it's less complicated. But basically, if the weapon has attack and damage roll bonuses, if the weapon deals extra damage, if the weapon comes with spells, and if the weapon grants any damage resistance or immunities, you can put those features on the new weapon. That's what it does. That's it. Which is, I think, pretty reasonable, actually. Let's see what these restrictions are. If the consumed item requires attunement, the infused item requires attunement as well. A weapon consumed by this ability crumbles to dust. You cannot affect an artifact with this feature. When modified, weapons gain multiple abilities that grant charges. Charges for each ability are tracked separately. Oh, wait a minute. Can you stack stuff? Oh, if you can stack stuff, this is too much. What's the weapon that the weapon has to be mundane. You have to, okay, you're going to have to make it a mundane weapon that you're transferring things into, or it's too strong. Because then it basically allows you to break attunement very easily. A weapon consumed by this ability goes to dust. A modified weapon can have up to 3 transferred abilities, not counting the properties of becoming magical when non-magic weapon is first infused. If you use a weapon previously modified by this feature. Okay, yeah, so this is a cool ability, but you can't make this. This can't work on magic items. It doesn't matter if it's a limited stack. If I have a +3, let's say I have a +2 dagger, and then I find another +2 dagger. If I make one +2 dagger consume the other +2 dagger, does my first +2 dagger become a +4 dagger? Like, this allows you to make overpowered magic items if you can stack them. Even if it's a limited stack, it doesn't matter. This can't work with magic items. So you got to change that so it only works with mundane items. And if you don't think that's cool, then you got to figure out another feature. Not just bounded accuracy, everything. Like, think about it like this. If I have a magic item that has all the features of 3 magic items, or even 3 key features of 3 other magic items put on top of it, that magic item is so fucking strong. And also probably a real annoying thing to keep track of. Like, especially if you're, like, keeping track of separate charges for separate abilities and separate spells. I don't know. It just seems like too much. It seems too much. This has to be a one-time thing. I think the feature is cool, but there's so much rules that need to be added to balance it. Yeah. I like the idea, but at max, it should be it doesn't even work with a stack of 2, man. It doesn't. It breaks with a stack of 2. Put 2 + 2 weapons together. Broken. You instantly have a weapon that has a higher bonus than any weapon in D&D can have. Combining infusions is kind of a neat idea, but I would also say that you would still need to address the bonuses feature. I do think that's a cool idea, though. So yeah, if you make this limited to it only works on mundane items, it's still cool because you could do things like, give the barbarian a great sword of magic missiles or stuff like that. Like, all of that is cool. The other thing that you could do, which would be cool, which I think is actually really cool, is you could have it so like what if you did this? What about this? What about this? This is a weird idea. What if you took this is not what this should be because this is really complicated. And I wouldn't add it on top of this. But what if you could take something like... What if I could take, like, a Wand of Polymorph, okay? And I could put the Wand of Polymorph into a Greatsword. Now, the Wand of Polymorph lets you cast the spell Polymorph, which requires a saving throw. And what if, when you put the Wand of Polymorph into the Greatsword, you could change it so instead of requiring a saving throw, they had to make the saving throw against an attack. So you rolled an attack roll, and then they had to make a save against that attack roll. Or it just triggered against your attack roll. That would be cool. That would also be very strong, but that would be cool. That shouldn't be in this. That would be a separate thing. That's just a random tangent thought. Technically, you can stack +3 arrows with +3 bows. That's true. That's true. Yeah, so you got to play around with it to, it's a fun idea, but I would not let it stack with magic stuff. Okay. Double dealings. At 15th level, excuse me, you can use your expertise in both spellcasting and weapon infusion to seamlessly blend 2 together to create deadly combination. When you make an attack with a weapon infused with a borrowed modification, you can use your bonus action to cast a cantrip gained from your spell stealing feature. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Gain expended uses when you finish a long rest. What is this? So basically, if you attack with a special weapon, you can do a cantrip bonus action? Yeah. That doesn't feel like a plagiarist feature. That just feels like a... That feels more like an Eldritch Knight feature. I don't think that the 9th level feature or the 15th level feature feel plagiaristy enough. And that is my main feedback of the higher level features. Also, whatever the thing I said during this. This is okay. I think it's kind of dull, honestly. I would try to find something more. I would either find something that ties back to the 3rd level spell stealing, like maybe you can steal more spells, or something that makes your borrowed modifications more interesting, or something that allows you to modify infusions, or something like that. It's an interesting idea. Definitely requires some work. Definitely requires some work. Who was that one by? Was that Grungslinger? Yeah. Club of Polymorph is a great idea. I mean, there is a weapon called there's a Polymorph Blade, where if you land a critical hit, you essentially cast Polymorph on the creature. But if you get a critical miss, it casts Polymorph on you. It's a fun item. Oh, look, it's Lord Adwin. I don't know if you're still here, buddy. Somebody tell Lord Adwin that his piece got picked. I think he's in the Discord. Somebody be like, hey, you remember how you posted to the wrong place? Well, you still got your piece looked at. There it is in the chat. Should pop up in a second. Uh-oh. I'm getting, like, itchy nose late night. I have allergies, but they are weird. I have my windows are open right now, and they, like, happen. I start to get the itch, like, the middle of the night. I think it's, like, all the things are settling or something. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Tora Grimoire's Hoard. Wondrous item, very rare. Requires attunement by a bag attuning itself to someone who speaks Draconic or is some form of Draconic ancestry, such as a Dragonborn or a half-dragon. What? It attunes itself? I would change that to say requires attunement by a Dragonborn or someone with Draconic ancestry. You could also do a Dragon Bloodline Sorcerer. You could also do a Drake Warden. You could also do the Draconic Monk. There's a bunch of dragon-y stuff in D&D at this point. All right. Physical description. It's a small drawstring pouch made of red dragon hide. Embedded on the side of the pouch is an eye made of light purple crystal. This crystal eye will occasionally move in its socket and look in directions. It will only do this to look at gold. Don't say however. You don't need the however. In fact, if it will only do this to look at gold, you should probably just mention that. The crystal eye will occasionally move in its socket to look in the direction of gold that it is in the presence of. Something like that. Physical description. It's just a little pouch. None of that really matters. Let's see what it does. On pickup. The way that you've written this is very weird. Also, this is a very rare item that has a fuck ton of powers. It's probably a legendary item, just based on the amount of features that you gave it. All right, go to bed, Jake. Get out of here. Have a good night. You're wonderful. On pickup, when somebody who meets the attunement standard holds, don't write it in the third person. Write in the second person. If you hold the bag, you automatically attune to it. Upon attuning to the bag, it will speak It will begin to speak telepathically to you in Draconic. Can be spoken to both telepathically and verbally. It will. Okay, if it's alive, you need to. Okay, so there is a language for making sentient items. You need to just copy that language. Let me just show you. So this is a really good example of, like, just do your homework. It's like the vestige, not the vestiges. It's the arms of the betrayers, right? I can't think of any of the names of them right now. Gravel Throsh. Right? Grovel Thrash? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so fucking smart. Okay, so do you want your item to be a sentient item? See this structure? Copy this structure. Sentience. It's a sentient item. Here's its intelligence stats. Here's how it communicates. Here's its personality. Write it like that. Reorganize it so it's written like that. This is confusing and going to be annoying to read. It will state that for doing so... What the fuck? It will insist that it's alive. It will demand that you increase its hoard by filling the bag with gold. It will state that for doing so, you will be rewarded in the form of magical boons that it will provide you. This is very confusing language. Just say it will demand that you increase its hoard by filling the bag with gold and promise you boons by doing so. Can store any number, volume, and weight of gold coins inside itself despite its small size. It will appear to have fallen into an endless void. Don't put flavor text in the middle. Put flavor text at the front, not in the middle. You don't need to explain. If it can hold an infinite number of coins, then don't explain how it's like a bag of holding. And don't give its size. Just say that it can hold an infinite number of coins. In fact, that would make it clear that it doesn't work on anything else, too. Yeah, there's a Discord. Look at the link in the video description. A coin can be retrieved from the bag as easily as taking a coin from an ordinary bag. It will protest angrily when a coin is removed, shouting via telepathic communication. This is all flavor text. I don't know if you really need it. It will not take any boons. It will not take away any boons unless the number of coins in the bag is filled with the coin requirement for that particular boon. Don't start explaining the mechanics of how boons work if we don't know what the boons are yet. Because as far as I can tell, it just promises boons. We don't actually get a guarantee of them. And it needs to keep, basically, okay. The way that you do this is you say that, like, if it grants a boon, that, okay, so here's what you do. So it says, attuned individual, say, you can choose up to 3 boons from the boon list that they have that you have the gold for. That's not even how this, okay. I'm going to be patient here. Clarify your language. Clarify your language. Simplify your writing. I don't know why all of these things are bolded. I don't know why it's structured in this way. Please just structure it like a traditional item. Look at traditional items and structure it like that. So, what does this thing do? Torgamir's Hoard is a pouch that can store any number of gold coins in it. Period. It does not act as an interdimensional space for any other sort of object. Coins can be retrieved by reaching in or whatever. You don't need any of that other stuff. You don't need any of this stuff. You don't need any of this stuff. You don't need any of this stuff. Just drop everything else. I'm not even going to read the flavor text. We're just going to move on. And then you say, gift of gold, golden boons. When enough gold is kept in the bag, Torgamor can choose to grant a boon to the wielder. If the amount of gold in the bag is ever less than the boon gold list required, that boon is lost, etc. All right, I'm not going to read all these boons because there's too many, but we'll read a couple. If there's 500 gold in the bag, you get a +5 to your movement speed. Say 5 feet to your movement speed. They can also shovel gold into the bag twice as fast. That is... I like that, but I would change it so it... I don't know. I like the vibe of that, but there's also like not really mechanics for it. I'm not sure if that's an... I don't love the idea that you can do something twice as fast when we don't have rules for the initial speed. You know? If there's 1,000 gold in the bag, you gain dark vision to 60 feet as long as they hold a gold coin in their mouth. That's weird. I don't know where we need that, but that's fine. Okay, dark vision for 1,000 gold is not that good. The 5 feet movement is way better. Boon of Might. If there's 2,000 golds, they get a +2 to their strength ability score. I would probably not make it strength score. I'd probably... I don't know. I guess it's fine. There's 3,000 gold. They will gain +2 to their charisma. Why strength first and then charisma? If there's 5,000 gold, they get a +1 to attack and damage rolls. If there's 750. They get +1 they get a +1 spell slot to the level equal. They choose a cantrip if they don't have a spell slot. I'm going to be honest here. These things are both too much gold for the features that they get, and there does not feel like there's a lot of cohesion here. I can't tell if I am struggling to see the cohesion because of the format that you have chosen to write this in, or if because it just feels a little too all over the place. It doesn't feel like it builds on itself. It just feels like it's a bunch of hodgepodge stuff. Like, I don't understand why we get movement speed before dark vision, for example. What's the highest thing? If there's 100,000 gold in the bag, you have advantage on attack rolls against any draconic monster. And they also get a +2 bonus to damage against draconic monsters. Yeah, that's not even that strong. Yeah, I would spend a little bit of time thinking about the way you want to order these features. I would also strongly encourage you to think about them from a context of, like, how should these stack? Should they stack? I also would, like, turn this into a table. It would be so much easier to read. On one column, you could write the gold, and on the other column, you could write the feature. So I could just look at the table. That would make it so much easier to read. Maybe it should make you make you more dragon-based. Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to make you more draconic, to give you, like, dragony features. It just seems a little all over the place. I don't know about a pseudo polymorph. That's a lot, but maybe, like, you know, you get scales, you get a better breath weapon, or you get a breath weapon if you didn't have one. Yeah, you get, like, some potentially a fly speed or a fear, like a fear aura ability or something. Like, there's a lot of dragon things that you could get that I think would make more sense from a flavor perspective than the ones that we're currently getting. Because, again, they feel a little all over the place. I do think the idea of a magic item that essentially gives you boons the more money you put into it is neat. Like, the core concept is very neat. You just got to work on your execution. And, my man, I feel like you worked really hard on your structure, and it's shooting you in the foot, because it is not... Please follow the structure of magic items. There should be a paragraph of flavor text, and then we don't need on pickup. You just start describing what it does. If you want to bold certain features, you bold certain features. But, like, please just look at items that already exist that do a lot of things to balance that out. Also, this is definitely a legendary item, not a rare item. And those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Lord Adwin. We got Snug. Presenting the Star Spawn version 2, crafted with love in Google Docs. These are my raw thoughts before coding the homebrew. Notes accompanying each ability, but feel free to skip them. You know I will. The thing should speak for itself. No need to read the first ability either, since I believe we won't agree on it. I'm going to read it anyway. Also, you may ignore the text at the start. It's just my reasoning behind version 1. I don't expect it to be read. All right, then I won't read it. Okay. Star Spawn. So this is a... What class is this for? It's a Warlock Patron. So... You don't want me to look at the first level feature, but I'm going to tell you something right now. I can't judge the other features outside of the context of the first level feature, so I'm going to read it. I'm going to have to read it. Let's look at the spell list first. Is there flavor text? All right, you have a goal. I decided to try and lean into the Ancient Star knowledge, Radiant Star damage, instead of Flame Strike. That's not the general goal. That's like the other thing. Okay. Dissonant Whispers, Guiding Bolt, Augury, Tasha's Mind Whip, Clairvoyance, Non-Detection, Arcane Eye, Confusion, Legend Lore, Wall of Light. Solid spell list. Very solid spell list. All right, I'll read your goal. I have a feeling we're not going to see eye to eye on the fundamental basis for the existence of this ability. Now, during your review of the first incarnation, I read through the chat discussion. It seemed like the general consensus boiled down to this is not a subclass. This is not the subclass's job to fix baseline class issues. I admit that this is sound advice. However, when it comes to Warlock class, I always held a different stance. To me, the Warlock is unique and always embodied the concept of individuals acquiring their power through sheer force of will, while their patrons act as a sort of monkey's paw instead of creating something that nullifies the rules established by the main class. My aim with this patron is to pose a simple question. You know your limits, but now what are you willing to give in order to surpass them? All right, we'll see. Let's look at first level. First level. The Dream Whisperer's prophetic guidance softly whispers into your mind. When you cast a spell that targets a single creature, and that creature succeeds on its saving throw, you can regain the spell slot as a bonus action. You cannot regain the spell slots greater than your Warlock level in this way. There is no way you can cast a spell higher than your Warlock level, so I don't know if that matters. Using this feature binds you further to the otherworldly essence of Kafin, marking your being with Cosmic Brand. Each brand reduces your maximum hit points by twice your Warlock level. The influence of the infested star gradually diminishes, causing the number of brands to decrease by 1 for each long rest. Okay. So you get a spell slot back if a creature succeeds on a saving throw, and your maximum hit points are immediately reduced by 2. And then at level 2, they're reduced by 4, and then at level 3, they're reduced by 6. And you get them back in chunks, similarly to the exhaustion mechanic. So here's what I'll say. While I agree that you and I see differently, I don't love this feature because I don't want to keep track of that sort of stuff, and I feel like it's weird for a feature to get worse as your character levels up, which this does. I don't think that I'm not totally like anti it in a way that I thought you thought I was going to be. I'll tell you what I will be anti. I will be anti if later on we get features that give us hit points. I'm guessing they mean if you cast the spell with something like an item, you can't gain additional spell slots. Oh, maybe. That makes sense. All right, let's see what we get at 6th level. You find certainty in Kafin's vision. As long as you bear at least 1 cosmic brand, you gain the ability to cast the spell Bless using a spell slot. This does not feel like a great 6th level feature. If you want the spell Bless to be here, okay. If you're going to give this character a unique version of the spell Bless, I feel like this is not the move to do it. This is what I would do if I were you. If you want them to get Bless is level 1. Yeah. But getting access to a spell is not that, I don't know. Like if I was going to use this feature, this is what I would do. I would make you be able to cast it, but I would also probably let you cast it once for free per long rest. And I would probably make it do something extra than a traditional Bless. I don't know what that would be, but I would probably make it a little bit better than a normal Bless. I would let it be a once a day free casting is how I would do it. I wouldn't, because just adding it to your spell list, I don't know, that doesn't feel cool enough for a 6th level feature. Normally, a lot of Warlocks get kind of like a defensive utility feature at 6th level, so this does kind of fit that vibe. But yeah, I don't think it's strong enough. I was the guy who commented on the whole fixing the Warlock thing. I'm personally iffy, but I'll hold my comment until I see the rest of the features. If a feature has a spell slot included, it should augment or at least use it. For 6th level, it's awkward because of Pact.Magic. You have 3rd level slot. Yeah, so you're casting Bless at 3rd level then, which is fine. Like, that's fine. Like, you get to cast it on more people. That's cool. But I still think that you should get a free use of it. I don't think it should just be because you get such few spell slots anyway. Like, I don't know about you guys. Do you ever take an invocation? Do you guys ever take a Warlock invocation that gives you access to a spell but doesn't let you cast it for free? I never will. That seems like such a waste of an invocation. So like it doesn't feel good. It's like, oh boy, I have another thing that I have to have a headache about whether or not I use my 2 Warlock spell slots on it. Even the polymorph one feels like a waste of space. All right, good night, Michael. Get on out of here. Yeah, the Everard's Black Tentacle is what I was thinking about. The Fathomless Warlock gets 1 free casting of the Black Tentacles at 10th level, and it's a unique version of it where it's a little different than a normal casting. So I would lean into that. Okay, Starfire Intercession. The guiding star that illuminates your path bestows a generous gift upon those who embrace your passioned exortion. There are too many flavorful words in that sentence. Tone it down a little bit. we can make our things too flowery. When a creature within your line of sight, you can just say when a creature you can see. I would say when a creature you can see is reduced to 0 hit points, you can choose 1 creature within 30 feet of you. That chosen creature can use its reaction to take the attack action against the target designated by you. If the attack hits, it deals additional radiant damage equal to 1d6 for each cosmic brand you bear. Why? Why does this require so much to activate? So in order to use this feature, I see a creature get reduced to 0 hit points, and then I choose a creature. So there needs to be a creature reduced to 0 hit points. Then there needs to be a creature within 30 feet of me. And then that creature needs to use its reaction to make an attack against a target. That's too many ifs. Too many ifs. And it's too many ifs to make this, like, I'm not getting any... How does this help us feel more like the Eldritch Star? If the attack hits, it deals radiant damage equal to 1d6 for each cosmic brand you bear. I think that's fine. However, in return for this intercession, it claims it's due. After the chosen creature accepts and deals the extra radiant damage, it inflicts the damage upon that creature equal to the total number of radiant damage dealt through this feature. This is overly complicated. So drop the reduce to 0 hit points thing. Make it a reaction for you to use, or better yet, make it a bonus action or an action for you to use. As a bonus action, you can choose a creature within 30 feet of you. They can use their reaction to make an attack against the target. If the attack hits, it deals extra radiant damage equal to the number of d6s for the cosmic brand you bear. In addition, the attacking creature takes that much damage as well, or something like that. This should also be limited in use, even though, actually, if you're dealing damage to the person doing it, maybe it doesn't matter as much. Too specific, especially for a 10th level feature. If the stars align, they sow damage is the issue here. Yeah, but it's like this, the stars, I don't know. I feel like just because the phrase "if the stars align" exists isn't enough of an excuse for the amount of particulars that are needed to make this thing work. And I think that this is potentially a decent balancing mechanic, but I actually think that there still should be a limitation on this. Maybe it doesn't need to be once per short rest. Maybe it's proficiency bonus times per day or something, or charisma bonus times per day, because we're 10th level. So maybe it makes more sense to do that there, but something like that. But yeah. Also, wait. Yeah, it's just the attack action. I think you mean just one attack. I don't think you mean they're getting like full attacks, right? That would be crazy. All right. I won't enjoy using such specific ability. All right, fair. But oh man, it'd be nice when it came, wouldn't it? Number one, I will speak about it now. Had to meditate on it, basically. I get the first level feature being about desperate power, even though Pact.Magic alone conveys that already. All right. Looks like we're going to get more comments from I'm a Moron. We'll wait for them. Let's read the 14th level feature. The Dissonant Harmony of Kaifon, the Dream Whisperer. reverberates through the very fabric of existence. As an action, you can choose one creature that you can see and compel it to make an intelligence. Just say it has to make an intelligence saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it takes 68 radiant damage. I'm going to burp. On a success, it takes half damage and suffers no additional conditions. You've listed no additional conditions, so if you're going to list additional conditions, put them first. So put this on a success thing at the end. Don't put it in the middle. Additionally, the effects of this ability are further heightened based on the number of cosmic brands you bear, imposing additional conditions. Oh my god, you say additional so much. We don't cut some of them out. On the failed saving throw for 1 minute. At 1 cosmic brand, the target becomes deafened. At 2 cosmic brands, they become blinded. At 3 cosmic brands, the target is ensnared by the effects of the slow spell. Once you use this feature, you must finish a long rest before you can use it again. There should be some element of saving throws. I think that the deafened and blinded, honestly, all of it, there should be ways that they can break out of it. They should be able to remake their saving throw at the end of their turn. They should be able to remake their saving throw if they take damage, something like that. But this should not just be automatically on. Okay, let me see what I'm a Moron wrote. I feel iffy because this is giving warlocks more spell slots when they are technically full casters with the ability to cast at will casting of spells. Yeah, I got mixed feelings. I don't know. I don't think I'm as anti it as the author thinks I am. Aton says, I've been on for the second half of stream. Jesus, it's 3 a.m. your time. Is there a way to see who was reviewed already besides jumping back and forth? Sometimes kind souls will keep track of it and write it in the Discord. But that is not done every time. I will probably start trying to put a system together for that, but we do not have one other than the kindness of people's hearts. Needs a range of the site. I agree that this probably should not be infinite range. It probably should have a range. I agree with that. Good night. Good night, good night. Okay. I think what I feel about this is I like the idea of a warlock that takes on larger strife in order to accomplish more. I think that that's cool. I feel like I do disagree with the first level spellcasting structure. That's fine. We can disagree. But I also feel like this leveling feels weird. I don't know if this is what I might spend a little bit, like, can I make a suggestion? What if it's a little less damage? Actually, it could even be the same amount of damage. What if it's the same amount of damage or a little less damage and the amount of targets increases based on how many cosmic brands you have? That would be fun. I don't know. I feel like the reason why I don't fully agree with deafened, blinded, or slow is I don't understand flavor-wise why those negatives are tied to anything else in this subclass. Like, why blinded? Why deafened? Other than the fact that, like, I don't know, like, why? What do they have to do with any of this? There's flavor missing here. It's like how exhaustion is not linear in severity. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting subclass. I encourage you to keep playing with it if you want to. I do think that at a certain point we kind of just agree. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree, and that's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with agreeing to disagree. I think it's an interesting idea. I probably would not use it, but that, if your players are into it and you like the sort of continual, like the exhaustion style resources, I guess that's fine. The only thing is it can be shitty to manage. Like, this is the reason why the Berserker-Barbarian is so unloved. Oh man, I don't answer prayers. I answer to sacrifices and yeah. What's it called? Offerings. Offerings and sacrifices. I'm an old school god. Asking me kindly for something doesn't get you shit. Burning like, you know, setting some altar, burning something at a pyre. That works. All right, let's see what Hargoth says. This is my first time submitting homebrew like this. Cool. I have a little bit of experience homebrewing things as a GM, though. Anyway, this subclass is based off the Divine Soul Sorcerer and my favorite spell, Goodberry. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, now my question immediately is going to be, how different is it from the Divine Soul Sorcerer? And is it different enough to justify its existence? That is always the question I have. Your best rolling D20 must be destroyed. No, that's too big a sacrifice. Man, I'm old test. Listen, if you've been following my channel for a while or read between the lines, I'm probably closer related to some, you know, Old Testament pagan deities than anything else. All right, Feyberry Sorcerer. Whether you were tricked by a sprite playing a prank, or you wandered too far into the forest and ate something you weren't supposed to. This is not a full sentence. Whether what? You have changed into a Feyberry Sorcerer. This should be this is not a full sentence. Put a comma there. You have consumed a Feyberry, comma, after Feyberry, a magic berry eaten by an Archfey, and it has filled. Wait, how was it eaten by an Archfey? It was eaten by you. It has filled your mundane body. Maybe it was created by an Archfey with power from the Feywild. All right, you got to clean this flavor text up. It's choppy. First sentence isn't a full sentence. Second sentence don't make no goddamn sense. I guess you eat, yeah, unless you ate the pooped out berry. After eating a Feyberry, mundane food does not have it taste the same. At your option, you can roll. Okay, so we get some quirks. Nice. We're going to skip them. Unless there's one that I want to read. We'll read number 4. Food is just bland. All right. All right, let's see what we get at first level. Natural magic. I'm going to burp. Am I? Little one. Your link to the Feywild allows you to learn spells from the Druid spell list. When your spellcasting feature lets you learn or replace one sorcerer cantrip or sorcerer spell at first level or higher, you can choose a new spell from the Druid spell list. Okay. In addition, you learn the spell Goodberry. It is a sorcerer spell for you, but it doesn't count against your number of sorcerer spells known. You can cast Goodberry without expending a spell slot. Once you cast the spell this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. When you gain access to sorcery points, you can also cast Goodberry using 1 sorcery point. That might be too much Goodberry, honestly. I think getting 1 free casting of Goodberry a day and the spell for free is fine. If you disagree with that, then I would drop the free casting of it, and I would let you use sorcery points to cast it. But 1 sorcery point isn't enough. It needs to be 2. Because Goodberry is just a very, very strong spell. What I would strongly encourage you to do, in fact, I think you're going to see it later, but I probably would just give you the free casting of Goodberry, and the Druid spell list is pretty strong already. I probably would not do the sorcery point thing. I probably would come up with something else very ribbony for the last feature. Maybe like in addition, where you can consume a Goodberry to gain a bonus on a skill check or something, I don't know, as opposed to gaining life, something like that. Also, Druid spell list is different enough from Cleric spell list to make this different from Divine. It just depends on the rest of the class features. Yeah, this is different. This is definitely, yeah, it's different enough. Let's see, we get something else at first level. When you cast Feyberries, when you cast Goodberry using natural magic or by spending sorcery points, you can enhance them with creating Feyberries. Feyberries have the same property of Goodberry, but in addition, whoever consumes them gains the effects of the guidance cantrip for 1 minute. That is strong. Except without concentration. The creature who consumed the Feyberry can repeat the benefits of the guidance for the full duration of the minute. Okay, so here's how you do it. This is how you tie these features together and make them balanced. You learn the spell Goodberry. Perfect. I don't think you get a free casting of it. I think that when you cast the spell Goodberry, you can expend a spell slot. Not a spell slot. You can expend a sorcery point. If you expend a sorcery point while casting Goodberry, the Goodberries are enhanced, and they become guidanced. I don't think they should be infinite guidance, because you can make so many fucking Goodberries, like, so easily. So there should be a limit. Like, either creatures should only be able to benefit from this feature once per day, so they get a minute of free guidance for a minute, but just once per day, or it's just like normal guidance, where they don't get the bonus on every roll, they get it on one roll. Something like that. And I would drop the Goodberry using sorcery points things entirely. Improved Fey Berries. When someone consumes one of your Fey Berries, as a reaction, you can spend one sorcery point to have them be under the effects of the Bless spell for 1 minute, except without concentration. Again, this is a little too strong. In addition, your Fey Berries now heal a number of hit points equal to half your sorcerer level, plus your constitution. Okay, buddy. Fuck that. I'm so sorry. That makes them stronger than health potions. No. This you just drop. You just drop this entirely. This you make a once a day feature. Drop this entirely. Make this once a day. 14th level feature, Quasi-Dryad. Your connection to the Fae is becoming so close, you might be confused for a Dryad. I'm going to be honest here. So far, there is almost nothing in the subclass that makes me feel like we are getting tied to the Feywild. If you want this subclass to feel more Fey-esque, we need to get some features in here earlier that aren't just related to Goodberry. Okay. You can pick a number of traits and features that make you look more plant and Fey-like. I don't know exactly what that means. What does that mean? Also, once per turn, you can use 10 feet of your movement to step magically into one living tree within your reach and emerge from a second living tree within 60 feet of it. So you get tree stride. Appearing in an occupied space within 5 feet of the second tree. Both trees must be large or bigger. You can use this trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You gain expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, I like this for a 14th level feature. I would drop, I don't know exactly what that means, but essentially, proficiency bonus, tree stride teleports for 14th level feels pretty solid for me. To give you a sense of things, other sorcerers get like a infinite use 100-foot teleport at this level, so I think this is pretty reasonable. All right, let's look at the 18th level feature. And Tree Stride is cool. I like Tree Stride. Reincarnation Berry. You can spend 5 sorcery points to create a single powerful Fey Berry. This berry will rapidly start to grow into a new body of your design for a soul of a recently departed creature to inhabit. Recreating the effects of the spell Reincarnate, except you can target the soul of a humanoid or beast and choose the race of the new body instead of rolling on the table. I would probably make this a seed and not a berry. Yeah, I'd make this a seed or not a berry. This is an interesting subclass. All right, I think you need to remove at least one of the Goodberry features. Because, like, this one feels really similar to this one. And we need another Fey feeling feature to tie it together. But it's a pretty solid idea so far. I think that you are leaning too hard into the Goodberry vibe. And if you're like, all I want is the Goodberry vibe, then you still need to tone it down a little bit, and you need to make these later features less Goodberry. Or more Goodberry. Wasn't that how blights were made, from a vampire tree? I'm not sure. I've never met a blight. Next time I meet one, I'll ask. Oh, shoot. Milk Boy. wonder if Milk Boy's still here. I saw them saying they were leaving soon. A short piece this week. Not a short piece. Here it is in chat. Did it send? There we go. Staff of Great Key. Quarterstaff, rare. Requires attunement by a monk of 2nd level or higher. My guess is it's because it has to do with key points. You probably could just... You don't need to say 2nd level or higher. I think you could just say monk. This magic quarterstaff channels the key within its wielder. You could also say a creature with key points. The quarterstaff has 3 charges, regains 1d3 charges daily at dawn. As a bonus action, you can expend a charge to regain a expended key point. I probably would come up with a different word here, even though I know it's technically correct, but it feels weird. Even though it's technically correct, it feels weird to have the word expend twice like that. You can use a charge. Okay, additionally, you can expend your key points to use the following key feature. Don't call it a key feature. Just say to do the following. When you hit a creature with a quarterstaff, you can expend a key point to deal an additional 1d10 force damage to the creature. Okay, so a couple thoughts here. This is pretty strong. Not in a way that I think is bad at all. The charges for key points I think is simple and fair and straightforward, and I like it. The additional force damage, I think you need to limit it to how many times. I think you need to limit the amount of times you can do it per round. You think this feels weak? You get 3 extra key points per day, which is huge. And then you also get a mini smite. I don't think that's weak. I think it's pretty solid. I guess it is at most twice per round. That's true. That's true. That's true. You want this on your Kensai? This is what I would do if I were you. I would change it so that it was a +1 staff as well. And then I would make it very rare. Because I don't want to remove either of the features, but it does feel like... It does feel sort of in between strong and weak. Like, the features themselves are quite weak, but the truth is, at a certain point, you really want some +1 stuff going on, you know? Like, I'll tell you what, I don't want to be sitting there being like, God damn it, do I use my staff so I can get my extra key points, or do I use my +1 thing? I want both. So I would probably make it a +1 weapon and make it very rare. +1 weapons that are very rare can have a lot of features. You could also make it a +2 weapon and tone it a little bit down, just a tiny bit. Maybe make the 1d10, 1d6. There's a lot of things you could do. It's pretty solid, though, dude. Like, I don't have a lot more to say other than the fact that the main thing that I genuinely think about this is that it should have a bonus to attacks and hits. Attacks and damage. I like it, though. Somebody said they want this on their Kensai monk. Yeah, this is a fun item. It's a good item that's just going to make you a better monk. Sometimes that's all you want. You just want like a solidly, this is a fucking monk item. Let's go. Oh, it could deal damage equal to the martial arts die. That's true. That's true. That might be the move. That might be the move. Soupangel. This is part of a much larger project that aims to make martial combat more interesting and realistic. The main thing I'm worried about is the numbers potentially being too high. If you're worried about them being too high, I can almost guarantee you that they are too high. Okay, what the fuck am I looking at here? Okay, so this is just like a total revamp of the class system. So you want something called Evasion class and Armor class. And then there is a damage reduction. All right, let's read what these things... Let's try to understand what we're working with here. Your Evasion class represents how easy it is for a weapon to miss you completely or bounce off harmlessly, while your Armor class represents how hard it is for an attack to slip between the gaps in your armor or simply blow through it. An attack roll lower than a target's Evasion class is a miss. An attack roll that meets or exceeds the target's Evasion class but not its AC is a glancing blow. And an attack roll that meets the AC is a hit. Okay, so what you're trying to do is you're trying to make basically half hits. Damage reduction is halved against magical damage. Not sure how that ties into anything. Your armor class must always be higher than your evasion class. That makes sense. If something like a shield increases your evasion class to a point where it is equal to or greater than your armor class, it also increases your armor class by 1 point higher than your evasion class. That is a dangerous game. That could lead to some dangerous stacking. Whenever a creature makes a stealth check in armor, it takes a penalty to the roll equal to the amount in the stealth column of the worn armor. At the start of your turn, you can choose to reduce your movement speed by any number of feet. You need to make it iterations of 5, or it doesn't matter. Your stealth penalty is reduced by 1 for the rest of your turn, or for every 5 feet you reduce your speed in this way. I don't love a movement speed thing related to that because there's a lot of ways you can juke stuff with movement speed. You're telling your players that evasion class and armor class matter, because essentially the way that it works is if you get hit by your evasion class, you probably will take a little damage, and if you get hit by your armor class, you will take full damage. This is going to be the main thing. The main difference between if somebody wants to use this and not is going to be, do my players want to keep track of multiple armor classes? That's the question that they're going to ask. Or do I want to figure out multiple armor classes for monsters? Because if you incorporate this feature, you kind of need to have it now on every creature, which is a lot of work and a lot of math. Now, I'm a Moron says, yeah, it's got to be simple and fun to run. I agree that it is better if it's simple and fun. Well, it's simple to run. You want it to be fun. But there are people that really like super nitty-gritty combat systems that might really enjoy something like this. I am going to say that this breaks bounded accuracy majorly. I don't even need to look at the numbers, but like, I strongly underline the strong disagree with you increasing the base armor classes so much by including an evasion class. That doesn't feel like a balance. If you want to have an evasion class, make it just lower than the standard armor classes. Because if I can get plate armor that gives me an armor class of 24, like, that's too strong. That's stupidly strong. I should not be able to get my AC up to 24 unless I am either a pretty high-level character that is using a combination of powerful magical items, or I am somebody that has very specifically built my character to have a high AC. And in addition, I have someone on my team that is using resources to buff my AC. Because you can get an AC of 24 at low levels, but it's got to be like I'm a Warforged Forge Cleric, and I have a special thing, and somebody's casting Shield of Faith on me, and all of that stuff. I know there's a second page. I'm just telling you, with the basic informations that we have right now, these numbers are too high. The other thing that I want to point out, considering the amount of math that's involved, you do a good job of not oversaturating with math. The most complicated division math we do is divide by 2. The most complicated multiplication math we do is ×3. So that is within a realm of like reasonable for math to ask someone to do at the table. But it's a lot to do that on every attack. It's a lot of math to ask people to do regularly. Bladesinger says hi, Tortle. Yeah, I know. There's guys like there's a lot of ways to get a high AC. Yeah, this does kind of make Tortles bad. That might be worth talking about here. I don't know if you mentioned in the piece, but how to acknowledge things with the natural armor classes. Hot take incoming bounded accuracy doesn't exist to me. 2-hit bonus in 5e grows so much faster than AC, and a +1 or even a +2 to AC matters less and less into the higher game than earlier game. That is a reasonable hot take, I'm a moron. And if you are enjoying not paying attention to or caring about it, that's fine. But it is a... Having been... If you don't... Here's what I'll say. If you don't respect bounded accuracy, then you put yourself in a situation where you either have to really not care about combats being super fucking swingy and kind of weirdly balanced, or you have to put a lot more work into making them less swingy and more balanced. Doesn't need to matter. But I can, speaking from experience, I have been a dungeon master where I've had players that were level 8 and had a +12 to hit. And that breaks the game. It doesn't break the game in that it's not fun for the players, at least in little moments, but it breaks the game in that it makes it so hard to build and account for, at least from my perspective. So in your personal game, I got nothing wrong with not doing bounded accuracy, because you probably don't mind that extra balancing work, or you just don't give a shit and don't worry about it. I struggled with it. What if we reduce all the numbers by 2 or 3? Why not just make them the normal armor classes that they are in the book? Why? You know, why would I wouldn't just pick an arbitrary number. I would be like, we'll just use the, like, you know, I don't know. That's how I feel about it. Or like, let's say, or you could have some own, you know, your own sort of math around it. So like, let's say plate armor normally is 18. Okay. So if you want to boost it to like 20, maybe the lower hit is a 16, so that it's like you make the range 2 up and 2 down from the base armor class. Something like that. That might work too. I don't really care about getting into or out of armor. What's going on here? Weapons that... Okay, these are a few properties for some weapons that have to interact with the new armor rules. This weapon doesn't care whether or not the target is armored. Whether you get a glancing blow with this weapon, the target's damage reduction is reduced by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus for the attack. Okay, stop. Don't do that. Don't make us do math for the damage... Don't make us do math for the damage reduction and then do more math for the reduction of the damage reduction. Just make crushing ignore the damage reduction. You can't add at this. That's now you're getting out of me buying into it. Now it's getting too complicated. I can fix all these things in a A5 wink with clean simple math. I don't know what that means. This weapon can attack from many different angles, making it easy to recover from your mistakes. You gain a +1 bonus to your tackles with this weapon for every attack you've missed or glanced. That's an interesting feature. Precise. This weapon excels at slipping through gaps in the armor. Whenever you get a glancing blow with this weapon, roll a d4 to add to your attack roll, potentially causing the attack to hit. That's kind of interesting too. Overall, I mean, look, I'll be blunt. I would never use this. This is too complicated for me. I would get really frustrated with my players because they would have a hard time using this, and then I would have to be checking their work, and it would just be annoying. I wouldn't know how to balance for it. But if you are somebody that really likes the kind of like, ooh, we want this to feel more chunky, and really lean into that, then something like this is a lot of fun. This can be a lot of fun for people for sure. But yeah, I don't know why you're making the numbers so high. I don't think you need to. That's my thoughts, Soup Angel. Some dude brings up a good point. At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, why am I not just using a different system? Hey, Mr. Shred, are you still here? I don't know, but we're looking at your piece. Hey, Mr. Block. Ooh, no, very few people call me Mr. Block. My second stream now live. Well, you got picked for it. Really appreciate you hosting these. I also 100% new to making homebrew. Thank you for the review. I hope I can make the homebrew community. Okay. If you say too many nice things, I'm going to read your piece too quickly. Time, Sorcerer. No other systems have 50-year multiverse with over 1,000 publications. I mean, I don't understand why that matters, but I feel like if you're talking about from the flavor perspective, that's irrelevant, because you could just pull all the D&D flavor into whatever you want to use. If you're talking about like modules and that sort of thing, then I see your point. If you don't want to have to like come up with whole new encounters, but I would also argue that by making a game, by so fundamentally changing the combat system, you are inherently going to be changing a lot of encounters. And I also would guess that somebody willing to put in the work to change the combat system would probably be willing to put in the work to write their own adventure. Probably. Maybe? I don't know. You do have to do the same amount of adapting either way. Me and my players are just so comfortable with 5e and aren't too willing to invest in new systems. I'm super down. I'm a moron. I'm in a similar boat. I'm super down to explore new systems, but my players aren't really. And I also don't have as much free time to explore those systems as I would like. Okay. Time Sorcerer subclass. Thank you for adding the flavor for the art credit. You weren't... Did I put this in the thing? I did. Okay. You weren't particularly gifted with magic, nor did you bargain for it. You have read some books, but you don't find this power inside them. I'm going to be honest. None of this matters. Drop all of this. This tells us nothing about this subclass. This is all sorcerers. Whether by conscious will or multiverse, the power of time marked you. Whatever accident or intentional discovery. So you say whether by conscious will or multiverse, and then you essentially say that again with saying whatever accident or intentional discovery. That's literally the same thing. You're like, whether by accident, but whether intentionally or through happenstance, something. Whether by accident or intentionally, like, so don't say it twice. You don't need to say it twice. That prompted this is no longer important. Again, so this sentence just doesn't matter. Just drop this whole sentence. Learning to control the times of tide is crucial, lest they rip your body apart from the sheer power. Yeah, get rid of like half this flavor text and fill it with flavor text that actually explains the vibe of this subclass. Don't worry about introducing it. Just dive right in. Okay, expanded spell list. Let's see. We gain certain spells at certain levels. They count as sorcerers, but don't count against no spells. These can't be replaced. Okay, so you just stuck with them. Okay, one thing that I want to point out is that maybe this doesn't matter, but I just want to point out some of these spells, like Gift of Alacrity, Fortune's Favor, they're all like critical role spells, like wild mount spells. And I'm always hesitant to add spells on these lists that are not Player's Handbook. But you don't have to stick to that, but that's just a thing to think about. Or at least I'm not Player's Handbook, but non-setting specific. Like I feel like whenever you use setting specific spells, it's just worth thinking about. Okay. 3 spells at level 1 is a little odd. If I were you, I probably would drop Featherfall. SRD is the safest bet because everyone can just get them. You really know that everyone just has them. Okay. Fortune's Favor, Mirror Image, Slow, Haste, Odaluk's Resilience, Fear, Dimension Door, Legend Lord, Temporal. Okay, so the other thing I'd say is these spells are all really strong. Like, maybe too strong. Like, I disagree with getting Slow and Haste at 5th level. They're just too strong. If flavor-wise that you want that, then you've got to figure out another way of incorporating them into the subclass, because this is a really fucking strong spell list. Okay, at 1st level, Chrono Step. Using time as a resource, you pick your moments to shine, or the moments you need a quick rewind. When you are hit by an attack, you can use your reaction to cause the attack to be re-rolled. I would say you can use your reaction to force the attacker to re-roll. The attacker must re-roll. Yeah. So you say that actually here. So you're repeating yourself. You don't need to do that. The attacker must re-roll and use the new result. Once this has been resolved, you can immediately teleport up to 10 feet away from the target, only in the opposite direction. Just say 10 feet away from the target. What is the opposite direction? Just say away from the target. Use a feature number of times equal to your charisma modifier, and you gain all expended uses when you finish after a short or long rest. Don't do a short or long rest. Just make it a long rest. Also make it, I would argue, it's probably better to make it proficiency bonus times per day than charisma modifier. That is the general direction D&D is moving in. What's with the funky font? I don't know. They just went with italics. I have no idea why. Okay, so your 1st level feature is that when you're hit with an attack, you can force a reroll. And then you can teleport 10 feet away. It's okay. It doesn't feel... The two features feel disjointed. The reroll feels like a time rewind. The chrono step... or the teleport just feels like a teleport. They don't feel connected. I don't know. Def not per short rest. Yeah. No, we know. They know that. They're just trying to squeeze in the strength. Yeah, teleport feels like a shift in space. I agree. Hey, Desty, what's up? Yeah, I agree. I'm a moron. We're on the same page. Yeah, the reroll is fine, but I don't think the reroll is enough. I also feel like the teleport is weird and doesn't fit. What if it's like anything? What if it's like you can use your reaction to force a reroll of a attack roll that you see within 10 feet of you? And it can be an enemy attack, it can be an ally attack, it could be your attack. What if it's just that? Just like 3 or 4 rerolls a day. That might work. Okay, level 6, Riftwalker's Grace. Ooh, somebody else had a rifty feeling thing today. Space itself struggles to contain you as you grow more powerful. Your control of time magic has become stronger. Yeah, teleport could work, but I don't think it works with the reroll. It's too stepping on the same toes a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Starting at 6th level, you get the following effects. You can no longer be surprised and have advantage on initiative rolls. Your age now half as slow. Additionally, you have resistance to force damage. You can spend 1 sorcery point to transmute damage to force. Too many features, dude. This is enough. This is enough. I even see that we're getting a whole other feature. So I'm going to tell you something that you're going to fucking hate. This is enough. So let's see what we're getting at this level. Drop this regardless. All right, let's see what else we get at 6th level. Reaching into another time stream is hard. Pulling a spell from there, almost impossible until now. Whenever you cast a leveled spell in your turn, you can use your bonus action to draw in another casting from an alternative timeline. Spend either a number of sorcery points or a spell slot equal to the level of the spell to cast the spell a second time immediately, counting as a separate spell for meta magic purposes. A spell cast this way cannot target the same target as the original casting. The creatures, including yourself, are only affected once by the spell. You can use this feature a number of times to equal your charisma modifier, regaining expending uses. Oh my god, no, dude. This is way too strong on top of this other feature. Way too strong on top of this other feature. My brother in D&D lore, you recognize that almost nothing gets resistance to force damage. Oh, I know. Also, not that much deals force damage. I just think it's very out of place feeling. Force damage, I don't feel anything force damage from this so far. It's a weird example. Like, this is time magic, so it should affect... Force damage is not time damage. Like, it doesn't... I don't get the flavor of that. This is really strong. I don't know how I feel about the double casting. I will tell you that the double casting on top of you can't be surprised and you have advantage on initiative, that's too much for 6th level. I don't think time magic is a damage type. I think time magic affects spells and things. That's the whole point. Like, if I'm casting an ice spell and then I bend time to avoid it or to make it hit, time isn't a damage type. I disagree with you associating it with a damage type. What if, like, the echoed spell could repeat the spell in a different area, but it only deals half damage and force damage? For a double casting, do a cantrip instead? Barbarians get that alone at 7th level, right? Yes, but barbarians getting advantage on initiative at 7th level is very different than a sorcerer getting advantage on initiative at 6th level. Not because of the not because of the level difference, but like that's like the only thing they get at that level. First of all, they're not also getting several other very useful features, but also a spellcaster getting advantage on initiative is much stronger than a martial character getting advantage on initiative. Better yet, we don't even need to talk about other martial characters. We just talk about barbarians. A spellcaster getting advantage on initiative is much stronger than a barbarian getting advantage on initiative. Much stronger. What did we say? Creatures already affected by the spell can't be hit by the echoed spell. Thinking about it, this is still powerful even without damage. Yeah, it's super fucking powerful. If you're going for time manipulation, what about at level 1? You can cast True Strike and have it last for 1 minute. That would be... I mean, they could go in that direction, but that's majorly changing things. Doubling up Hypnotic Pattern. Doubling up... There's a lot of stuff you could double up. Double up Polymorph. We don't know how this affects concentration. I guess maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I would not allow you to cast 2 concentration spells with it, but maybe you can. I don't know. Yeah, any concentration spells would be too strong. Covering twice as much space. Yeah, it's really strong. It's very strong. We're all in agreement. Pokey9er is giving us is rattling off a bunch of reasons why it's a little hectic. And it does kind of step on the toes of the Metamagic twin casting, which I feel like I don't think is the move. So I'd come up with something different here. Let's look at 14th level. Temporal Stasis. Distributions in space can now cause strange effects, and you've learned to harness these paradoxes into powerful... You know what you could also do? You could do a double casting, but I would not base it off of spell slots and sorcery points. I would make it a once-a-day thing. You could do something like that, I think. I feel. Okay. Temporal Stasis. You've learned to harness these paradoxes into power against your enemies. Choose 1 point you can see within 30 feet. You can spend 6 sorcery points to cause all creatures in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on that point to make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC or be trapped briefly in time. On a failure, their speed is reduced to 0, and they are incapacitated until the start of your next turn. On a failure... becoming immune for 24 hours. What? You mean on a success? Any damage or forced movement breaks this immediately. That's not the way I would write that. The area also has the effects of the slow spell for all creatures, regardless of the result of the saving throw for 1 minute. You can use this feature once per day, regaining... Wait a minute. So people's speed are reduced to 0, but also everyone in the area is just affected by the slow spell. This is too many things. I think you got to pick one. You want to do the movement speed thing? Great. Incapacitated and movement speed on a failure? Cool. You want to make a 20-foot radius orb that everyone in it is automatically affected by the slow spell? That could be cool too, but I don't think it should be both. Both is too much. Level 6 idea, stealing from time from targets to add to your own, somehow aging them. I mean, there are ways you could do that. You could have a feature where it was like, what I would do for do something like that, like you could have a 6th level feature where it was like, whenever you roll initiative, you can use your reaction, and like you can make a creature has to like make a saving throw, and on a failed save, they get like a penalty to their initiative, and you can give yourself a bonus to your initiative based on that penalty. Like you are slowing them down to speed yourself up. That could work. That'd be cool. Okay, let's look at the 18th level feature. Chrono Surge. In times of desperation, you shift the very tides of time itself for you and your allies. Time, though, it doesn't like being used this way at all. Don't use time twice here. Feels weird. 3 times? Jesus, too much. You can use your action to cast Time Stop. Choose a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier other than yourself to bring into suspended time for 1d4 plus 1 rounds. All chosen creatures are subject to the same restrictions for Time Stop, although you and other creatures can interact with each other. Once time has been resumed, after having been used this way, your speed is halved until the end of your next turn. This feature activates the first time you are brought to 0 hit points, and if activated in this manner, you automatically fail the Constitution saving throw as described below, and begin phasing once you are brought above 0 hit points. We're going to read this last part, but I'm going to say I disagree with this feature until I see more. Oh my god, we have more than one 18th level feature? Fuck that. Getting a free casting of Time Stop is enough. Free casting of Time Stop that you can target other creatures in is stupidly powerful. So, this is the only feature that you should have at 18th level. Okay, once used, this feature can be activated against the official long rest. At the end of your next short or long rest, you have to make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. This is one of those things where you shouldn't have a harder time with things based on how powerful you are. The more powerful you get, the more powerful your negatives get. Doesn't make sense. On a failure, you begin phasing out of time. While phasing, roll a d6 and subtract the roll from any attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throws. While phasing, you can add your spellcasting modifier to spells dealing force damage. This is all just... just drop all this stuff. Drop all this stuff. I think that you're just making things too complicated here. Like, it feels like this is here to try to make it okay for you to get more features, and that's not... I disagree with that. Let's see what the other thing is. You no longer age, and you gain immunity to force damage. This is kind of fine. You can cast haste on yourself as a bonus action without expending a spell slot or gaining... No, so just drop... Okay, so drop this. Drop this. Keep the aging. Drop the immunity to force damage. Keep this just like this. Make it once a day. And boom, you're done. It's an interesting subclass. I do think that it feels a little bit... It doesn't feel focused. I feel like there's ways you can play around with time that will feel a little bit more clever. I don't love the stuff that is so similar to Meta-Magic. I think you can rework a couple features. It's an interesting subclass. It's worth continuing if you want, for sure. Interesting idea for sure. Switch the force immunity with magically being aged. Oh, that's kind of fun. You become immune to being magically aged. That comes up so rarely, but that also is reasonable as like a ribbon feature. Cool, Mr. Shred Guy. Thank you very much. I think the piece needs some work, but I do think that it is in a good spot. All right. Click. Oh man, Gaming Reasons. Gaming Reasons is one of the only people that regularly writes really defensive. He gets really defensive about his pieces, and it's fine. But I just think it's funny. I basically was like, yo, you don't need to justify your pieces in the comment section. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't make you grow as a writer. It just makes you come off as defensive. Man still does it. Okay, this is version 3 of the Living Construct. I'm going to go fast on this one because this is the 3rd version. I don't think it's going to need a whole lot more thought. And if you don't, I hope you don't mind and understand that I'm going to be doing a quick read because we're looking mostly for the changes. Built with Purpose and Core Design. Most things on the previous version of Built with Purpose got a touch-up based on suggestions and my own ideas. Core Design is directly paired with the Design Flaw list. Nice. Taking certain features from one will mean you get the associated trait of the other. Good. Turn the upgraded feat into modular upgrade. Cool. Okay, all those sound cool. All those changes sound cool. Let's take a look. I'm going to say this again in on the Discord and in my announcements, but starting next week, you are going to need to wait at least 2 weeks before sending me a redraft of a piece. I'm just saying that again now, because the more I say it, the more people will remember it. But it will essentially turn into a rule. Like, if it's the kind of thing where I see a piece 2 times in a week, I'm going to skip it, in the same way that I have to skip a piece if I see May. Okay. So what were the two? Okay, so this is like a Warforged alternative. So we have Magical Repair. These features I think are all probably the same. Yep. Magical Repair. You benefit from spells and other abilities that restore hit points that normally don't affect constructs, but they only restore half the hit points they normally would. Okay. It's the same as it was before. Built with a Purpose. Choose one ability from the list below when you take this character option. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You gain 1 tool proficiency, 1 skill proficiency, and 1 language of your choice. Your base walk speed becomes 35 feet. You gain a climb speed equal to your walking speed. I might make the climb speed half your walking speed. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. That feels stronger than this. You can see in dim light with a 60 feet of you, within 60 feet of you as if it were bright light. And okay, so dark vision. Cool. Okay. Combative, you gain proficiency in 1 martial weapon of your choice, as well as wait, I missed to read that. 1 martial weapon of your choice, as well as light or medium armor. The armor proficiency is going to be a lot more useful than the weapon proficiency, but that's fine. I think it's fine. Magical, 1 cantrip of your choice from the wizard spell list, and you pick your spellcasting modifier. Okay, that's also fine. Always armed. You have a built-in weapon that counts as a finesse weapon that you can use to make unarmed strikes. When you hit with it, the strike deals 1d6 plus your strength or dex modifier. You should clarify that you are proficient with it. Maybe. The one thing that I want to say, and maybe you disagree and that's fine, but I do feel like always armed makes the 1 martial weapon proficiency like redundant because they feel similar. Normally climbing is normally 2 times the cost of normal movement, so making it half would just be normal climbing. No, because normal climbing requires you to make an athletics check to even try to climb, and there are certain surfaces that you will not be able to scale unless you have a climbing speed. If you have a climbing speed, that means that you automatically are able to climb. There's no checks related. You just can do it. That's the main difference. That being said, you don't need to make it half your climb speed. You could make it anything. I just think, in my opinion, gaining a climb speed equal to your movement speed is very strong. Not in a bad way. I like it. I just think if I was looking at these, I would pick this option 9 times out of 10, but that's fine. That's spider climb. No, that's also a climb speed. Look, guys, I mean, if you disagree, I can show you. There are plenty of things that have a climb speed that is basically half its movement speed. It just makes it so you can just do it without needing to make it a big deal. Okay. Yeah, these all feel pretty solid. Core design. Choose one of the following from the list below. Lightning Rod. Whenever an attack or ability that causes lightning damage is made against a target within 15 feet of you, your body causes you to become the target instead. Your body causes you... That's a weird wording. That's okay. If the ability can cause damage to multiple targets, such as an area effect, the ability must include you in the area effect. But you have the transient voltage trait. I would say in addition, not but. You're vulnerable to lightning damage when you are the only one damaged by... Okay. So you can draw lightning damage to you, but you're also vulnerable to that lightning damage. Hectic. You have... Okay, immutable. You have advantage on saving throws against spells or effects that would alter your form. Cool, cool, cool. But you have anti-magic susceptibility. If you're targeted by Dispel Magic, you have to make a Constitution saving throw. Fall unconscious for 1 minute. At the end of each of your turns, you can make the con save to come back. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That's good. I like that. Siege weapon. You count as one size larger for determining your carrying capacity. You can also deal double damage to objects and structures. Ooh, this is very strong. I like it, but it's very strong. You also get dense. While swimming, your walking speed is reduced by 20. I might make more negatives here because this is like 2 pretty solid positives. Yeah, vulnerability on one player is scary. You could easily get smoked. It's true. True life. You basically now heal normally, but you're also can be poisoned. Cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, all these changes feel pretty solid, dude. I like them. I like them a lot. I don't know what's going on down here. Extra stuff, looks like. Special types of armor. Cool, cool, cool. You can get a modular upgrade. This is like a feat for them. You get an ability score increase, and you get a extra built with purpose feature. And you can change it. Cool. All right. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I don't really have much more thoughts. I mean, I think that at this point, you're in playtest mode. At this point, I would say time to figure out which stuff works and if anything doesn't. And the best way to playtest something is to get a friend of yours who likes to do a lot of theory crafting and try to make them break this. Be like, hey, make a level 10 character. They can have whatever magic items they want that are like very rare or lower. With this race, any class, try to make them broken and see what they can come up with, and then have them enter some combat scenarios and stuff and see how that feels. I don't really have any other thoughts than that. Seems like it's in a pretty solid place. Keep on keeping on. Yeah, I think the design symmetry helped a lot. That was my main feedback the last time, if I remember correctly. Or if I remember incorrectly. Gavin. Get out of here, moron. I'm going to be ending soon, too, and we're not going to do too many more. Good afternoon, Cinder. Hope all is well. This is the first subclass I ever made. I wanted to make a character who focused on WWE / luchador style fighting. Fuck yeah. But all the options that I was able to find either make a fighter or a monk, and personally, I think Bard is more appropriate. So I'm going to tell you right now, Gavin, there is a luchador fighting monk that I have not only seen, I have used. I've had a player use in my game. And it was pretty solid. The way that it worked was that they essentially were a monk. They were like a Bard-style battle master, where they could expend Bardic Inspiration to do special gladiator moves. Okay, let's see what we're working with here, though. College of the Masked Warrior. For those who seek glory on the stage, for those who seek glory on the stage, that is the battlefield. The College of the Masked Warrior welcomes you. The College of the Masked Warrior aims to transform individuals into lean, mean fighting machines, capable of performing regardless of the time, place, or situation. A candidate seeking entry to the college should be an individual with strong passion for the art of combat and a love for dramatics. Cool. All right, that's fine flavored text. Now it's fucking late. It's almost 3 a.m. Art by Hotspot AI. When you join the college at 3rd level, you create a mask that fits your fighting spirit and empowers your magical ability. If your mask is ever lost or destroyed, you can spend 50 gold in 3 hours to make a new one. While wearing the mask, you gain the following benefits. Creatures have disadvantage on insight and investigation checks made against you. You can roll a d4 in place of the normal damage for your unarmed strikes. This increases to a d6 at level 6. I would probably make this higher. When you use your action to grapple a creature, you can use a bonus action to make an unarmed strike on the same creature. So it's very similar. We're getting like a little bit of Tavern Brawler, a little bit of Grappler. Okay, this is actually a really... The thing is, I get what you're doing here, but for a bard to use its action and its bonus action to grapple a creature and make a single damage die attack against them is very weak. That's like a very unoptimal option for a bard to take most of the time. So this is not a super strong feature at all. When you join the college, you get at level 3 you gain proficiency in athletics, leatherworking tools, and improvised weapons. Okay. So the other thing is that we're just getting way too much at 3rd level. So you can't do all of this and all of this. You got to pick and choose. Do you want to have a mask that gives creatures disadvantage on checks against you and do a little bit extra damage? Fine. Do you want to have proficiency in athletics, leatherworking tools, and improvised weapons? And you can't, because basically, like, we're getting way too many features. Like, let me just count the amount of features we're getting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to count this one as 1. 6. And then a whole lot more at 7. So, yeah, you're going to have to, I'm going to argue. So this is like 6.5 features. Make this 3 features. And by that, I don't mean combine them. I mean remove half of them. Signature move. Also at 3rd level, you have learned to harness the latent energy of a conflict into a potent force. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, an improvised weapon, or with a spell that has a range of touch, you can use your reaction to spend a bardic inspiration die to perform your signature move on that creature. The affected creature must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, choose one of the following. I would not make it a charisma save every time. That's weird. I would probably make it a different thing based on what the feature did. Okay, let's see what happens though. Off the high rope, the creature takes 1d8 bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. You can't even see me. The creature takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage and you become invisible until the end of your turn. Interesting. I would probably say you become heavily obscured. Or maybe the creature becomes blinded. Give me a hell yeah. The creature takes 1d4 bludgeoning damage, and another target creature you can see within 10 feet gains advantage on their next melee attack. So what I want to point out here is that you have 2 things going on that I think need to change. One is that these should all be something else. They shouldn't all be charisma-based. Secondly, you should take advantage of the fact that you are using an bardic inspiration. I would probably make all of these damages equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die. And if that makes some of these things feel too similar, that means that they are too similar. Everyone wants that level 5 to 7 power spike at level 3 now. Some people do. I don't know if everyone does. But either way, yeah. Cut half of these out. This is pretty cool. I like it. Let's look at what we got at 6th level. Oh, God, why are we getting 3 things at 6th level? We should get 1 thing at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, the fear that your mask inspires in others, because we already get 1 thing at 6th level by the very nature of our damage increasing. Right? We get a whole 6th level feature here already. Okay, improved mask. While you're wearing the mask, it gains the following benefits. You can roll a d6 in place of normal damage die for unarmed strikes. Again, if this is here, don't put that. We don't need it in both places. Creatures cannot have advantage on saving throws made against becoming frightened by you. Okay. Not opposed to that, but if we don't have any built-in ways to create the frightened condition, this feels like a weird feature. I don't understand why this feature is here unless we have a built-in way to create the frightened condition. Fighting words. At 6th level, you have learned to infuse your magic with the Spirit of the Ring. Whenever you cast a spell that has a verbal component and deals damage, you can change the damage type it deals to bludgeoning instead. That is not a power-up. Once a creature takes damage from this ability, you cannot use it again until you finish a long rest. Again, this is not a power-up. Bludgeoning damage is not good. Tag me in. You have learned how to take advantage of the chaos of battle. When a friendly creature within 10 feet of you makes a melee attack, you can use your reaction to make an unarmed strike against the creature they attacked. Is that just infinite in use? Okay, you're not going to love what I have to say here. I'm going to be honest. This genuinely doesn't feel like a luchador move. This is a downgrade. Like, there's almost all creatures that have a resistance to, like, if you like, oh man, I can't do thunder because this creature is resistant to thunder damage. They're all going to have resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't. I think if you want to do improved mask stuff, you got to, like, okay, you either lean into the improved mask stuff or you completely drop it. But either way, I think sixth level needs a pretty big rehaul. All of these features, like, tag me in, you could maybe keep if this is the only feature and you have to expend a Bardic Inspiration to use it. Maybe you can add the Bardic Inspiration die to the damage. I would drop this unless you are including a way earlier on for you to scare people. And this is a... Yeah, this is like a downgrade. So there's a lot going on here, but I actually think all of it should change. It's magical bludgeoning damage. Almost nothing resists that. Oh, I guess that's true. I don't know. Either way, I'm going to say what I said before, which is I still feel like all of these should change. Or you need to tighten them up because there's too many features here. Awakened. Like, yeah, again, I see 2 14th level features. There shouldn't be 2. There should just be 1. Starting at 14th level, and one of these features is like 3 features. 2 features. While wearing the mask, you have advantage on concentration checks. Whenever you score a critical hit on a creature with an unarmed strike and choose to use your signature move, you can instead use all 3 signature moves like at the same time. Yeah, I don't like that. That feels weird. I would drop that. How do they mix together? I don't know. This should... I disagree with this one. I don't understand the flavor of it. Walkout routine. At 14th level, you have learned how to meld your spirit with a roar of an approaching battle. You can spend 1 minute and 1 Bardic Inspiration die to give yourself a number of temporary hit points equal to half your Bard level rounded up plus your Charisma modifier. And whenever you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, an improvised weapon, or a spell that has a range of touch, you can deal an extra amount of bludgeoning damage equal to your Charisma modifier to that creature. This effect ends if you fall unconscious or after 10 minutes. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. It should just be a long rest and not a short or long rest. So what happens? Wait a minute. How long does it last? So you spend a minute hyping yourself up, and then you get 10 minutes of this feature. I think it should just be an action to activate. I don't think it should spend a minute. And is this not that good? Am I missing something? Okay, here's what I would do if I were you. I would completely drop this feature, and I would make this feature good. Make it stronger. Instead of the temporary hit points equal to your half your bard level, make your temporary hit points equal to your bard level plus a roll of your bardic inspiration die. Or 2 rolls of your bardic inspiration die plus half your bard level. The extra damage is fine. But I would also maybe tie in the extra maneuver stuff here, or alternative uses of maneuvers or something. I'd also probably only have it last a minute, but I'd make it an action to activate, or a bonus action. I think the flavor-wise is here. I think the main feedback I have is you're trying to make this thing do too much. This is just way too many features. Do you want the mask to be like this big, imposing thing? Then cool, lean into that. Do you want to have sick-ass signature moves? Then lean into that. But you can't do everything. If you want to do everything, it has to be tiny bits. Tiny bits. Tiny bits of everything. Little itty-bitty bits. This is too many. Too many bits. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. I think that at the moment, there needs to be, you need to, the main thing that this needs is you need to trim this thing way down and refine it. So my main feedback for you is to be like, what does this need? If this thing could only get 2 things at 3rd level, what would those 2 things need to be? And by 2 things, I don't mean 2 of these. I mean literally 2 things. So I would argue that I think the 2 things this would need at 3rd level, in order to genuinely feel like a luchador-style bard, would probably be the signature move feature and the unarmed strike. I don't think it needs anything else. You can put in the mask that you could put in the mask, but I would treat it like the Mercy Monk mask, where it's there, but doesn't do anything yet. At 6th level, you could have the mask start to do things. Maybe one other thing. But yeah, it's just doing too much right now. So tone it down. Tone it down. Boil it down to its component pieces. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Grungslinger's getting 2. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to be really honest, Grungslinger. If this is long, I'm not going to be able to read it. I just realized it's 3 a.m. I think I might need to be done for the night. Let me just peek it. I didn't realize how late it was. Oh, yeah, buddy. I'm sorry. I think I'm done. I think I got to end here. I shouldn't have rolled. I didn't want to tease you. That's fucked up of me. I'm sorry. But I'm tired. I don't have time to read a whole table of 20 features. I'm not going to do justice to it. I'd rather not read it than read it and do bad. Okay, guys that are still here. Holy shit. This was a long stream. It's like a 7-hour stream tonight. Thank you all for sticking around. That did. We are going to be back next week. I don't know exactly what time, but starting next week, we're going to have some new stuff. There will be the new rule of you can't double down on like multiple pieces weeks in a row. I will also have a slightly new schedule, which should include multiple streams per week, which will be very fun. Yeah, I'm probably going to be switching a couple other things around a little bit. I have an idea of how I want to change the vibe of these streams, and we're gonna see how people feel. We're gonna be entering an experimentation time where I'm gonna try a couple different ideas out. We're gonna see how they feel. So we might not have every single. We're going to have multiple streams a week moving forward, but we're going to play around with the format. The basic format that I want to do is 2 homebrew streams, 1 D&D hotline style stream. But I'm not sure how I want to structure the homebrew streams. And I have some ideas. So we're going to play around with that. I don't know what the move is, but yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for sticking around. This was a lot of fun. You're really fun. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Have a good night. See ya later, alligator. Bye.